Hello, guys and gals, and welcome, welcome. So we got the new rune word from Dobrunsky this morning, which turned out to be Metamorphosis. It's a pretty cool rune word, I'm not gonna lie, and I think it'd be fun to play around with it today. But we also have some more rune words coming out today, so I have a post from Lucky Luciano, which is one of the other people that has the new rune words. This is the Metamorphosis, by the way. Lucky Luciano said he's going to be releasing his at 12. So we've got a couple hours here, but if you head over to Twitter, he actually has a teaser. And I'd like to show you guys the teaser. This is the teaser image. So he said a little sneak peek on the new rune word. He said sneak peek related to the new 2.6 rune word I will be revealing tomorrow, this was yesterday, live on Twitch and YouTube around noon Eastern time. So we got another rune word to look forward to, and I figure we got a little bit of time before that happens. So we got some fun stuff that we can do. But this is the sneak peek image that he put on his Twitter page as the sneak peek for the new rune word. Now, we got a lot going on here. I'm assuming that the player is at the center of this mass of destruction here. We obviously have what looks like 2 lightning novas coming directly out. It also seems to me like there's also the Assassin lightning attack that's coming out. Like, I'm not sure if you've seen the Assassin, specifically the Assassin lightning attack, but it's the one that comes out of the Phoenix Strike. That looks like the Assassin's Phoenix Strike lightning ability. And then on top of that, we also have some sort of massive explosion going on in the center, which I'm not really sure what the hell that explosion is. It kind of looks reminiscent of like almost like a volcano or something. I don't even know. It looks like a whole lot of elemental damage. That's what it looks like. We may be looking at a new rune word that's maybe set up for proccing effects. Maybe this particular rune word is specifically set up so that you can just like massively spam elemental damage in the form of like procs or something. I don't know, like the kind of rune word that like makes old computers cry. I don't know. Was it Dobrunsky even commented on it? He was, what did he say? He said, dang it, I lost it. Why did I get rid of it? I didn't mean to. Bink. What was it Dobrunsky said? He said a 50% chance, question mark? Like, whatever it is, whatever the proc is, apparently it's like a 50% chance. I'm not really sure. We could always, like, play around with it and just, like, have some fun, but it's, we'll figure it out. That's coming later today. We're definitely going to be covering that as well, so look forward to that around 12 o'clock. Today we're going to be looking at this Metamorphosis rune word, and I really want to test out and see what it's like to be a Werebear and a Werewolf at the same time. So we need to get some character made. We need to get a character made specifically for this rune word, so that we can have like just the coolest rune word like character known to man. If you guys haven't seen my video, I already posted a video where I go over the rune word in detail. So that's not what this is about. This is a Theorycraft. We're gonna have some fun Theorycrafting today. I went ahead and made that. It's also available for download, by the way. If you want to download the rune word, it's in my item pack. I'm going to post a link to the video if you guys want to check out the video. That's the where I go over the rune word in detail and talk about all the stuff. But the item itself, if you want to download it from the pack, I have it right here in 4 different forms. And how it's supposed to be represented, according to the way that they have stated the rune word, is that obviously if you're just a werewolf and you don't use the werebear form, that's what this one is. If you're just using the werebear and you're not using the werewolf form, that's what this is. And then if you're using both, so if you're going to be a werebear and a werewolf, or a werewolf and a werebear, whichever your focus is, you can potentially have both buffs at the same time. So I wanted to represent that in 4 different helmets, so 4 different choices that you could potentially make for this helmet. And if you're going to, utilize the buffs, or if you're not going to utilize the buffs, that's up to you, of course. But you have all your options here for you, so you can play around with all of them. And what we need to do is we need to make a character real quick, and we need to actually very quickly put together a melee druid. I feel like that's what we've got to do here real quick, is we've got to throw together a melee druid. It's been a little while since I've made a melee druid. Trying to think if we could just take one of my existing druids and just modify him. I've got a couple druids already on here that could probably be modified. They're not really all that great anyway. Let's just save myself some time instead of having to craft the druid from scratch. Actually, this is my plague druid, right? Let's do this one. The plague druid honestly never really quite worked out quite right anyway. He was kind of a failure. He's set up for level 985, which I guess is fine. Looks like he's got a bunch of junk in his inventory here. Let's just go ahead and clear out his stash and all his items, because we're probably going to give him some more specific gear anyway. First off, what I really want to give him is a Reaper's Toll. I feel like Reaper's Toll is one of the best weapons for the Druid these days. Reaper's Toll is absolutely excellent. So we're going to go ahead and give him an Ethereal Reaper's Toll, and we're going to Zod it, because I want to test this out with basically the best weapon that we've got. Is Reaper's Toll a pole? It's a pole arm, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pole arm. Alright, so there we go. We've got our Eth Reaper's Toll. Let me go ahead and import a Zod rune. Let me bring this up on the screen too so you guys can see it, because otherwise, what's the point? That is not correct. There we go. Alright, let's bring the hero editor up on the screen so you can see me editing this character. I'm just going to very quickly throw them together. It's not going to be perfect, and I know that, but we're gonna make him as good as I can make him anyway. This is all with my item pack, by the way. If you guys haven't downloaded my item pack, shameless plug for my item pack. I've got like everything you could ever want in here as far as items go. If you want to like create your god tier character, and then you could even, like, if you like max roll, which I know a lot of people use max roll these days, you can take the character that you create using my hero editor and just upload it directly into max roll and see how it performs with the numbers. Like, there is an upload character function on max roll, so once you're finished creating him with this, you know, and actually playing around with him and testing him, you can just upload him and see what the numbers actually say. Yes, you could get. We were just talking about that on the live stream, or the other video. JV is that yes, it's a +8 shockwave helmet, so it would be really nice. A +8 shockwave helmet is kind of sick. All right, what am I getting now? Probably let's go ahead and grab him an armor. I feel like a really easy armor to throw on him is just a Chains of Honor. Like, there's absolutely no reason not to just do a Chains of Honor. I mean, you got, what, freaking all resistances, +2 skills, lifesteal, the damage to demons and the damage to undead are pretty solid. I mean, we could go with some other choices too. Like, maybe I'll just grab a couple other choices in here just for giggles. Like, let's go ahead and grab a Treachery, just because, and then we'll also grab a Fortitude, which I don't think Fortitude's going to be the right option for him, but we'll grab it anyway. Like, there's no reason why not to have just a couple options sitting in here. Obviously, the helmet's going to be filled with our new helmet that we've got sitting around. Oh yeah, Duress, that's a good one too, depending if we want to build like more Crushing Blow, Open Wounds kind of a deal. I'll grab a Duress too. Yeah. I think High Lords is probably the best amulet for him, just simply because Deadly Strike. Like he's a druid. Druids don't really have access to Deadly Strike, and having as much Deadly Strike as possible, along with the IAS, is definitely going to be useful for him. So I think that's a no-brainer. High Lord's Wrath is just imperative. He doesn't need Ravenfrost, believe it or not. Like, that's actually pretty crazy. Like, he won't need Ravenfrost because Ravenfrost is, well, a non sequitur at this point, right? Because he's got cannot be frozen on the helmet. So we could go with a bunch of different options for rings. One really cool option for rings with these guys is the Carrion Winds. So Carrion Winds have the Twister procs, and the Twister procs stack. And the Twister procs are really freaking awesome. And if you run like dual Carrion Winds, like it can be absolutely insane. I'm not really sure if that's like the best setup in the world, but it is definitely fun to have a 16% chance to cast level 13 Twisters on striking, and you can even beef it up a little bit. Gloves, let's just give him something generic. Let's give him Laying of Hands. Laying of Hands is a very good set of gloves. Very generic. Has IAS. It has demon damage. You know, it's a pretty decent pair of gloves. Boots, probably Gore Riders. I mean, I feel like Gore Riders are just like the generic go-to boots anyway for most, like pretty much all melee classes. Like anything that's a melee class that, you know, that's anything, unless you don't need the open wounds and the deadly strike, usually ends up using Gore Riders. So that's a pretty solid choice there. Trying to think here. There's no mana leech on Reaper's Toll, which is unfortunate. He might need mana leech. Probably will, so I'm gonna need some kind of mana leech ring. Let's grab a dual leech ring. I'm just gonna import a dual leech ring. I have a couple dual leechers just sitting around that are specifically for this kind of stuff. Rings. I think it's that one. 7, yeah, 6% and 7 with 15 all res. 15 all res is not possible. Every time I import this ring, I always know that too. It's 11 is the maximum for a ring. So I think I must have edited that in. So that's just like a solid dual leech ring that he could be using. Let's pop up the attack rating on that, though, because I think attack rating is going to be pretty important for this guy. Like 122. That's a little bit more solid. Night Smoke Belt probably would work pretty well, but I think it comes down to String of Ears or Verdungos. And like with all the life leech that he has on, like okay, so he's got, what is it? 15% life leech on the on the frickin' weapon, right? Which is already insane. Then you've got 8% life leech on the Chains of Honor, which is also ridiculously insane. So he doesn't really need the life leech on String of Ears. So he's kind of just like Verdungos or maybe like a utility belt. He could also potentially use Nosferatu's to hit maybe a breakpoint. I'm not really sure if that would actually make him hit a breakpoint or not, but we could throw Nosferatu's in there. Let's grab our uniques. Let's go to the belts. We could play around with a bunch of different options. Let's go ahead and give him Verdungos. Let's slap a Nosferatu's in here too, just to see if maybe the IAS might help. And then Chammy Chams, let's go ahead and give him some standard equipment too, because he's missing like his cube. I always like to give him a cube. I usually end up needing it for the videos anyway. Let's go ahead and give him his Annie. So, there's his torch. What do you mean it won't fit? Get in there. Why is it not fitting? Let's do it in the center then. How about that? You can just eat it. Alright, and then there's a Nihilist charm. And then what would we be rocking for charms? Like if, trying to think right off the top of my head, but we probably wouldn't do Shapeshifter Skillers. But I was actually thinking about this. So Shapeshifter Skillers would be interesting if you're trying to shift and swap back and forth, right? And especially with the helmet, because the helmet has +5 shapeshifting. I mean, we're talking about, like, if you ran shapeshifting charms, you could potentially have, like, your skills spread out throughout the entire shapeshifting tree. Because this is a new character. You got to think about this. This is a new character. This is something completely that we haven't done before. So this build might potentially be like Werewolf and Bear at the same time. So plus the skills here might actually go a long way. I'm not entirely sure that shapeshifting charms are a bad idea. But at the same time, it's still a melee character, and we're still looking at, you know, like, maybe we just want, like, attack rating max damage charms. Like, that might be the better choice anyway. Faster run walk charms. 34 life, 131 attack rating charm. Trying to see what the hell I've got grand charm wise. And I really don't have like a whole lot of really good grand charms. I mean, first off, you've got 3 2020s, right? So, like, I could throw a bunch of 3 2020s down here at the bottom, which is already a pretty good little bonus for just about everything. And then if we were to tag on, like, shapeshifter charms, just as a meme here, let me just grab some shapeshifting charms. So we've got, like, the shifters. You're being so rude to me. And then we can throw in some other charms in here. Let's just grab whatever we've got. I mean, I don't have the appropriate grand charm. What's the max AR on the grand charms when they have 10? It's 10 max damage, right? I could just edit it and I could make it. It's 10 max damage and why can I not remember? 50, is it 60 AR is the max, or is it 57 is the max? $1075. That's what I was thinking about, like a 1075. Here, let's just do this. It'll be easier if I do this. Let me just take one of these small charms. Edit it. Let's go into the item code. Turn it into a grand charm. Oh my god, stop yelling at me. Why are you... Oh god, I did not do what I just thought I did. No, didn't know. Why is it doing that to me? I hate this stupid application sometimes. All the work down the drain. It basically crashed on me. That's basically what just happened. And so everything I just did just like went to pot because it didn't actually happen. And now I have to redo it all. Stupid hero editor program and your stupid bugs. Stupid hero editor program, your stupid bugs, you stupid... I hate your guts. Hate your guts, hero editor. Hate your freaking stupid guts. And it doesn't let you, like, back out. Like, when the error message happens, it's just like, oh, yeah, guess what? You're screwed. And, like, and you know you're screwed, and as soon as you hit the OK button to close out the program, it just deletes all your progress. Pisses me off every single time, too. Hold on. At least we already made up our mind on a lot of this stuff anyway, so it's not a big deal. I just need to re-edit it back in. But It's still annoying, okay? That's why you see me obsessively hit the save button all the time. I'm like constantly hitting the damn save button like every 5 seconds. Because if I don't, like, it'll literally just crash and I'll lose all the progress that I was just working on. Boom, 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 boom. Bink, 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 bink. Trying to get this all redone as quickly as I can. This process always takes forever, and then when I have to redo it, it just takes even longer. Miscellaneous, Charms, Skiller, Druid, Shapeshifters. Shapeshifters can have AR on them, can't they? Or is Steel the first modifier? Steel's the first modifier, isn't it? Alright, let me pull in all these additional rune words that I was going to use. So let me pull in Duress. I also had Treachery, just in case. And then also Fortitude, specifically for testing purposes. Fortitude, where's my Fortitude? There it is. And we also pulled in some additional belts. So we have, I pulled in Nosferatu's Coil as a testing piece. Let's go ahead and throw the Verdungos back on there. Let's throw the 2 rings back in. Carrion Winds. Copy the Carrion Wind. Let's pull in that other dual leecher that I had. The Viper Whirl. We also need to pull in the High Lords. And save it again, just to be anal about it, since it's gonna break on me all the dang time, and you'll be a stupid poopy crap. Chains of Water, Laying of Hands. Gore Riders. Alright. Save. That's pretty well set up. I mean, we've got everything except for the helmet on. I got the Zodroot in there. We've got the setup. I got the dual leech ring. We've got these. The only thing else that I need to do is convert this into, which is what I was doing when I crashed the game last time, so... Actually, hold on. Let me save it before I do this. That way, if it crashes again, I'll be okay. Alright, so we're going to go into the item code and convert this to a large charm. And then I'm going to modify the stats. It's easier to modify the stats this way because it's already set up properly as the right thing. And then all I have to do is go in here and edit the numbers instead of doing everything else. So 45 is the maximum life, and then 75 is the attack rating, and the maximum damage on these grands is 10. And then we save. And so now we have our 10, 75 45s. So let's go ahead and copy those a couple times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, so we're ready. Let's copy them in. Let's play around with it. I don't think there's anything else I've forgotten. Did I forget to put a poll up? I did put a poll up already, actually. With the Werebear and the Werewolf, I wanted to see what you guys thought about the differences between them. Alright, so save him. We're going to copy him over, and then we can test everything out. We'll pull the helmet from my dude here. Actually, we'll pull all the helmets from him. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Copy. And paste. The new season is apparently supposed to start in mid-February. That's what they've said. Right around Valentine's Day. Just in time for your lover to hate your guts for playing Diablo all the time. I mean, it's true. $76 is the max. Well, that'll be okay. It's only 1 point off. Where is Plague? Oh, wait, hold on. I need to grab the helmet first. Let's go ahead and we'll pull all 4 helmets because we're going to be testing all 4 variations. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, if you're going to do like a combo LE shapeshifter druid kind of a thing going on, yeah, there would be a nice benefit to that. Specifically, like one of the builds that I did that was really nice was my Windwolf. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen my Windwolf, but my Windwolf is a wolf that builds the entire hurricane tree. And then what he does is with all of the hurricane tree built, he also runs Fury, and he utilizes procking items to proc those effects so he can dish out more damage. It could be a very interesting helmet for that kind of a build, definitely. Let's go ahead and reset him. Am I not on, am I not on the, I'm not on, okay, hold on, I gotta reboot the game real quick. I have a special way that I launch the game, which is in my 7 commands video, if you guys want to pull it up, that allows me to respec the characters whenever I want. And it just requires me to boot the game in that particular mode with that setting. So I have a special shortcut set up specifically for it. You cannot play online, though, unfortunately, when you have that command, so I constantly have to switch back and forth between them. Alright, so here we go. We've got our Shapeshifter Druid all set up. I can now reset him. And we have way too many skill points, but we'll control ourselves. 106 is level 95, so I guess we go 106 will be plenty. I don't know if we have enough stat points, technically. I think that's like a little bit low on the stat points. But let's go ahead and throw our stat points in so we can actually put on our equipment. So we need 79 dexterity. And, oh, well, actually, I probably should have put the helmet on first, right? Alright, so let's test out the werewolf version first. So, we've got the werewolf. That's the werewolf only. That's the bear only. That's the werewolf and the bear. So that's what I'm looking for. So the werewolf and the bear together. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, and with just the helmet, like, because of all the massive plus to skills that we've got going on here, like if I'm using the shapeshifting charms, just the helmet with like the werewolf, the lycanthropy, and the fury, I already have level 21 werewolf. Good day. And level 21 lycanthropy, and level 21 fury. Like just the helmet alone, which is kind of crazy. That's like a full werewolf right there that you could literally just run around and attack things with. Like, you don't even really even need to worry about it. Yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch of new runes. We got another new rune word coming at 12 o'clock today. Crit Cal. This is one of them. It's called Metamorphosis. If you guys haven't seen it yet, I got a video up on it already. You can check that out, or you can just hang around with us. Or you can do both. Alright, so this is the assumption that we're building both builds, okay? So we're a werewolf. We're a main werewolf, but we're also going to be building the bear form so that we can get the attacks off. So we're definitely going to put at least 1 point in werewolf and lycanthropy. We're definitely going to go down the tree and grab fury. And then we're definitely going to grab werebear, maul, and most likely we'll put at least 1 point into shockwave, but we might not actually like build it. And then at this point, like, it's pretty much just like get your buffs, right? So let's go ahead and grab our I like to have ravens, and let's go ahead and grab the oak sage just so that we have that for right now. I would also like to beef up the stuns from the twisters on striking. So we're going to build the synergy for the twisters, which the stun synergy for the twisters is actually Arctic Blast. Yeah, I know. But it works really well. It brings the stun duration up from 0.4 seconds to 2 seconds. So we get a nice 2-second stun from the twisters as they come out, which is actually extremely powerful, and it only costs 20 points. And if you're spamming the twisters on a regular basis, you're spamming the stuns on a regular basis. And as a speed class, you tend to spam them. It's honestly a very small, like, investment for a really nice buff to, like, your overall survivability. Now the question remains, like, how far do we want to go into each tree? Like, are we going to be, like, completely beefing up Maul and completely beefing up Feral Rage so that we have both buffs? Like, is that kind of what we're looking at here? Is we want to, like, beef up Feral Rage so that we can get, like, the max Feral Rage and then switch back to Maul and then get, like, the max Maul and then switch back to Feral Rage and get the max Rage? Because this is kind of what they're doing, right? So they want us to swap back and forth. So that's the approach that I'm taking here. Is we're swapping back and forth between these two things. We've already spent 20 points here. We've got 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 points, 29, 30. So we've got 30 points spent so far into the tree, and we might as well grab Cyclone Armor. That's 31. I just count wrong. I'm horrible at math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then 21. So yeah, we're currently at 31 points. I'm trying to keep track of this so I don't go over too much. So 31. And so if we're going to build the Shapeshifting tree, there's a pretty hefty damage bonus from Werebear, and there's a pretty nice bonuses from Werewolf as well. Like, both of them are pretty sweet as far as, like, how they affect your character. I feel like dropping 20 points into each of these wouldn't be terrible, right? So 20 points into Werebear, 20 points into Werewolf. That brings us to 31, 40, 50, 60, 70. So we're currently at 71 points, which means we still have quite a bit of points to dump elsewhere. Yes, there's going to be more rune words today. Lucky Luciano is going to be releasing another one at 12, so we're going to be prepared for that. We've still got, what, 71 minus, or 106 minus 71. How many points do we have left? 35 points. So we still have 35 points left that we could just dump wherever we want to dump them. I feel like building Feral Rage and Maul together would be interesting. And we probably are still going to use Fury as the Werewolf. Like, that's probably still going to be our main ability. But, like, having a maxed out Fury and a maxed out Feral Rage could be very interesting from, like, a standpoint of swapping back and forth. So let's let's do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and split our remaining 35 points between Feral Rage and Maul, which 35 divided by 2 is what? 15, 16. So like 16 points. One of them is going to have more than the other. And if that's the case, which one do we want to have more than the other? We get attack speed and damage, lifesteal, and run walk. I feel like Maul is the better one in terms of like how it affects the character. We could also max Fury. I mean, that's also a good option, which I was considering. It's just this whole thing is based around these buffs and switching back and forth for these buffs. And so apparently you can have the buffs on the helmet for both the bear and the werewolf form, and you can have the buffs from Maul and Feral Rage at the same time. So you technically can have 4 buffs up at the same time. And that's basically what this whole thing is about. So when you switch to the bear, you're going to get the Maul buff. And when you switch to the werewolf, you can get the Feral Rage buff. And you can constantly go back and forth between these 2 buffs over and over again. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and throw 10 points into Feral Rage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 10 points into Maul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That leaves us with still, what do we got? That was only not even 20 points. That was actually 18. So minus 18. That leaves us with 17 points left to dump into Fury if we want to go that direction. Which doesn't sound terrible, actually. That sounds pretty good. So let's go ahead and dump 17 points into Fury. Which will bring us to level 18. And that is all of our points spent, from what I can tell. Our attack rating. What does our attack rating look like? We're currently at 4,401. Now, I had kind of considered that I was going to need these instead for the attack rating. Our resistances are capped except for cold res. Do we need the Chains of Honor resistances? We do kind of need the Chains of Honor resistances. Let me take a look at duress, though, and see how duress functions in that same space. So, not super terrible, but not super amazing either. We could also use Fortitude, which does have a little bit more resistances. 60, 45, and 10. Not the most amazing res, but decent. Let's swap out some of these shapeshifters for some attack rating. 7,000 attack rating is still not quite enough. Would like to have at least around like 8,000 attack rating. Yeah, that's better. What about our Feral Rage? I mean, the Reaper's Toll does have ITD on it, so we don't have to worry about like too ridiculously much when it comes to that for like the trash mobs, but when it comes to like the bosses and stuff like that, it's going to be a little bit more painful. Have Barb with Beast Axe. I was thinking about that with Barbarian, that this helmet could probably work pretty good for the Barb. Let's grab this Dual Leecher and let's throw this Dual Leecher on. And let's bring the belt with us just in case we need like more IAS, because we're going to be testing the IAS as well. Let's go ahead and set up F1, F2 for the 2 transformations, because we've got to use both of these. We also need to set up buttons for all of the attacks. So we're going to need, let's put Maul on X.
Not in town. Not here.
Let's put Feral Rage on Z.
Not in town.
And then let's throw Fury on the main click. Get our Cyclone armor up. What merc am I running? Merc has... I didn't even think about the merc, did I? I guess I could just give him some equipment. What merc would we run with this? Might merc? I mean, I guess you could run just about anything you wanted, couldn't you? You have to crepify on your main hand weapon. You don't need to crepify. I mean, Might Merc seems like the best option. You could also do Frenzy for utility. I mean, as it is... I don't know. Alright, so let's test this bad boy out. Let's have some fun with it. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building our Maul, switching. Building our Feral Rage, switching. Building our Maul, switching. Building our Feral Rage, switching. Alright, let's go somewhere easy to start out with and see how this thing works. Actually, I didn't put any points in Vitality. That would probably be a good idea. And also, actually, that's a good idea. Let's throw some points into Dexterity just so we can beef up our attack rating a little bit. Get that to a higher level. Every 1 point in Dexterity is 5 points of attack rating, and then the plus percentages and everything kick in after that. So it's pretty powerful as far as how much you can do. I got 4,084 life. My resistances are looking pretty solid. My defense isn't the greatest at 2,357, but I guess that doesn't really matter since I can just, like, absorb hits like a sponge. Alright, then we're going to transform into the bear. Alright, and then we're going to transform back into the wolf. Holy crap. Man, he is just like ripping things to shreds, isn't he? I mean, to get the buff, all I have to do is down transform, up transform, stack a couple mauls on the target, I get the buff from the bear effect, so the mark of the bear. I then retransform into the wolf, and then now I've got the wolf effects, right? Fury is kind of nuts with this build, isn't it? This is P8, by the way. I just handed P8 Shank his butthole in about half a second. I feel like if they really want you to switch back and forth between the two, they really need to make this transformation process smoother. If they can make this transformation process smoother, like it would work out. But as it is, you've got to, like, you know, transform, down transform, transform, down transform, transform. Like, if there was a way you could just swap back and forth between the two transformations more seamlessly, I think it would be a little better.
Impossible.
I mean, the buffs that you're getting from the two marks are pretty crazy, though. Like, I mean, when you look at the Rune Word, the bear buff, and I think that's why they made the bear buff the better of the two buffs, is because they wanted to make sure you were using the bear. I think they realized that the bear is the less popular one. But 25% attack speed with 25% crushing blow and 20% physical damage reduction for the bear mark is kind of insane. So just like giving you all three of those things for switching to the bear even if you don't necessarily want to use the bear at any point, like, they're basically giving you a free buff for 3 minutes, and all you have to do is swap to the bear, bonk one target one time, and you attain the 180-second buff. Which, 3 minutes is a pretty long period of time. I mean, that's like a Holy Shield or something like that. Like, a Holy Shield is pretty decent at about 3 minutes, and you usually don't have to replenish it that often. Apparently, the attack does have to be successful, though. So, like, you just have to make sure that you actually hit the target with the attack. Once you hit the target one time, like, that's all you got to do is just go up, bonk a target one time, and then you can switch right back to your other form. And now you have both buffs. Honestly, a mall bear sounds really fun. I rarely ever use teleport at all, Critta. I think the only time I actually use teleport is when I'm playing a sorceress, and that's pretty much it. You'll see me choose Chains of Honor 99 times out of 100 over Enigma. Even on the classes that really honestly kind of need teleport, like the Summon Necromancer and the Summon Druid, I'll still end up choosing like Chains of Honor over Enigma. Three minutes for a buff is really long. Like, it's not something that you're going to have to constantly, like, swap back and forth with. You just got to make sure that you get your original, you're going to get your buff, and then, like, you just immediately swap back. It's not really that big of a deal. I mean, it does make for some very interesting hybrid builds. The plus frickin' 5 shapeshifting skills on the helmet is insane for a hybrid build. So if you were going to try and do some kind of like hybridization, it would definitely work out really well. And an example of a hybridization. Let me show you my hybrid character real quick. I believe he's still set up. So I have a character that I made called the Werewolf. And basically what he is he spams wind skills by using melee abilities, right? And I feel like this helmet would be perfect for him. Like, if you were to build him the way that I built him, which is pretty cool. Where is he at? His name is Gilbert. There he is. That's my Gilbert. Let's go to Hell difficulty. I'm not sure if he still has all his equipment, but... he is missing some of his equipment. Sadness. What is he missing? He does have his Windhammer. He's got his Rain. He has Nat's boots on for some reason, which is probably because his resistances are awful. I have an Enigma hiding in here, which he doesn't need. He's missing his Jalals. Why the hell is he missing his Jalals? Did I make another? I must have made another Druid. That's really all there is to it. I must have made another Druid. Let me check and see if I got a second Druid on the list here. Because there's no other character that would use Jalals except for a Druid. Which means he yoinked it. So Jalal's is nice because it has +4. But this one's +5, which means it's technically a little bit better. And for a hybrid build, it would have, I think, a much better effect in general. He needs a pair of gloves, too. Let me go yoink some gloves from somebody. I know there's somebody's got something good. I can probably find some laying of hands on Godzilla. The Godzilla! I'm pretty sure he's got some laying of hands. my characters usually end up getting pulled apart like this. It's pretty common. Boop. All right, there we go. So he's got his he's doojankery over here. Trying to think if there's anything else I could give him. We throw a Ravenfrost in here just in case. And his resistances are pretty bad. Let's give him that all-res doojanker. My dog is snoring up a storm. I'm not sure if you can hear him snoring, but he is just like just sawing wood. I mean, just straight up sawing wood. Alright, so this build does use dual carrion winds. There's my Jalals. He's also missing an amulet, too. I didn't even notice his amulet was gone. He needs a High Lords. Do I got a High Lords sitting around anywhere in this junk pile of a frickin' stash? Don't look at my stash, y'all. Okay? Don't look at my stash. Don't look at it. It's terrible. Now there's a resistance one. There you go. So his resistances aren't so bad. Alright, so basically how this wolf works is he builds the entire cold tree. He builds the hurricane and the tornado tree. And the reason why he does this is not to actually use these abilities because he doesn't care about the abilities themselves. He's actually a shapeshifting druid. So I've actually respec'd him a couple times from Werebear into Werewolf and both because he can be either one. And I play around with both ideas. But basically how this would work is this new helmet would honestly be like the perfect helmet for him specifically. Because it would allow him to have more plus to skills in the shapeshifting tree, which he needs. And because plus the skills in the elemental tree don't do him any good. And also would allow him to have some physical damage bonuses like crushing blow, you know, the attack speed and all the other things, which are going to help out this part of the tree over the other. If you've never seen him work, it's a pretty silly build. Basically, you just get in there and you start wailing on things, and the tornadoes and the twisters and everything just starts popping out. And you also have the hurricane around you like nonstop as well. So you're just like constantly just dishing out massive amounts of damage to everything around you. Let's go to River Flame actually. And as you can see, like, the twisters come out all over the place, and they stun everything. So, like, everything that I'm fighting is usually, like, perma-stunned with the twisters. And then the tornadoes can come out, too, if I swap over to my alternate set. So there's I have two different weapons on this guy. I've got the Windhammer Ogre Maul, which is the twisters on striking. And then I also have the Storm Lash, which is the tornadoes on striking. And so this allows me to shoot the tornadoes and the twisters because I have the twister proc on the rain, I've got the twister proc on the carrion winds, and I've got the tornado procs on the storm lash. So like I can literally just like walk through most targets. Boom, 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 boom. No, why you be rude to me? Come here. Come here. No, come here. Come here, I'm a bear. I'm a big bad bear. Get my cyclone armor back up, and then you won't be able to damage me anymore. Immune to cold, immune to my hurricane. Die. Now this build works better, I think, with the werewolf than it does with the bear. I think I swapped him to the bear at one point just for testing purposes. And it's interesting, but I think I prefer the werewolf. There's very few points, though, left over with this. Like you got a 20-point investment in Cyclone Armor, you got a 20-point investment in Twister, that's already 40. 20, so you got 80-point investment right here. So 81 just to max out this tree. And then you've got some points left over to beef up, you know, like your werewolf, your lycanthropy, your werebear, your maul, etc. Like whatever it is that you're doing over here in the shapeshifting tree. So having that like massive plus to skills on the new helmet, the Metamorphosis helmet, would be absolutely amazing here, because you could potentially have, you know, like +3 Werebear, You know, +3 Maul, +3 Werewolf, whatever it is that you're looking for. +3, you know, +3 Lycanthropy. Save yourself a lot of points that way, which could potentially make this build a lot stronger. I think this character would definitely benefit from the Metamorphosis helmet. Oops, wrong character. Bink, bink. Let's test out the opposite. So we're going to test out the Werebear version. So I was testing out the Werewolf version this time. So let's swap this out to the Werebear version. This is the Werebear version right there. So this is assuming, of course, that we're still going to be swapping back and forth to get the buff from the Werewolf. So we still have to do the swapping, which we don't actually have to do with my versions because my versions are not the real versions. We'll see how it works in the PTR when they finally do come out with it. But let's see here. So we're gonna use the bear this time, and we're gonna see how well the bear works by himself. This is assuming that the bear is the main form that we're going to be focusing on, and we will, you know, swap to the werewolf to get the buff, which the buff for the werewolf version of the helm is the 20% bonus to attack rating and the 40% maximum life. So we're going to get the bonus to attack rating and the maximum life buff, and we're always going to have the other buff, which is the crushing blow, the physical damage reduction, and all the other beautiful things. Wow, nice speed. Actually kind of impressed. This is P8, by the way. I'm testing this in P8. I mean, damage-wise, he's always going to be single target, but man, he does some really good single target damage. He's actually pretty fast too. Like that's pretty fast. It's a lot faster than I remember the bear ever being. Come here, Shank. No. Come here, Shank. Now, of course, if you were to build this direction, you'd max out Maul, which I don't have maxed out. You know, to give this a fair test, I feel like we need to focus this properly on the bear, right? So let me reboot this and respec him real quick so that we're focused more on the bear. The bear. The first 5 were not trash, Tatsumi. The Bulwark helmet by itself is amazing and has some pretty good uses. At level 35, it's literally become the best merc helmet that you could make, bar none. And on top of that, it has some very interesting uses to potentially replace Vampire Gaze. And honestly, the Fire one is extremely good for keeping your merc alive in Trav runs. And Trav runs was one of the most popular magic find spots in the game. I think that helmet, honestly, the Fire one, Temper, is going to be used a lot for mercs for Trav runs. Like, it's the cheapest, easiest to obtain option to allow your merc to survive the stupid hydras that are constantly killing your merc when you're doing Trav runs. And also, the Lightning one, in my opinion, is actually pretty good in terms of gloam protection. It's a cheap option that you can have handy. It's nothing that you're going to wear. Don't get me wrong. You're not going to put that helmet on and you're not going to wear it on a regular basis. But whenever you're fighting gloams, it could be that helmet, that one item that you throw on, you know, like just to save you. And I also think the Lightning one could be very interesting as a budget smiter option. I mean, obviously budget smiter options are never going to be the best in slot. But like early on, when you're fighting Mephisto and you're trying to stay alive from his stupid lightning blasts, the charged bolt, and the lightning attacks that he does in combination with his conviction. I think that the lightning helmet, the ground helmet, could be an interesting choice from a budget smiter perspective. So you've got like 3 really nice helmets. Now the cold one I don't think is very good, and the cure one, the poison one, I don't think is very good. I also feel like they need to add a little bit to the elemental ones. I feel like if they added like 1 or 2 effects to the elemental ones, it could make them better. Bulwark is by far the better of the 5, though. Okay, yeah, let's respec him. Respec. Pew. Alright, so we're going to build him as a burr. He's going to be a burr. He's going to be a big old bad burr. So let's go ahead and max out bear, max out maul, right? I feel like we're always going to put 1 point shockwave no matter what, even if we're not going to be a shockwave bear. We have the 1 point in werewolf, and we do need like an ability that we can attack with, so we can grab the buff. So we technically would need at least 1 point in feral rage, and then we'll go ahead and grab ravens. And trying to think here. Do I want Heart of the Wolverine or Oak Sage? I mean, the bear has such good HP already, like, because he's an unstoppable monster. I mean, one thing we could do is we could just cap out Lycanthropy and then go with Heart of the Wolverine instead of Oak Sage, which we got plenty of points to work with. We've only spent 20, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 50, 64, so we still got quite a few points left to dump. So we could go ahead and dump into Lycanthropy, and then we could dump into, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to grab this, not that. Dump into Heart of the Wolverine, which I think that's pretty much all of our points there, isn't it? So 1, 2, 22, 42, 52, 62, 72, 82, 83, 84, 85. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. That's all we're going to be able to do. So we will have our Wolverine, which is nice. And grab Wolverine. There we go. Let's grab our bear form. Let's go ahead and throw our maul ability in here. Let's put Shockwave on Z. And I think that's pretty much it. Grab our Cyclone Armor, which we can spam whenever we need it for a little bit of extra protection. Obviously, we have no Merc, so this could change if we had a Merc. But, I mean, we're rocking 5,203 life, which is insane. And, of course, that's part and due to the fact that we have the 40% bonus to life on the freaking helmet, the Metamorphosis helmet. And then also the +5 Shapeshifting, which is giving us more life, and the Vitality. So if we take off the helmet, we go from 4,700 to 5,203, and this is without Oak Sage. So you could very easily go a hell of a lot higher than that. I mean, that's pretty powerful. Let's play around with this in Frigid Highlands and see how well it works. All right, so we build our maul. We do seem a little slow. No, wait. Oh, there we go. Once we got our maul working, we're going pretty fast now. Honestly, that's pretty respectable damage output. For P8, which is what we're at, we're on P8, right? Yeah, for P8, that's pretty respectable. Like, if I were to bring this down to P1 and take us to, like, River of Flame or something like that. I mean, as you can see, like, I can pretty much just, like, 1 or 2 shot most of these guys. Of course, they killed my Wolverine. I mean, P1, there's absolutely no challenge here on most of these monsters. Pretty much just walk around one bonking everything. What are we running? So we got 40% CB and 79% Deadly Strike with this build. So we got our 31% Deadly Strike from the amulet, which could go up because we're only level 85 here. So we got 10 more levels we could get out of that. The CB, 25% of that CB is coming from the helmet. So 40% CB is not like amazing, but we definitely would be 25% less without the shapeshifting element. In a way, I think what you got to think about this helmet as is it's almost like having a G-Face and a Jalal's just like mashed together, right? Because G-Face has the crushing blow and Jalal's has all the other, you know, like attack rating and, you know, and plus, you know, resistances and all this other crap on it, right? And the skills. But like it's like they took a G-Face and a Jalal's and just like jammed them together. And I think that's honestly pretty cool. So this helmet is going to be popular for a lot of druids. And just looking at it as it is right now, and I know this is not quite how it actually is going to be because you got to actually attack things to get the buffs, so they're not going to be permanent. But just looking at it in this form is freaking insane, right? I mean, it just looks insane. Let's go kill Diablo. Let's see how long it takes us to kill Bobablo. Let's switch it back to P8. I should probably give him a merc too. I feel like him not having a merc is not doing this build justice because you would always have a merc, right? Let me go steal some equipment from somebody else's merc. I'm sure somebody has a merc that I can steal equipment from. Not him, not him. He has a merc that's fully set up. I know for a fact he has a merc that's fully set up. So his merc is running Infinity, Dragon, and Flickering Flame. I want to steal his Infinity. And then, why not? I'll steal a Flickering Flame. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm not going to take the Dragon. It's kind of a bad choice.
Stay a while and listen.
Stay a while and listen. Let's go grab our Merc before we go run this P8 Chaos and see how well we do.
Come back this way, have you?
Oh, he does have a mercenary. I was wrong mercenary. Alright, let's grab the Might Merc. Vikayat. We're gonna grab Vikayat. Come on, Vikayat. I've got some work for you to do now, Vikayat. Yes, Vikayat. Vikayat, we got to go, Vikayat. We got work. Very powerful work that needs to be done. And you must do it, Vikayat. Come, Vikayat. Okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's run this and see how well we do, shall we? Let's put our shockwave on our other hand so that we can throw out a shockwave every now and then if we feel like it. There's definitely a point there where I hit a breakpoint. You can clearly see that, like, the buff from Maul makes me hit one specific breakpoint, and all of a sudden when I hit that breakpoint, You can see the bear go so much faster as soon as he hits that breakpoint. It's like instantaneous. Honestly, he rips through monsters pretty well. I'm interested to see how he does against Diablo. What's up, buddy? Burr. I'm a burr. Get on out of here. I'm a burr. Burr. I'm a big burr. I'm a mean burr. I'm a big old monster burr. Come from me. I'm burr. Oh god, he killed my mercenary. Troll. Pretty sure that's because my merc has absolutely no lifesteal. But whatever. Not really sure he was helping me at all. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, one thing I could do, which, since I'm a shockwave bear, is I don't necessarily have to fight all this garbage on the way. I could just stun it like this and just run by. My main problem with this build is just it's a single target build, right? So I'm just hitting one target at a time, just donking everything to death. Feels like I'm back on my Vengeance Paladin all over again. Like, I'm pretty much like nigh indestructible, right? I got like so much health that it doesn't even matter. I've got massive amounts of lifesteal, so like they can't really even like bring my HP down, let alone do anything to me. I got no problems killing anything, but I still have to one donk everything. So I gotta just go up to a monster, one donk it to death, go up to a monster, one donk it to death. Like, it's a slow play style, not because I'm not doing massive amounts of damage, because I am doing massive amounts of damage. It's just I have to go donk everything one at a time, right? You'd have a potential +8 shockwave, which we were talking about earlier, which would definitely be very powerful. Yeah, it would be an extra +3, I think, like, or +2 maximum. Like, because if you had like a maximum shockwave helmet, you could potentially get +6. So you would need a +3 shapeshifting helmet with +3 shockwave to get a +6. And so potentially this would be better if you could find a +3 shockwave. You got 5 + 3, which is 8. So you'd get a couple extra points out of it. I mean, as far as unkillable, ridiculous monsters go, like, I mean, he's definitely in that ballpark. I'm rather disappointed that the freaking Heart of the Wolverine maxed out can't stay alive for more than 2 seconds. He's literally dead in like a half a second. I had to resummon the frickin' Horde of the Wolverines so many times. What's up, Mind Venom? No, 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 come here. Come here, yeah. Yeah. Let's see if the Nosferatus makes any difference on our attack speed. I don't know. It seemed like that extra 10% might have brought us above a breakpoint. It looks like we're hitting a little bit faster now than we were before. Definitely seems faster to me. That extra 10% on the bear might actually be some pretty clutch percentages. Yeah, my view counter's up in the top left-hand corner. That's something new that I did, yeah. Decrepify me. burr. I'm a burr. You ain't a burr, I'm a burr. I'm a big bet. Well, people all the time, like, will constantly be like, oh, man, it'd be nice if you had some more viewers. And I'm like, so, like, they'll be on Twitch, right? So it's like I got like 16 people on Twitch, or like, but you know, however many are on Twitch right now, because it like fluctuates a lot. And I'm like, I got like 100 and some odd people watching me on YouTube, man. I'm doing pretty good. I feel like I'm doing all right. So like having the numbers up there, I feel like is more for you guys, so that you guys can see that, you know, people are actually watching. I don't know why it matters. You know, if you like somebody, watch them, whether they got one person watching them or 3,000. You know, like. Doesn't matter how many people are watching somebody. You just watch them because you're having fun watching them. If you guys don't have fun watching me, get out of here. I don't want you here. I only want you here if you're having fun. Stop cursing me. Sucker. Come here, Lord Decis. Oh, he's got stone skin. Ow! Stupid stone skin, Lord Decis. He actually hurts. Ow, it actually is ouchy. Stop being mean to me. Oh, thank you, Naked Manhole. I'm not really sure about that, but about the Naked Manhole part, but I do appreciate you enjoying my streams. Be sure to hit the like button. It helps out the algorithm. And I am looking to get 20,000 subscribers. I'm very close. I'm very close to 20,000 subs. I'll probably do like a giveaway or something for 20,000 subs. I like to do that. Maybe I'll give away a Herodric Cube. That sounds like fun. Do I know if 2.4 rune words will be available for non-ladder? So, Pez Radar put out a post about that apparently that was the plan originally, but they hadn't actually released any new rune words yet. So, with the advent of the new rune words, they should be going to non-ladder. If you want to find the quote, it is on my community board. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go over to the community section, I do have a whole section there where I post, you know, like updates and things like that. And one of them is specifically from Pez Radar, so stating that that the ladder only rune words from 2.4 would be making their way to non-ladder once new rune words were introduced. So the 2.6 rune words will bump the 2.4 rune words to non-ladder. I guess I must have forgot to hit one of the seals. Get out of my way. I am a bird. All up in my doojangs. All up in my doojangs. Get out my doojangs. I ain't got time. Get out my fucking doojangs. Punks. I didn't think they would do it either, but Pez Radar specifically said that that's what they were doing. So, you guys are all about to die. I hope you know that as soon as I hit this seal. Yep. Bye-bye. You can test it out right now, Peter. I have them available for download. Download my item pack and copy them in, and you can have some fun with it. If you're on PC, that is. Build my bird. What's going on, Mr. Pablo? Build my bird. He's missing a lot. I guess I don't have enough attack rating. It says I have a 75% chance to hit Diablo, and I am missing him quite a lot more than that. I'm on level 85, and Diablo's like level 90 something, so there's that hidden level mischance too going on. Still managed to kill him pretty easily, though. Alright, let's set him up as a werewolf only next, and let's run him through chaos. So we're gonna go to reset this, and we're gonna set him up as like a fury druid. Feral rage / fury. So let's reset him. Get his strength up. Try not to die from coughing. Put in our attack rating. Grab our doojanks there. Grab our stun. 1 point in that doojank. I'm gonna try Oak Sage this time, just because Heart of the Wolverine died so freaking much, and also the werewolf has less life. Alright, so 20 points there. We still have to put 1 point into Werebear and 1 point into Maul so we can actually activate the other buff. So it's important you guys remember that. You still have to actually grab the Werebear so you can get the other buff. Let's go ahead and grab our Fury. We're going to max out Fury, and then we're also going to max out Feral Rage. So that's 20, 40, 60. We don't have maxed out Lycanthropy. 61, 81, 82. Trying to make sure I don't overdo my skills. 90, 102. So 102. We still got a couple points left over, actually. We could grab something else. I don't know what. Maybe a couple more points in Cyclone Armor. So, like, got like 4 more points to put into Cyclone Armor. I guess that's not terrible. Let's see how this runs. Let's grab our Oak Sage. For this build, we're going to be using Fury and Feral Rage together. Now, to get, like I said before, to get this buff, the bear buff, we have to swap back and forth between the bear and the werewolf. It's a 3-minute buff, though, so you don't technically have to do it very often. You just got to swap to the bear every now and then, bonk one target, and then, you know, yeah. I run air purifiers all the time, Joy. Thank you for your concern, but I literally run them all the time. It's probably because I live with cats and I'm allergic to them. That's probably why. Alright, let's test out Mr. Werewolf. Make sure we're still on P8. We are on P8. Alright, so we switch to bear form, we hit a target, we get our buff. Then we start building our Feral Rage, which is going to be our big buff attack. And Feral Rage lasts for a pretty long time. It's a 20-second duration, so we don't have to use it that often. And then we just use our Fury, which is our Zeal mechanic. And Zeal is pretty insane damage-wise. Make sure we're proccing our Feral Rage every now and then to keep our stacks up. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. That's a very powerful frickin' druid. I think this will work even better as a Hurricane Druid. In general, it's obvious that Fury just works a hell of a lot better than Maul does because it's a multi-hit ability. So when you get in here and you actually start dishing out damage, you're hitting multiple targets really fast, which definitely has a huge difference in your damage output and clearing like large groups of monsters. So like for the werewolf, I think the werewolf is definitely the faster one of the two. I think the bear is definitely the tankier of the two though, like by far. No, 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 come here. What's the matter? Come here. Got this. It'll beat you in the face. When does the Rune Word go live? So we're gonna have 2.6 public test realm, which is what it says in the video. If you look up my video on the Rune Word, I'm assuming that they're going to do some testing on the Rune Word and maybe some balance changes if the Rune Word isn't quite like up to snuff, or maybe it's too powerful or whatever, or maybe if it's bugged, we'll find out. But and then it'll go live with the ladder patch most likely, which I'm not really sure exactly when that patch is going to be, but they did said ladder was going to drop mid-February. But if you want to test out the helmet right now, I've created versions of the helmet that you can test out. So if you download my item pack, I have them in the item pack. They're in the mock rune words folder. You can just load them in, or you can just copy over the character file, which is the one that has all these on it. His name is Metamorphosis. Just copy over the Metamorphosis character file to your save folders, and it has all 4 helmets in there for you to test with. So you guys can have some fun playing around with the rune word in advance of public test round. What would be the best weapon for this build? I think it's pretty unanimous that the F Reaper's Toll is like the best weapon these days, with a Zod in it, of course. Where are the save folders? They're stored inside your games directory, your saved games directory. I feel like this build, honestly, like, doesn't need all that HP. And I know that 4,000, having 4,500 and some odd HP is certainly fun. But, like, why do you need that much HP? Like, I could take those vitality points, and instead of dumping them into vitality, I could dump them into dexterity. And I could just beef up my raw dexterity points a lot higher. Or I could just dump them into strength so I can have more, you know, massive amounts of strength points. Like, I feel like there's wiggle room here where you don't need to dump so many points into vitality on this build, especially if you're running like an Oak Sage and you've got all the other beautiful things running. Like, it seems kind of excessive to have 6,383 life. I mean, granted, like, if you wanted to just be like a super tanky monster boss, then yeah, you could do that, but like, I just feel like there's wiggle room here where instead of running these max damage like attack rating ones so that we can hit this attack rating point, instead you could be running like shapeshifting skillers, and then you could just beef the dexterity up to the point where you could have enough attack rating where you wouldn't have to use attack rating charms. You'd miss out on the max damage, but in the process you'd also gain a large amount of plus off weapon ED from the plus to skills. So I mean, it might be a decent trade-off. Oops, wrong one. You'd just be a little less tanky. I mean, oh yeah, let me go grab my Merc. I just realized I don't even have my Merc. Let's bring him into this and see how he changes the process, because I don't have the might coming from him.
Yes.
And he also has a freaking infinity on, so he shouldn't be like super terrible.
What do you need?
Yep, +8 to fire claws is also a thing. The fire druids might absolutely adore this helmet, although it doesn't have the negative fire resistance like Flickering Flame does. But annihilate Lord Daycease off the face of the planet. That was beautiful. Trading on Tradery, I think, is a lot more fun than trading on JSP. Tradery is more item for item. It's more like, you know, engaging in what's going on at that particular moment. JSP is more like I'm playing the money market, like stock market machine kind of trading, which is like a completely different kind of trading. Yes, D2RuneWizard.com has a hero editor that works with Diablo 2 Resurrected. I did a video on it a little while ago around, if you want to check it out. He has my item pack linked on his site too, so... Alright, let's see how well he does against Babablo. Bababalabalo. He's got 12,000 attack rating. Oh, did I forget a seal again? Never remember all the seals. Come and knock on my seals. I'll be waiting for you. Come and knock on all of my frickin' seals. Oh, I see. You keeping track, Broken. I see. I see. Definitely a lot faster than the bear. That's for sure. That was a hell of a lot faster than the bear. I don't know. I like it. I like it. I know some people might be a little bit upset because it's a specific rune word, so it's not like for everybody. You know, people who are sorceress mains or people who are paladin mains and stuff like that. This isn't really for you. I mean, it does have some limited usefulnesses outside of the shapeshifting druid. So, like, I was thinking about it also could potentially be useful on the barbarian if you were utilizing, say, the beast rune word, like a beast rune word barbarian. Maybe even in combination with the Wolfhowl Visor, because I think you could take off the Wolfhowl Visor after you transform, right? You don't necessarily have to keep it on. Could also be, could also be interesting for a bear sorceress to get the bear buff. So to transform into the bear for the bear sorceress, and the buff for the bear is actually pretty nice. I mean, you get 25% increased attack speed, 25% crushing blow, and 20% physical DR for the bear. So, like, if you were like a bear sorc or like a bear, you know, character, that's actually kind of nice. It's a very nice buff, a very nice 3-minute buff that you could get. And I guess only the future will tell is if you can keep the buff if you take off the helmet. So, like, it could also be something that you create, you know, maybe you make it, you put it in your cube, right? Maybe you don't use it. Maybe you just put it on, get the buff, and then take it back off. So that's also a possibility if the buff remains after you take off the helmet.
Good day.
I think the Bulwark helmet is pretty cool, too. That replenish life 30 is insane.
I'll put that to good use.
I actually built a character. And, let me pull off the Bulwark off here real quick. Where is my Badgerine of the Starman? Not to be confused with Wolverine of the X-Men. This is Badgerine of the Starman, okay? Don't you ever confuse Badgerine of the Starman with Wolverine of the X-Men. Badgerine of the Starman is by far superior in every way to the pathetic Wolverine of the X-Men. This is Badgerine of the Starman, okay? So I was using a Crown of Ages with Dole Dole, which gives me replenish life 14. But theoretically, this would be better because it's double the replenish life with the same 15% DR, although I do lose +1 to skills, which would bring me up to a grand total of... I don't even think my grand total is actually listed here, believe it or not. Where's my replenish life at? Why am I blind? Why am I blind? So I'm at 84 from items, which I believe does not count my auras or anything. Yeah, 84 from items. And then I also have the... I'm missing my cleansing sword. Why am I missing my plague sword? Let me go steal a plague sword from somebody real quick. Plague sword. Where is a plague sword hiding at? I know I've got a plague sword on the freezing arrows on. Where are you at? Freezing arrows on. Frosty Cheek is wearing a plague. I think Frosty Cheek is wearing a plague sword too. Yes, he is. Alright, so Badgerine of the Starmen was built around the idea of having just insane levels of regeneration. To the point of, like, ridiculous absurdity. And, basically what it does is it works off of the prayer. So prayer has a 68 replenish life. Alright, let's bring up a calculator here, because this is going to get silly. All right, you guys are going to be impressed with my Badgerine of the Starmen. Don't you judge the Badgerine of the Starmen. Don't until you know the full capability of his power. All right, Badgerine of the Starmen has some insane levels of regeneration. All right, so right off the bat, I mean, we've already seen that he has 84 base at the moment, right? So let's go ahead and just type in our 84 base, right? We also have 68 coming from prayer, which is actually coming from our mercenary. I believe we're running a prayer mercenary. Our mercenary actually has 37, so we add 37 to that total. So we end up with 121. We have 68 prayer, but we're not running prayer directly. Instead, we're running meditation. Meditation is synergized with prayer, which means we have an additional 68. So we're going to add 68 to this for meditation. Then we're also running the Plague Sword, which is giving us cleansing, which is also synergizing with our prayer, which is giving us another 68, which means we are sitting at a grand total of 257 replenish life, which is just mind-bogglingly insane. Which means we can pretty much just stand there and, like, not do anything, because we are literally Badgerine of the Starmen, not to be confused with Wolverine of the X-Men. And we can literally just stand here, and monsters usually can't do anything to us, because we regenerate literally so fast that any damage that we take is just immediately regenerated. I know it's kind of hard to see because I'm in the way. There you go. Watch the magic. Let's go somewhere a little bit more dangerous, shall we? Hold on. Let's get out of my way. Let's go to Worldstone Keep. Worldstone Keep's pretty dangerous usually. What we got? We got some glomies in here. We got any glomies? Where's some glomies? I like glomies. Alright, here we go. There's a nice little group of monsters. Oh no! They're killing me! I cannot regenerate! Throw on a potion. Why you guys gotta be so rude to me? Why you guys gotta be so rude? Oh, you killed my mercenary. You killed my mercenary. And I died. Badgerine of the Starmen is now dead. That freaking bone spear is hellacious. Hey, the funny thing about him is that, yeah, he's, you know, whatever. Bink. That was painful. That was a lot more painful than I thought it would be. Where did I buy my hoodie? This is actually a gear shop hoodie, believe it or not. It's made by Diablo. Or it was back in like 2017 or something. I picked it up off of eBay because they don't make them anymore. Has like cool things like only death can save you to me from me on the hoodie and like stuff like that. It's funny because he's never made to actually do any damage. His whole purpose in life is just to be silly and like just in general. I think he does have Fist of the Heavens actually. Yeah, he does have Fist of the Heavens. Which of course doesn't do any damage to these beetles, but it does to the freaking ridiculous amount of gloams. Why are you gloaming me? I'm gonna hide over here in the corner and regenerate all my life back. Look at how fast I regenerate, though. Like, isn't it actually kind of insane? Like, you look at my HP just going like... Oh no, they poisoned me. My greatest weakness. My greatest weakness. Get off of me. Why are you so rude? You're just jealous because you can't kill me. Because I'm immortal. You're just jealous. It's jealousy in your heart. That's all it is. I need that potion right there. Just slowly die over time. You know, I mean, yeah, this character's not, like, fully fleshed out. No, I only wanted to see how high I could build his regeneration, not whether I could make an actual functioning character. I have actually tested this with Lilith, though. Believe it or not, he can just stand there and he can just tank Lilith. It's pretty impressive. But obviously, at any point, if you get overwhelmed too much and you have too much damage coming in, they may have a possibility of overwhelming your regeneration powers. It's a possible thing that can happen. Yeah, players 8, Worldstone Keep Souls. Come on now. I mean, if I were to go somewhere a little less serious, like Canyon of the Magi, and just run around, I really doubt they'd even be able to kill me. But let's see, let's see. Oh, there's some fanaticism. There we go. We got some slingers. All right. Let's bring it in. Oh yeah, there's another group. Then they got blessed aim, fanaticism, and blessed aim. There you go. Let's see if they can bring me down. Can they bring me down? Let me zeal too, just to make it fair. So I got my little zeals on here. Zeal. Zeal. Oh no, they're gonna get me. Oh no. Okay, I guess maybe fanaticism and blessed aim in the middle of a giant pack was too much. I think poisoning and being poisoned does affect it, yeah. It starts to cancel out some of the regeneration. They kind of fight each other in a struggle back and forth. But the cool thing is that I'm running Plague Sword, so Plague reduces the poison by, like, huge percentages. And, I mean, the Cleansing Aura is absolutely amazing for that reason. I'm not sure if Crown of the Ages or the new Bulwark is a better choice over Crown of the Ages. I mean, yeah, I got some more regen out of it, which was, what, 16 more points of regen? I think I lose some regen, too, though, because of the +1 skills. Because Prayer, which is 68 regen, loses, what? 68, 69, 70, 71. Loses 3 points, which is doubled. So I lose 6 points for that +1 to skill that I lose. Which means I'm only technically gaining, what, 10 more replenished life for taking off the Crown of Ages. So a Dole Crown of Ages is 20 replenished life in this scenario, whereas the Superior Death Mask, the Bulwark, is only 30. I do get a pretty nice bump in life though for putting on the Death Mask though. I go from 1720 to 1822 because of that nice 5% life bonus, the 10 vitality. %, less faster hit recovery, though. The Crown of Ages does have the 30% faster hit recovery, which is very nice. And I think overall, like the Bulwark, if I made it in a higher quality helmet too, the defense would be better. Because the Crown of Ages has like almost 400 defense, and this is only made in a Death Mask. I could put it in a Demon Head or like a Corona or any other number of things and get better defense out of it than I currently have with the Death Mask. Leo, where do I buy? It's ggmentor.com, my friend. So in about an hour, we've got the next rune word coming up, which is going to be released by Lucky Luciano. According to him, he said it's going to be on his Twitch page, and it's also going to be on his YouTube channel. Let's go check out Lucky Luciano's Twitch channel real quick. See if he's streaming at the moment. So he is not streaming right now. And his YouTube channel does not have the video up yet, it doesn't look like. Oh no, there it is. Premieres at 12 p.m. New 2.6 rune word. It shows a claw. Let me pull this up on camera so you guys can see it. on. I need to pull this up on another window. There we go. It doesn't like to look at things that are not on the window that it wants the window to be on for the window. Stupid poopity poopity. Be a poopy thing. I don't care. Why is it not letting me pull this up like I want to? Not that one. Not that one. Not that one, not that one. Why does it just not have anything that I need? Let's just pull this one up for right now. Sometimes I gotta switch and then switch back. There we go. Alright, so this is Lucky Luciano's video. It looks like he's got it set up to release later today at 12 o'clock. So we're gonna have a new claw rune word, it looks like, according to his video here. And the claw rune word is Malgulthal. Interesting. Malgulthal. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, if you guys want the address here, I'm going to copy and paste that into for you. Lucky Luciano 2.6 new rune word. Some of these guys are more popular on Twitch than they are on YouTube. It's difficult to it is kind of difficult to have a working YouTube and a Twitch channel. Like when you take a look at my Twitch, I'm not that very impressive either, to be honest. Like I think I have like maybe 3,000 or 2,500 some odd followers on Twitch, but I've got nearly 20,000 on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that I think when I looked up his Twitch channel, he is sitting at pretty good numbers on Twitch. Just not the greatest on YouTube. Yeah, he's at 16.4 thousand on Twitch, but only 7,000 on YouTube. Yes, that's another thing, is that if you're a Twitch partner, you can't really post your videos on YouTube, which sucks. So this new rune word is called Mosaic. That's pretty cool sounding. Mosaic. Let me go ahead and open up a text document here. So the new rune word is called Mosaic. It is Malgulthal. And if the base of the rune word is decided by the highest level rune in the rune word, then Malrune is the highest rune word, or rune in the rune word. So we can assume by this that the highest level of that is Malrune is level 49. So this is a level 49 rune word, unless it ends up being a little bit higher. Gull is higher than Mal, so let's look up Gull then. I always rate in my mind Mal a little bit higher than Gull. I don't know why. So 53, so sea level 53. So this is a mid-tier, mid to end game tier item. So I was right earlier when I was talking about this rune word, and I was specifically talking about the fact that it had, like, looked like he was doing Phoenix Strike. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like he's doing Phoenix Strike. That lightning that comes out from the attack is definitely a Phoenix Strike ability. So there's a couple different things that I'm running off the top of my head. So thinking about Metamorphosis. So Metamorphosis was a very specific rune word that was for a very specific purpose, right? It's for the Druid. It has a specific Druid effect, right? What if this rune word allows the Phoenix Strike Assassin to unleash, I don't know, say all of her charges at the same time, like for each charge or something. Like, say, for instance, you build up 6 charges. You've got, like, 3 charges of Phoenix Strike, and you've got 3 charges of, I don't know, Claws of Thunder, or 3 charges of whatever, right? What if it utilized all charges, like, of Phoenix Strike on each hit? So, like, for all 3 charges, you get all 3 effects. The lightning, the fire, and the ice. That could be kind of interesting. I feel like this is definitely a martial arts claw. Judging from the picture in the background, it looks like it's probably a martial arts claw. I wonder if we can do any searches and find a picture of it early. Let's see. New 2.6 Rune Word Mosaic. Now that we know the name of it, Mosaic Malgulthul. With specific information, sometimes you can find more than you would otherwise. Nothing good out there. No, there's really nothing. So until he releases it, we're just not gonna know. We're just gonna have to wait with bated breath and cry our little eyeballs out. Magic 8-Ball saying try again later. Oh man, that's terrible. You know what? Let's have some fun playing around on a martial arts sin, just for the lulz of it. And actually, you know what? Let me also get this. Let me get this set up for when he does launch the video, because I'd like to be able to watch this on stream with you guys as soon as he pops it up. Let me resize this until I get this right. A little bit more. Tiny bit more. Alright, so that should be good for when the video comes out. We'll pull that up and we'll have play around with it. Let's take a look at the Assassin real quick, and let's theorize what could possibly be going on. I need an Assasin. The Assassin of Assassin. It's Assassin. Not that assassin. That's a bad assassin. Don't be assassin. That's it. That's a good assassin. So, what do we potentially have going on here with this new Rune Word? Let's theorize. Let's rack our brains. Maybe we can figure it out before it actually comes out. It's obviously a claw rune word. It's a 3-socket claw rune word, so it's very similar to like plague or pattern that goes in a claw, right? In the teaser image that he gave earlier, do I still have the teaser image? I think I still have the teaser image. There it is. So in the teaser image that he showed us earlier, it clearly is showing a multi-explosion from a Phoenix Strike Assassin. If you guys have never seen a Phoenix Strike Assassin actually play through, that's what it looks like when you build like your full stacks and then you unleash your full stacks into a target. And what am I doing? I actually have a Phoenix Strike Assassin online. I built her a while back. And I think I will need to reboot the game. Yeah, I'll need to reboot the game. Let's pull up my actual Phoenix Strike Assassin since we have this Phoenix Strike Assassin thing going on. What was her name? I made a couple assassins. It wasn't Vegomatic. It was, oh yeah, Jean Grey. That's who it was. Jean Grey. All right, so this is my little Phoenix Strike assassin. She's using a Plague Claw. She's got, you know, Chains of Honor. She's running her Shadow Disciplines and Martial Arts Skillers and whatnot, and she's got her her torch and all that bullcrap. And so basically how she works is, you know, you basically build up your Phoenix Strike or whatever your associated skill is, and she's capped all of them, so she has everything. So when she runs out and she does her magic, she's got like the whole world coming down on a target. I mean, to give you an idea, let me go ahead and build this real quick and show you. So like if I build up my 3 Phoenix Strikes, build up my fire, build up my lightning, and then build up my my ice, and then if I come down on a target with a finisher like Dragonflight, of course I ran out of stuff right before it finished, didn't I? God dang it. Let's try this again. No, I don't have anything to teleport onto. I mean, and that's just like one charge. I don't know. Yeah, build this back up. And as you can see, I mean, it's like a nice little explosion. You get all the beautiful little things going on all at once. But it really seems like in this picture, from what I can tell, it's not just the regular explosion. Because how this works is you can clearly see that we have 3 different effects, right? So we've got the Fists of Fire, we've got the Claws of Thunder, we've got the Blades of Ice, right? And then we also have the Meteor effect from the Phoenix Strike, we've got the Chain Lightning, and then the Chaos Ice Bolt. All right, so how it works is when you're dishing out your Phoenix Strike, let me go somewhere that has a little bit more tanky monsters. I guess let's go to Frigid Highlands. So if I build up 1 charge of Phoenix Strike, I will get the Meteor, right? So instantly I have a Meteor. If I build up 2 charges, I get instantly the Lightning that comes out. If I build up 3 charges, I get the Chaos Ice Bolt, which is pretty cool. And that's this one, right? What it looks like to me in this image is that he has everything coming out at once. He has the Meteor, that looks like the Meteor to me, the Lightning effect, the Nova coming out from the Claws of Thunder, and then on top of that, I think I see some of the Chaos Ice Bolt coming out, like the beginning of the Ice Bolts. You can kind of see a little bit of the Ice Bolts hitting the targets. So it seems to me that the Rune Word is allowing you to unleash all 3 effects of Phoenix Strike with 1 hit. So instead of having to attack 3 times to unleash the Meteor, the Chain Lightning, and the Chaos Ice Bolt all at separate times, it looks like to me you're literally just building up the 3 charges and then unleashing all 3 charges on the target at once for like a massive damage bump. May or may not be like the coolest thing. I don't know. Like, I mean, being able to choose specifically which one you're doing was always the kind of like the thing that you had to do with Phoenix Strike. So if you wanted the ice, you had to, you know, build 3 charges and then spam once and then attack once back to back. I mean, it's interesting to see the Druid and the Assassin get some nice rune words. I'm actually kind of like this. And we also have one more rune word coming, by the way. So Kano has a rune word apparently that he's going to be releasing as well. His name is Kano_AU. He's also a streamer. And I don't know if he's going to be releasing his rune word today or if he's going to be releasing his rune word later. I've checked his Twitch page, and I haven't really seen anything yet. And then he does have a YouTube page, but it's mainly just speed runs. And I don't see anything on there for a rune word yet. So I guess we'll have to wait. But I mean, we've got a Diablo Druid helmet, right? Then we've got the Assassin Diablo claw. So the next one could be specific to another class. I don't know. Maybe like a paladin item or a necromancer item or a barbarian. Maybe like a specific barbarian item. That could be interesting, right? Like maybe something that... I don't really know. Like, I'm trying to think about it, but like... going with the theme that they seem to be, you know, following here, which is like beefing up a specific character. Like a barbarian, like a really nice barbarian item could probably be pretty epic. The bow barbarian. Giving them bow mastery. Splash damage helmet for the barbarian could be really cool, not gonna lie. That could be really interesting. So I don't know if you guys have actually played Assassin since the since all the buffs and the changes that they've made to the Assassin, but the martial arts Assassin is actually pretty fun now. Like I did a full playthrough back in I don't remember. I think it was last season, and because she's a non-ladder character now, and this was definitely season 1 because she does have the plague Suwaya. And I had a lot of fun leveling up this character. Like they have definitely made the entire martial art assassin into a much more fun character than it ever was before. And I've leveled up martial arts assassins before they buffed it, and it was painful. Like absolutely painful. And if they are coming out with a really nice claw for the martial arts assassin that is gonna enable them to be even more fun, that could be like a really cool build. I mean, they do a lot of damage. And with the Sunder Charms, you can definitely focus on one particular element. That's one of the things that a lot of the MA assassins are doing now with the Sunders. So you can be like a focused fire or a focused ice or a focused thunder. And then you still get the Phoenix Strike in the process. And then it's really only a 20-point investment between the two. So if you want to build like one specific claw, it's only 40 points for that investment. And then you can beef up one of the finishers. Which I found a lot of fun using Dragonflight since they fixed it. I'm not sure if you guys have played around with Dragonflight since they've fixed it, but they reduced the cooldown. It's now spammable. And on top of that, it is a guaranteed hit if you have a charge. So, like, you always end up hitting the target as long as you have at least one charge orb, like, in your bar. Which makes for some really fun gameplay, because you're just teleporting all over the place with Dragonflight. I mean, as you can see here, like, this is hell difficulty. I'm having absolutely no trouble, like, messing around with stuff. I got multiple different elements, so at any given time, like, if I want to switch to lightning, I've got my thunder claws. If I want to switch to, you know, my ice claws, I've got that going on. If I want to switch to my fire, I've got my fire claws running. And you can pretty much just, like, telestomp things, like, all day long. Like, that's your whole life as this martial arts assassin now. Because with Dragonflight, the way that it works, like, it's really just the most fun one to use. Because you're just constantly just telestomping everything. And you don't even really have to beef it up, because you're not worried about the damage that it outputs. You really just are only using it for the fact that you can telestomp everything. Now, granted, you can't teleport when there's no monsters around, which is unfortunate. But, like, in the course of battle, you will find that more often than not, you will just simply be, like, fighting a couple monsters, like, building up a couple charges, and then immediately telestomping the next target. And it works. It works really well. Why is there, like, no monsters? What the hell is going on over here? Oh, okay, there you are. You're all hiding. And then we telestomp, telestomp, telestomp. And that was our 3 charges. Oh, look, what's up, telestomp? What's up, telestomp? Why are you running, telestomp? Isn't that satisfying? That's very satisfying. You guys got to admit that's satisfying. Like, just the fact that, like, that monster was running from me, and I was able to just, like, telestomp right on his face. Like, just build a couple little charges right here, and you're just like, bonk, bonk, bonk. It's a very enjoyable playstyle. Like, very, very enjoyable. It's very fun. This whole build was extremely fun to play around with. Now, granted, if they're doing something to beef this up even further, I'm interested. Maybe I'll actually start an assassin for the first time in my ladder start. Maybe I'll be a MA Sin this ladder start. There are certain advantages, by the way, to starting as non-meta characters. So, like, if you start as a druid or if you start as an assassin, you end up getting fed all the equipment. Specifically when it comes to assassin, like, for instance, martial arts skillers tend to be, like, the redheaded stepchilds of the family of skillers. So, like, when people find an MA skiller, you are usually the only one that wants or needs it. And you could give them a chipped gem for it for all they care, because they can't trade it off to anybody because nobody wants the damn things. So there is a certain, like, just benefit to going to this direction, because when you go this direction, your equipment ends up being really easy to get your hands on. Like, you're going to have an easy time finding a decent assassin circlet because everybody's going to find them, but they don't need them. You're going to have a pretty easy time finding a really nice assassin amulet, which, by the way, this is my assassin amulet that I crafted last season. Absolutely just god tier freaking assassin amulet. Plus 2 assassin skill levels, 9% increased blocking, 21 strength, 60 mana, all resistances, 14 DR and MDR. When I crafted that, I was like, I gotta make an assassin to use that amulet. I got to. I gotta. And then also the 220 gloves. So, like, martial arts tends to be, like I said, again, the not really the important skill. So plus 2 martial arts with 20% IAS are pretty easy to come by. The plague works really good with this build. And whatever this claw is, I'm assuming you could probably use both. So you can have plague on one hand and whatever this claw is on the other. That could be very interesting as well. Why are there no monsters here? Like, it's just like deadness. Come here. No. Come here. No. Boom. Well, yeah, we know the claw has prevent monster heal. We know some of the stats that are on the claw, but we don't know the special stats. All we know so far is that it's IO. Oh, sorry, that's the one we were just looking at earlier. Where's my other freaking little dujang? It's Malgul Thul, which if we look up the runes, Mal runes are prevent monster heal. Gull rune in Diablo in a weapon is 20% bonus attack rating. So we know it has prevent monster heal, 20% bonus attack rating, and the Thul rune is what? Lightning damage? So it's just like, what, 1 to 50 lightning damage or something like that? "23 clone walks tomorrow." How many frickin' Sojas is that again? Eh. $2,300 Sojas? I think it's actually more than that. Because it's 75 to 125 Sojas per summon. And yeah, sometimes you end up with lower, but sometimes you end up with higher too, so... It's a lot of Sojas. They're definitely duping the Sojas. Oh, Thul is the cold damage, that's right. Why do I always mix up the Thul and the Ort? So 3 to 14 cold damage. So it's going to shatter corpses. I mean, 3 to 14 cold damage isn't going to do like shatter every corpse you fight, but it will shatter corpses. Boom, 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 boom. Trying to get their perfect Annie. I'm going to go get a refill on water real quick. We're waiting on this rune word to drop. So we still got about, 25 minutes until this new rune word drops. Sorry about that, I'm back. Had no water left. My throat gets dry while I be doing these streams. I need some waters. I found one Soj so far. Like, in the entirety of Diablo 2 Resurrected. Like, when we talk about, for instance, like, all these Sojas, like 2,300 Sojas to spawn all these dudes, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm sorry. It's just absolutely mind-bonkeringly insane. I've been playing for 23 years. And I've deliberately tried to farm Sojas on a regular basis. And half the time, I literally can't even find one, even if I wanted to. Have found one in the entire Diablo 2 Resurrected season. Have found 2 total Sojas in the entire time I've been playing the game. Yet somehow there's 2,300 Sojas to spawn 23 Uber Diablos in one day. There were some tricks back in the original Diablo, like a long time ago, that you could use to like hack yourself some Sojas, and I do remember that. There were like some specific things that you could do back in the original version of the game that would up the chances that Sojas would drop, and they patched most of that out. But like back in the original game, you could get lots of Sojas that way. It's actually really cold in here. I just realized because I'm an idiot. I don't know how long I've been up here and it's like freezing. I'm going to go cut my heat on. It was like 70 degrees yesterday, so I turned it off. And then, you know, of course, now it's like 43 degrees outside and I'm freezing to death. And I should have cut it back on when I came up here. Oh, yeah, it's bots, too. I mean, it's definitely bots. There's definitely bots involved. I mean, it's botting. It's everything that you can possibly do to get yourself Sojas. Probably duping them, too. Botting and duping. I don't have a 4090. I have a 3090. I decided to get the 3090 instead, not the 4090. And I really honestly needed it for work. My 1080 was ka-chunkin'. I love my GTX 1080, but it's just not powerful enough these days. Not to do streaming, Diablo, encoding, and everything else that I need. The 3090 is working a hell of a lot better than the 1080 ever was. All right. So I am a little confused on this. Like I'm curious what they're going to come up with. Like, is it gonna be something that involves like multiple charge acquisition? Maybe a buff that increases the damage of the charges? Something that allows you to utilize more than one charge and per hit? Like, the biggest buff that I think they could do, and this is just me coming off the top of my head here. So, there's 3 charges for Phoenix Strike. And when you use the 3 charges for Phoenix Strike, you have to use them one at a time. All right? And if you burn them all at once, then that just doesn't really help it either, because then you have to rebuild all 3 charges. What if it was a rune word that made it so that all 3 effects would be active at the same time for all 3 charges. So you would be able to attack 1, 2, 3 times, and all 3 charges would actually be applied on all 3 attacks. That could potentially make Phoenix Strike incredibly powerful. So I don't have to go back to work full time. I definitely do not want to go back to work full time, that's for sure. Any support you guys would like to give me on that front would be I would more than happily accept. It's not required by any means. You're not required to help me out, but like, you know, just like anything you guys want to do. Liking my videos, commenting, sharing, you know, like if you want to throw some memberships my way or become a Patreon member, any of that stuff. You just ordered yourself an Evil Cat hoodie? Oh, man. That's a classic. So before I ever came up with the intro and the outro, I used to just put videos at the end of my, you know, my channel, my blah, blah, blah. I used to just put funny cat videos at the end of my stuff. And I have this crazy one with the cat, where the cat is literally just staring into my soul. If you guys haven't seen the cat one, I kind of want to show it to you real quick while we're waiting on this rune word. Here it is. This is it. Oh no, he's no. Why are you turned? Transform. Rotate 90 degrees. There we go. Dude, he like literally just like stares into my soul. I caught him on camera one day, just like evil staring at me. I mean, look at the hate in his heart. In his little heart. Just how much he freaking hates me. Like the hate in his face. He just wants to, he's like breathing really heavy too as he hates me. He's just like, fucking hate you. I'll rip your fucking eye, rip your head off, and I'll bite and spit it out of there. Like, he wants to kill me in my sleep, and he probably would if he could. Like, so I started including that at the end of my my YouTube videos. I used to have like a bunch of like my older YouTube videos. Like, at the end of the video is literally just like the evil cat. And I'm gonna pull up like a really old video here and see if I can find it, because it's like way back. I gotta go in the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine. Before I started doing the intros. I don't even know how far back it is. But I had this really cool clip. It came with music and everything. Actually, do I have like a... I think I might still have it. Just like saved as a file. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Boom, 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 boom. I don't have it saved as a file. Ah, man. You know where it probably is? Now that I'm thinking about it. I got so much crap on my computer these days, man. I don't even know how to explain it to you guys. I got more stuff on my computer than I ever should rightfully have on my computer. It might just be lost to the ages these days. Unfortunately. Maybe at the end of my Bowenmancer. And keep an eye out late. Nope, that's my chinchilla, Mr. Nemo, And then that's the baby chinchillas. I used to put all sorts of crazy stuff at the end of my videos. Chinchillas, like anything that I felt like putting at the end of my videos. Like, it really didn't matter. Like, I would just throw anything at the end. I know what video. I know what video to pull up. I remember now. I remember because it's video with the evil cat. I remember the evil cat video. I actually posted an evil cat video. I remember to do. See, I'm just filling your time, okay? Here, if you want to watch it yourself, here it is right here. And I'm going to pull it up on stream for you guys so you guys can see it. Here. My deep thoughts about cats. Where is your... Beep, burr. Beep, burr. Why does it never fit the screen? Beep, 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 beep. There you go. Enjoy. You know what I think cats are like, and y'all are gonna laugh at this. I swear cats are like intelligent creatures that have the ability of like human thought. But they are like overwhelmed by instinct, and like they have absolutely no ability to control their instincts. And so despite the fact that they're intelligent enough to know that they're doing something wrong, their instincts just like completely overwhelm them, and they're like, must be in bowl. And they just can't stop themselves. I know you guys love it. You guys love it, okay? I even did the music, and I had the little slap and cut at the end. I loved that. That was one of my favorite ones that I did the ending for. That was before I had my outro, but freaking that's where the evil cat hoodie came from. If you guys haven't seen my evil cat hoodie, like that's literally where the evil cat hoodie comes from. Is that meme literally of that cat? His name, by the way, is a whole story unto itself, and I'm gonna pull up Lucky Luciano's stream because it's getting pretty close to that time. Pink. There we go. So, the story behind his name is very weird. So we had a cat that showed up out of nowhere, all right? And we named him, or Gina, my girlfriend, named him Marky, after Markiplier. And then his name somehow morphed into Marky Poo, which then morphed into Marky Shits, and then morphed into Marky Squirts. And then eventually, like, he was just constantly being called weird names like Marky Squirts. Then he had a kid, okay, with one of the female cats that we had. And this little cat came out looking exactly like his father, like a clone of his father. So we started calling the son Marky Shits Jr. and then eventually his name went to JR, and now he's JR Buttstinks Boy. Like, literally his name just kept evolving, so he's just JR Buttstinks Boy now. That's literally his name. And then that morphed even further, by the way. So now he's no longer JR Buttstinks Boy. Now he has gained another name, because one of his favorite activities in life, for some reason, and I don't know why, but I'm not even joking when I say this. One of his favorite activities in life is to sit on the couch behind you then position himself just right so his fuzzy balls are literally on your shoulder. And so now his name is literally just Balls. We literally just call him Balls. And and if you literally call throughout the house, you literally go, Balls! Balls! He literally calls back. He responds to his name. He loves it. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world. You literally just call out and you're like, Balls! And he's like, meow! And that is the crazy story of the evil cat's name. By the way, his father's name got changed to OG. He's just OG. That's his name now. Like, he doesn't even have his original Marky Poo name. Like, it just got completely removed from him because Marky Poo ended up getting transferred to the other cat. And then, like, literally now his name is just OG. He's just the OG cat. Because he's the OG shits. It's all very terrible, and I'm sorry that I told you that story, because now you will be forever wondering about the evil cat and what next name he's going to have. You're going to be like, man, he has had a rough naming life. I mean, it just went downhill from there. I mean, it was like Marky, then Marky Poo, then Marky Squirts, then now he's just OG shits. Like, I don't even know, like, what's going on with this cat. I feel like I should buy him a can of tuna or something and say sorry. Hey, it's not my fault. His name evolution isn't only my fault, okay? It's a household endeavor, all right? It's a whole household endeavor. All right, so we got some people up here in our chat. Let's show Lucky Luciano some love, by the way, since he's showing us this new rune word. Make sure you guys shoot over there and send him some likes. I'm going to share the link in chat again for you guys. This is the Lucky Luciano new rune word. He's going to be releasing Mosaic. That's the name of the rune word, is Mosaic. And it's Malgulful. I don't have my window quite right. Here we go. Can I use my channel-only rune words on somebody else's channel? That doesn't seem right. I should be able to use my channel-only rune words on whatever channel I want to use them on. Clicking that nearly crashed your 7-year-old PC. I think you need to upgrade, Joy. Let's put the hood on for the reveal. So we can look like a cultist member from Diablo 4. A perfect opportunity to get me 20K. That's right, over the headset. Why not over the headset? Of course over the headset. 25% chance to not consume a finish charge. You can already see if you refresh. What does he mean I can already see if I refresh? What do I see? Oh, he's got the Dujinks in here. Look, 30-second Plague comparison, Bartuk's comparison, Fury comparison, Magic Claw comparison, MA gameplay takeaway. So we've already got our Dujinks in here. He's already chaptered it up and everything. He's very good at staying still. He is very good at staying still. How did you know? How did you know? Hey, he's got 7K subscribers now. We bumped him up from 6.99. Now, if you guys could just bump me up from 19.99, that would be great. I need mo. You gotta subscribe. You gotta like. All right. You gotta comment, share. Give me all your money. And you don't have to do that one, but I gotta feed this big dog. I mean, in my defense. What do you want, Kubas? We're about to do. Oh, I knew you were coming up here. No, sir. No. Oh God, we're so big. Why are you so big? Girl. That's right. I'll beat you up. I don't want to play with your rope right now. I'm 1 minute from revealing the new rune word, buddy. You heard me. Maybe Lucky likes assassins. I don't know. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'll beat you up. It's 12 p.m. and it's not started. Refresh. Refresh. Hey. It's always a countdown before one of these things. They always do a premiere countdown. I've done plenty of premieres. They're fun. You get to chat with everybody. You get to, like, watch it with people and see what their reactions are. It's cool.
It doesn't have teleport. I'm sorry. Today, my rune word that I get to reveal to you, courtesy of Blizzard, and I'm really excited about it because it is going to completely change how the assassin is played, and specifically the skill tree of martial arts. Now, let me show you what the rune word is. It's called Mosaic. Like I said, Mal, Gold, Thol, pretty reasonably priced. And let's go through the stats on the rune word. These can be made in any claw base, and we have a 25% chance for finishing moves to not consume charges. Now, this is the big one, and we'll come back to this. I just want to go over everything else that is on the claw that we see. +2 martial arts. This does not roll. This is always +2. 20% increased attack speed. That is another static mod. 236 ED. So currently this is a range of 200 to 250. And I think it's pretty important. I'll explain why in a bit. And then we have 20% bonus attack rating. That's what you get from your Gull. This is just the claw base. You get a Thulse for some cold damage, and prevent monster heal. That is from your Mal rune. Now, this can be made in a claw base that has plus skills to it. So, for instance, a claw with +3 to Phoenix Strike, or any other plus skills that you would like to have on a martial arts assassin. You could potentially roll in a base like that, and you can choose your base for whatever you want. The 25% chance for finishing moves to not consume a charge is the big thing here. And there's confirmation received from Blizzard that this does in fact stack. So if you are using 2 of these claws, then you do in fact have a 50% chance to not consume your charge. Why is that important? Well, the only way for martial arts assassins to deal damage is to build up their charges and then use a finisher move to release all of those charges. And what happens is after you release the charges, you have to build them back up. So what you're getting with 2 of these claws is a 50% chance to just continuously deal huge amounts of damage. Now, martial arts assassin doesn't really get played all that often, even though they are capable of achieving so much damage because of this charge mechanic and having to constantly switch between your build-ups and your spend skill. Now, with this and a 50% chance, you are essentially increasing the damage or the effective clear speed by 50%. That's half of the time that you are going to have to spend charging up your skills and instead just unleashing havoc on your enemies. Now, what do we have in the game now that compares, and why did the martial arts assassin specifically need help? So here are some of the other popular options for the martial arts assassin. Plague is a big one. Plague's another one you can make in a claw base. So imagine having, your dream base for martial arts. But what does Plague give you? It gives you 1 to 2 skills, but it costs a Cham rune. So it's a little bit more expensive than Mosaic. But you get the skills. You get a little bit of damage, but it's only to demons specifically. Lower res when struck is actually pretty nice, and cleansing aura is also really good, a good defensive skill. So you're getting similar plus skills on this, but you don't get increased attack speed, and you don't get, of course, the finishing moves not to consume, which is the big deal here. Also a 20% attack rating boost. This isn't nothing. The attack rating boost that you get from the gold rune, you actually do need to connect to build up your charges and release, so it's important to have that attack rating on there. So Plague's one example of what we have now. I think the Mosaic clearly outshines it, not only for the stats, but the price. Bartux, this is a really popular one. Bartux is great. You get +3 martial arts in total. But you don't get the ability to choose your base. Now, for a unique claw like Bartux, you can add a socket to it, and you could put anything else in there. You could put your shale and get your 20 attack speed that you have on Mosaic that comes built in. But what you're losing out on is, a little bit of damage. It's a little bit lower. You're losing out on some plus skills, and really the martial arts shine with plus skills. So that's how the majority of your damage is being dealt. For the next comparison, we have Fury. So Fury is a great damage dealing claw, and you may think, why do I need to deal damage with martial arts skills? It's mostly elemental. Actually, dealing a decent amount of damage is good for sustain. So you're going to want to have sustain built into your character. For any effective character, you don't want to be, drinking a bunch of potions all the time. So having this damage actually is really nice to have on a claw. Fury, I would say, more geared towards PvP with all the chance of opening wounds. Ignore target defense is really good for PVM, and the minus target defense that you get from the Eth rune, and ignore target defenses from your jaw. You get the bonus of attack rating too from your goal, but what you're losing out on is a lot of skills. So you can make this in a claw base that has your base skills, but you're not going to get the +2 martial arts, and you're going to be missing out on some plus skills that are really going to help scale the top end damage on your Fury. So the last comparison claw, which I think is most similar to this rune word, is actually a claw that already exists in the game. I just created this in an editor program so you could see. It would be called Sensei's Greater Talons of Elasticity, or whatever. It gives the 20% increased attack speed mod. Sensei's gives you 2 martial arts. This is just a base where you can get +3 to some skills. So I have +3 to Phoenix Strike, Death Sentry because I think it's a good utility skill, and Dragonflight to help get around if you don't have Enigma, etc. And I just put a Gull and a Mal in it to get the Prevent Monster Heal and the attack rating boost. So I actually have a character file that you can download now to test out this claw. I wasn't able to create the exact mosaic because it's adding an entirely new mechanic to the game. But I was able to make this, which I think is the closest thing that exists in the game currently. You're not going to have the damage, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. The mosaic is going to give you a ton more damage with all that ED. And I'll show you why that's important. So, get a little play in. So there are so many abilities that you have martial arts related in the game, and the ability to not have to use your finishers is really important. So here is just some gear I put together. This is the Phoenix Strike damage, and then you can actually add up charges from all of your synergies for Phoenix Strike as well. And the crazy thing is that you could build up all these charges, and then potentially when you're using your finishers, all of them are going to release at the same time and never and potentially, unleash multiple times on top of it. So why is that important? This was never a mechanic that you could have even done in the game before. And now you're just going to be absolutely one-shotting mobs in the game. And I've been having so much fun playing around with this and just absolutely shredding and melting everything I encounter. And this is without even having the ability to maintain my charges. So this is just playing around with martial arts. The screen just explodes when you release those finishers, and it's going to be even faster than what you're seeing on the screen now, because I don't have the ability to create the new, the new mechanic in the game. But once it's there and we're going to be able to test in the PTR, I think that's where we're really going to get to see how strong this build really is. Like it's shredding now with the claws that I think most closely resemble the rune word in the game. And once we're getting that 50% chance to not consume our charges, it's actually going to be even faster. So like approximately 50% faster than it already is, which is crazy to think about because it's already doing insane amounts of damage. If you want, there's a lot of versatility in this build. So you can build it to choose your element of damage if you want to build up 2 or multiple different charges. For single target, you're going to want to be using like Fists of Fire potentially and Phoenix Strike. So for Diablo, we'll build up our Fists of Fire, build up our Phoenix Strike, and then just unleash. And you see how much damage that's doing? Imagine that, but you only have to build them up once ever, and then you absolutely just melt from there on. The one caveat I would say is that this Phoenix, these martial arts skills are very graphic intensive, and it's sometimes hard to tell when you have your charges on. So I'd really love to see, with this focus on martial arts in 2.6, an ability to track your charges easier than having to look at yourself. Because you saw all the procs that we get. Like, I can't even see what charges are on my character sometimes, which isn't great. It's nice to know that they're not being consumed all the time, but I would love for some sort of counter on the screen that shows exactly how many charges of each skill I have at all times, so then I can maintain my resources and know how often I need to charge those skills back up so that I am maintaining, my max DPS. I think that would be my only thing that I would have added to this rune word and to assassins and even some other classes in 2.6. I think it would go a long way. It would really help for min-maxing this build, and I'm really excited to test out martial arts. So if you're still here, if you don't know, my whole YouTube channel and my kind of my whole content creation career started with a video about a martial arts assassin. Assassins are my favorite character. I am super excited that I got this rune word to reveal, and I can guarantee you that I'm going to be playing this in the beta. I'm going to be testing it out still in single player, and I'm going to try to make the most of this claw and you know, and see what we can achieve with a martial arts assassin in 2.6. I really want to know your guys' feedback on the claw. Blizzard is open to feedback, and that's what the point of the PTR is. And they're open to changing and modifying this based on the feedback that we give. So let me know in the comments. Check me out on Twitch, where you can have live discussion today and talk about this claw. I really just want to know what you all think. I'm really excited about it, and I hope you are too. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
All right, so I'm back. I'm actually kind of impressed. This is going to be a lot more insane than it seems, and I'm going to explain why it's insane. Give me just a minute here. I'm going to bring up an image of the item as well, so we can talk about it. So I'm not really gonna like say that it's gonna be like broken overpowered, but it's gonna be really high damage, a lot higher damage than I think you guys are realizing. So Dragon Talon, which is the kick that kicks multiple times, the one that everybody uses for the kick sin. How many times does Dragon Talon kick? I can't even remember right off the top of my head. Is it 5 or is it? God, I can't remember right off the top of my head. It's been so long. Because it's actually a certain number of physical kicks, and each kick can, of course, proc a charge. And if we're dealing with a 50% chance that the charges are not going to be consumed, you're talking about the ability to proc probably like 10 to 15 or even more like charges within a short period of time. 6 to 7 kicks. So, like, say, for instance, you kicked 2 times, which isn't even really that much, like, of a span of time. And let's pretend that you procced enough of the effects not to consume the charges, right? So, you managed to have this effect proc 25% of the time. You're wearing 2 of them, so 50% of the time. And you get your maximum number of kicks, and then you kick a certain number of times per second. You would be able to unleash literally like anywhere between 16 to like 32 charges within a very short period of time on a monster. Like we're talking about Phoenix Strike and Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Fists of Fire. Like, you could have all of these built up, and you would just spam kicks as fast as you possibly could. Obviously, you're trying to get as many kicks off per second. Maybe you're even using, like, some proccing gear, so you have some proccing effects as well. And you literally just have, like, massive damage just pumping out on the target. The highest amount of damage output that you could possibly get from the kicks. Because you got to think, you're going to be pumping out Claws of Thunder multiple times. You're going to be pumping out Blades of Ice multiple times. You're going to be pumping out Fists of Fire multiple times. You're going to be pumping out Phoenix Strike multiple times. All 3 variations. They're going to all be hitting like really, really ridiculously fast. And normally what happens when you use Dragon Talon as your finisher, what happens is all of the kicks just burn all the charges instantly. And so you end up getting a nice little burst of damage in the beginning, but it doesn't continue, right? So you have to sit there and you have to rebuild all your charges. Well, if this works the way I think it's going to work, you literally could build up all your charges and just hold down the Dragon Talon button and just like chain gun annihilate whatever you're looking at. And we're not just talking about single target damage. We're talking about AoE damage in the form of Phoenix Strike, AoE damage in the form of Blades of Ice, AoE damage in the form of Claws of Thunder, and AoE damage in the form of Fists of Fire, which means that it's going to literally annihilate everything around you in a circle. Not just the target that you're killing, but everything around you, including the target that you're killing, is going to get annihilated out of existence. Within a 4-yard radius for Fists of Fire, within a what is that, like a 13-yard radius for the Claws of Thunder Nova within a, trying to remember how big, it's 4 yards radius for Blades of Ice, and then we also have the 13-yard radius for the Chaos Ice Bolts, and then I believe it's a 13-yard radius for the Chain Lightning as well, and about a 5-yard radius for the Meteor. So literally, like, within about 4 yards, everything around you is just going to, like, just disintegrate. Let's do the video for this. So I always do a video right afterwards. Let's have some fun with a video, shall we? So we're on the Martial Arts Assassin. I don't think I'm going to be able to create this item, unfortunately. The effect that this particular item is using, I can't think of any way that I can reliably create a this does not burn charges effect within Hero Editor. So I think we're going to have to wait until PTR for this one. There's really nothing I can do. And unfortunately, without that effect on there, it's really kind of a bland rune word. Like, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you guys. Like sans the charge effect, when you look at it, like, without the charge effect on there, it's actually kind of a bland rune word. Why don't I have the chance not to consume on my screenshot? Hold on. I need a better screenshot before we start. Let's go to Lucky Luciano's page real quick. He probably posted a picture of it, right? At least I would think that he would. Of course not. Bink. That is not it. That's Metamorphosis. I just need a better screenshot. He had a bunch of, like, not really the greatest screenshots. And then he had the one with the big red line through it, which I didn't really like that one either. Yeah, I should mention that as well. All right, there we go. There's a better screenshot. Let's... Alright, so we're going to do this video. If you guys have never been with me when I've done a video on live stream before, it's really simple. I'm going to do the intro. I'm going to record the video. I probably won't respond to you guys while I'm doing the video. And then I'll do the outro, and then we'll complete. Alright, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Rune Words. We got another new rune word from the glorious 2.6 patch, which is coming. Unfortunately, this particular rune word I'm not going to be able to create for you guys. I know, boo-hoo. It has an effect on it which does not exist within Hero Editor, and there's nothing I can really do about it. I will do my best to get it added into the pack eventually when 2.4 or 2.6 PTR comes out. I should be able to somehow export it from the PTR and add it into the Hero Editor then. But as it is right now, I can't add this one effect that's underlined here, and that's really the meat and potatoes of this rune word. So let's go over this rune word together, and let's talk about the various effects that are going on here, and what I think about this rune word. So it is a claw rune word. It's Mal Gull Thul, and the Gull rune is the highest rune word in here, which makes it a sea level 53 item. As you can see, it has a very prominent ability of 25% chance for finishing moves to not consume charges. And this is kind of insane because it potentially makes for an insanely high damage output when utilizing an ability that can burn charges extremely fast. Most notably is the finisher known as Dragon Talon. Dragon Talon has a rather large number of kicks, and the kicks happen extremely fast, and if you build enough attack speed, you can potentially get off anywhere between, I think 8 is the maximum number of kicks, like if you have like the highest IAS possible, and plus the skills and all that other bullcrap, like I think 8 kicks is your top end, right? So you could potentially burn essentially 8 kicks per attack, and if you could potentially keep all of your charges for those 8 kicks, you are essentially burning 8 charges per rotation, and the amount of damage that you could potentially do from the charges with this is kind of insane. On top of that, apparently, the 25% chance does stack. So what they're telling us is that if you wield 2 of these claws, like Wolverine himself, you can get a 50% chance for finishing moves not to consume charges, which is much more likely for you to burn charges on every single kick. And this means that you can literally just like absolutely annihilate like anything within range of you. And we'll talk more about that later. We also have +2 martial arts on here, which of course is nice since you're going to be a martial arts assassin. We have 20% increased attack speed, which is always nice to have on weapons. 200% to 250% enhanced damage, so there's a little bit of a variable there. 20% bonus to attack rating. We also have 3 to 14 cold damage, which comes from the Thull rune, and then we have prevent monster heal, which comes from the Mal rune. So just in general, it's not like the greatest claw in the world in terms of like its damage output or special effects, other than that finishing move doesn't consume charges thing. So if you're going to use this claw, you're going to be using it specifically for the fact that it doesn't consume the charges. So what I want to go over here is I want to talk about the abilities. So what kind of charges would you not consume, right? Well, first off is you're going to have to build Dragon Talon with this. You probably wouldn't want to use Dragon Flight, Dragon Tail, or Dragon Claw. None of these are going to be as effective as the multi-kick Dragon Talon. And the reason why it works out this way is because if you're going to be taking advantage of the fact that you don't burn charges, you're going to want to burn as many of these charges that you're not consuming as fast as possible. So the more of them that you can consume, the more charges that you can use within a short time period, the more damage that you can output. And Dragon Talon is just the best ability to use with this claw. And what can you output? Well, I mean, just let's explore for a second. So Phoenix Strike already has 3 AoE abilities. You've got your Meteor, you've got your Chain Lightning, and you've got your Chaos Ice Bolt. They're all AoE attacks, and they all dish out a really nice amount of damage within a small space. These 3 abilities by themselves, not even counting everything else, if you can spam all of these within a small space, everything within that space is going to die. You have to think that this is 8,064 lightning damage times 8, or 3,396 fire damage times 8, or 1,767 cold damage per bolt, by the way, times 8. Like, this gets into kind of insanity, especially when you consider that you can potentially fire off anywhere between, like, 16 to 32 kicks. And if you can maintain all of those charges throughout the entire kick session, you're talking about, like, let's just say you kick 4 times. All right, so let's say you've got yourself an 8-kicker assassin, right? And I feel like we kind of need to bring up a calculator for this so that we can get some more interesting stuff here. Let me pull this up on camera, and we're going to do a little bit of multiplication. I got to bring up the calculator because I'm legendarily bad at math, especially quick math. That's where I'm really terrible. And fit to screen. All right, so let's just run a little bit of math here, and let's see what kind of damage we would output just from one of the abilities. Okay, so let's pretend, for instance, that the Chain Lightning triggers 8 times on 1 kick. Right, so 8 times on 1 kick from Chain Lightning, we're looking at a total of 8,064 damage, which, by the way, not sure if you guys know this, but the chain lightning actually hits multiple times. So it actually comes in and twists around and literally says that the chain lightning can actually hit a target 2 or 3 times sometimes, depending on like how it moves, because it doesn't just like go outward. It goes outward and then comes back in and like snakes around. So we're not even just talking about one hit. We're talking about multiple hits, but we're not even going to calculate that. We're just going to calculate the single hits, all right? So 8,064 times 8 is already 64,512 damage within that small sphere. And then we're also talking about, say you can get off 4 kicks before the charges disappear, right? So 4 kicks is going to equal up to about 258,000 damage just for the chain lightning. And then you could throw in another charge. So you could throw in Claws of Thunder, which has Nova, 3,978 Nova damage. Throw in Blades of Ice, which has a 2,269 ice damage. The Fists of Fire has 2,920 damage. It also has a damage per second as well. So what we're looking at here is like an insanely high amount of damage that can be outputted within a very short space of time. Because you can walk up to a group of monsters and unleash everything that you've got into them within a matter of, like 4 seconds. Like literally 4 seconds goes by and you've literally fired 32 charges at this monster and just absolutely annihilated them from existence with lightning, fire, ice, AoE, and single target damage all being procced on the target at the same time, which is kind of insane. Like, I see this as, if it works out the way that it seems, I see this as an absolutely crazy build that could potentially surpass even like the current kicks in. Because you have to think, you can also add in your Crushing Blow, your Open Wounds, and potentially another proccing effect. So you could have something like, I'm trying to think right off the top of my head, like Carrion Wind for the Twisters. You can have various other pieces of equipment that might have other proccing effects on them. You can't really use Rifts with it, which is a pretty common one, but Rift is kind of like the same kind of thing here. So like how a Rift Sin works is you're kicking so fast that you're proccing all of these frozen orbs. And in a way, it actually kind of functions the same way. So your charges then become the proccing effect, and you're utilizing the Dragon Talons specifically to get those procs. And as long as you're not burning the charges, you can continually spam as many Dragon Talons as you can until either A, you've burned up all your charges, which will eventually happen, or B, the charges fall off on their own from their duration. Now, the charges don't have like the longest time span. Like if I go out here real quick and I just build a charge, let me just build any charge, it doesn't matter. So we got 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So about 18 seconds. They last for about 18 seconds. And of course, that's completely unofficial because I didn't actually use a clock. I was just counting it out. But about 18 seconds for a charge. So within 18 seconds, you build your charges as fast as you can. Maybe it takes you like 5 seconds to build your charges. You've got 13 seconds left to spam Dragon Talons, as many Dragon Talons as you can, until you run out of charges or the charges disappear on their own, and then you continue to go forward. So it's going to be a burst damage build. So you're just going to run in, you're going to build up all your charges, which, by the way, this character actually is set up for Phoenix Strike. So let me go ahead and show you how this works. So you would go in and you would get all your charges set up. So first thing you got to do is actually find some monsters to kill. Go ahead and build all your charges. And I've got them all set up on alternate butts here so I can build them all up. And then you're going to kick a monster, and it's going to look like that. Like, do you see how that monster just got obliterated off the face of the planet? Like that kick, that one kick that I did to him was super powerful. But as soon as I did that, every charge that I had was gone. The difference between this and this is that potentially I could continue obliterating monsters as long as the charges remained. So I would just continually kick every single monster nearby and continually burn all of those charges on a target without actually consuming them, and the monsters would just continually be obliterated from existence. I can honestly imagine in my mind, like, playing this character, and it's probably going to be an absolute blast of a time. You're talking about being able to just, like, burst damage anything down that you come across to the point where when you're looking at the target, you're like, okay, that target's dead. And you kick it, and literally everything around it dies too, because it's all AoE damage. I mean, you got to think about the fact that Fist of the Fire is AoE. Claws of Thunder is AoE. Blades of Ice is AoE. Everything in Phoenix Strike is AoE, right? So as soon as you start kicking a target, all of these AoE effects are going to suddenly blossom out from this monster that is the unfortunate target of your rage. And then everything around it is probably going to die too. So this isn't like a single target killer. Like if you build a regular kick sit, you know, that has like 100% crushing blow, you've got, you know, nice attack rating and everything, and maybe you're even using a rift or something like that, so you have some form of AoE damage. For the most part, you're still just single target, right? But you could potentially build your regular kicksin that utilizes all that crushing blow, and you could combine it with these charges at the same time, and you would end up with like an absolutely ridiculous killer of everything. Like, not only would you have like 100% crushing blow with a build like this, but you would also have just massive AoE damage to take out everything around the target that you're kicking as well. And I imagine it would probably work extremely well on bosses too. Like if we're killing like Diablo or Uber Mephisto or Uber Bale or something like that, like the speed at which they would die from a fully charged up Dragon Talon kick spree, like you just go up, like let them spawn a couple of their monsters, build up your full charges, and then probably do like a Dragon Talon right on top of them. So get your Dragon Flight, you just Dragon Flight right in, and then just start unleashing your kicks. And Mephisto's HP would probably drop down in record time. We're probably talking about record Uber Tristram kills here, because not only can you combine it, of course, with all the crushing blow and all the crazy stuff that you can do with a regular kicksin, but you can also combine it with the elemental damage now. It's just adding layers on top of a character that was already very good, in my opinion, because the kicksin could already just absolutely annihilate most bosses. In many ways, it really reminds me of the North Star Smiter that I made recently. So my North Star Smiter was an attempt to create a character that was an extremely good boss killer and an extremely good density clearer at the same time. So you're trying to combine two things together. Because being a good boss killer doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good density clearer. And being a good density clearer doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good boss killer, right? So you kind of want the best of both worlds, and that's kind of what this is. Because the Dragon Talon skill already gives you the amazing boss killing potential. And then adding in all of these AoE elemental damage abilities gives you the ability to clear density. So when you're in there and you're dishing out your damage to your single targets, which is going to be your bosses, your elites, your champion packs, and whatnot, which is pretty much what you're going to target. Like, you're not going to target the trash mobs. All of these elemental damage AoE effects are just going to be annihilating everything around you while you're taking out those targets. And that's exactly how my North Star Smiter works, is literally he can annihilate any target in single target. Like, it doesn't matter what boss it is. It doesn't matter how the character, you know, like how that monster is set up. He walks in, he absolutely demolishes them in single target, and then uses the Fist of the Heavens to density clear things around him. So I can definitely see this new build, like, with this claw. I feel like it's going to be absolutely fun to play. And the Phoenix Strike Assassin might actually be, I don't know, the new meta. I'd like to see it. Because I'm kind of curious what the math is going to work out to and how long the charges will last. 25% seems a bit low. So I know that 25% is a lot. But when you're burning, say, 32 attacks within a relatively short period of time, a 25% chance not to burn charges is kind of low. I wouldn't want to see it at 100% because 100% would just be kind of broken in my opinion. And if it is 100, you could literally just continually burn these charges like never-endingly. It's also really important to note that in the patch previously, when they adjusted all of these skills, they made it so that Dragon Cat Talon cannot miss when you have charges, okay? And this is really important because I don't think a lot of people understand this, is that Dragon Talon has attack rating issues. And if you're using Dragon Talon by itself with no charges, you have an ability that misses on a regular basis, okay? But if you have something that is preventing those charges from being burnt, that means that every single time a charge isn't consumed, Dragon Talon is guaranteeing its hit. So you have basically a new smite ability. As long as you're utilizing a charge, Dragon Talon is a guaranteed hit. You have an ability that literally makes it so that you don't burn charges. Dragon Talon is hitting literally like 8 times per attack cycle, and you have 8 guaranteed hits per attack cycle as long as you have charges up, which makes it honestly kind of ridiculous in that regard. And then even like PvP situations, I could totally see somebody building up a full stack of charges and teleporting on top of somebody multiple times with Dragonflight. And as long as you're holding down the button, you're going to be burning more charges. So like you could potentially sit there and just keep tele-spamming on a target over and over and over again, burning hundreds of charges on this guy until all 6 charges, eventually come off after the 18 seconds. So you would literally go build your charges on like a random zombie or skeleton or something, I don't know, or maybe on his minion, whatever you can get your charges built with. Dragonflight onto them, and then start spamming Dragon Talon. You got guaranteed hits, tons of charges being pulled off, ice effects, fire effects, lightning effects. There's no way they would be able to counter every single element since you literally have all 3 elements. Even if they have 75% resistance to all 3 elements, there's going to be one of them that you could probably take advantage of. I don't know, I like it. I'm definitely going to have to play around with this in PTR when it comes out. I'm assuming PTR is coming out next week. I'm pretty sure Pez Radar said that PTR was going to be next week, which I believe is this week, technically. This is the post that he made. He said D2R is ramping up toward PTR 2.6 update next week. Yeah, so that was last week that he made this post. So we should be looking at PTR like probably, I want to say like Tuesday to Thursday. Usually Thursday is usually when they do that kind of stuff. They usually announce the patch notes on Tuesday. Then they announce the actual PTR launch on like Thursday or like Wednesday, Thursday. This one is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. I think this is one that is going to be a lot more powerful than people realize. And if they tweak it a little bit, a couple tweaks here and there, maybe an adjustment to the percentage, and it could find its perfect balance. The only thing that I'm thinking off the top of my head is I'd like to see it a little bit higher than 25%. That is the wrong image. I would like to see it be 33%. I know that you can stack 2 of them and 2 of them equals 50, but 2 at 66% feels a lot better than 2 at 50%. I think 2 at 33% would be better. But what we really need to do is really need to get our hands on it. We need to test it, and we need to play around with it. And once we get our hands on it and test it, then we'll know 100% for certain how broken and how overpowered it is. It's nice. It's a nice rune word. It's a good addition to the game. I think it's going to have a very lasting effect on the Phoenix Strike Assassin in general, which is a rather underplayed build. And we may see a lot more Phoenix Strike Assassins in the future. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and definitely keep an eye out for PTR when it comes out, because I'll be live streaming that. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Cut, print. All right, let's get this bad boy upgraded, uploaded. I'm gonna lag up the stream for a little bit while I'm uploading this video. Uploading the video. Uploading the video. Lagging up the stream and uploading. I gotta get this like cut, print, and finished here. Give me just a minute while I run all the little doojanks I gotta do. It's kind of a cheap rune word, don't you guys think? At Malgull, I feel like it's kind of cheap. Malgull's not really that ridiculous. I mean, you can get a Gull and a Mal rune. Both of those can drop from Hellforge, right? Like, that's not a ridiculously expensive rune word. And you could totally make two of them, I feel like. I feel like that's within the bounds to make two. Right. Just trying to get all this stuff put in here. Fade with a lightning, fire, and cold thunder would be pretty powerful. Yeah, that actually would be really, really hot. And the fade would pretty much cancel out all the negative resistances from all three. That would actually be really powerful. Sorry, I'm just typing in everything here for the video. All right. And we need to make a we need to make a thumbnail too. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it takes so much work to do all this. I gotta type in all this stuff. I gotta set up all the doojanks. I gotta go in and I gotta to make sure that I tell them that there's no cursing in it. Although there was a bunch of cursing in this video. Oh, damn. Every time I said Marky Poo. Marky Squirts. Marky Shits. Please don't hate me. Alright. That is finished. And it's currently still uploading. Let's get our screenshot. Are you guys ready? We're gonna do a little screenshot here. Hold on, let's something like this. We're gonna point at it and we're gonna be like, there we go, hold on. How's that? Is that good? You guys like that one? Is that professional enough? Does that make me look fat? That's the real. Do I look chunky? Big chunky boy? Hey, we got a Korean visitor here. What does that say? I gotta translate. You gonna translate for me? Translate to English. Why is it not? I believe that's Korean. Korean. There we go. It's not translating for me. I hate it when it does that. Let's try reloading the page. And then translate. There we go. In Korea, YouTuber Diablo 2 Resurrection is best game. Everyone's subscriptions are great help. Oh, well, thank you, sir. Alright, let's post this in here. Save this image. Alright, I just need to get the thumbnail set up, and then we are good to go. I can go ahead and post it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to set this one up to download. It's very sad, because I was able to do all of them so far except for this one. This one definitely does have a unique effect, which is not something that I'm going to be able to replicate in Hero Editor. There we go. Mosaic. I'm a chunky? Oh no. You know, it's funny, when I got this camera, I was like, why do I look so wide? Like, this camera makes me look wider than I am. I don't know what it is, but it's like I gain width. Not height, but width. And like, I can't figure it out. Like, the camera just makes me look wider than I am supposed to be. And I did look up some stuff. And there were some information on, like, apparently you could like do some sort of modding or something to change the way that the camera angle worked or something, and it would fix the but it just seemed like a whole lot of effort for not really a whole lot of reward. All right, so I'm making the thumbnail right now, guys. Give me just a second here. Do I know if there's any other rune words coming? Yes, there is. There's one more person that we are supposed to be getting a rune word from, by the name of Kano_AU. Apparently he's a speedrunner. I don't know when he's going to be posting his. I did reach out to him to try and see if I could maybe get a date. Not that I would tell you guys the date, because if he tells me, I'm not going to betray that trust and tell you. But he has not contacted me and told me anything. So I'm not sure when he's going to be releasing his, whether it's going to be today or whether it's going to be tomorrow. But we will keep our eyes and ears peeled. All right, we also need a Malrune. Mally, alley, 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 Assasin free. Mally, pally, wally, wally, what don't pee. There it is, Malrune, and my dog just farted and it smells like horrible death. I'm glad you guys don't have smell-o-vision, because otherwise you would be here to smell this horrible, ridiculous, frickin' dog fart that he just unleashed. just unleashed hell into me. Like, it's just it's wrong. It's wrong, okay? I didn't do anything to deserve a giant mega dog fart. Looks good. Okay. Save and publish. Today you got to know my channel by the algorithm. Well, thank you, Wani Games. I like honestly Korean stuff. I always have. You guys make some really cool things over there. That one movie you guys put out, Castaway on the Moon, is one of my absolute favorites. I would really like to get a hard copy of that if I could, but it's like really rare. I don't know what happened with that movie, but it's like really hard to get your hands on a freaking copy of it. But if you guys have never seen Castaway on the Moon, it's a Korean movie. Just freaking, I love it. I was dying laughing during half of it. Okay, it looks like we're ready. I'm just gonna go ahead and publish it. And let's make it a premiere. Why not? Instant premiere. Join me, guys and gals, for my instant premiere. God, it's super loud. Don't do that. Alright, I need to very quickly put out some doojankeries for this so that people know that I'm posting it. Gotta put out some tweets, some twoots. I gotta put out some twotes. Alright, postity postedids. Posted on Facebook too. Which, by the way, if you guys aren't, following me on Twitter, if you're not following me, I'm on Facebook. I also have a TikTok. Got all sorts of cool stuff. You guys can, follow me all over the place, and I post crazy things everywhere. Alright. Posty posties. Posty posters. Posty posties. Posty post everywhere. Post 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 post. Post post. Spam. I mean spam. I mean post. I mean spam it. I mean post it. Post it, spam it. Spam posted. Alright. So the premiere is going on. I'm going to sit and chat over here, and I'm actually going to respond to some of these comments and stuff people are making. And then once this premiere is over, I'm going to do a little bit of research into Kano. I did send him a message. I'm going to see if maybe I can get an idea of when he's going to be posting his Rune Word. If you guys could head over to the video and shoot me some likes or subscribes or comments or whatever, that would be helpful. I like to get these videos up as soon as possible so that people can, hear my thoughts on the rune word. I know Lucky Luciano already posted it, so it's already been revealed, but I feel like I have some pretty good things to say about the rune word. You can talk to me in 2 chats. That's right. All the chats. I'm spamming emotes in my own chat. What's up, Pablo? My thing about this new rune word is that you're not going to use it unless you're building it. Like, it's not like a generic item like Jalal's Mane that gets used on every single character. You're not going to use this rune word unless you're specifically going to exploit what it's doing. If you're not exploiting what it's doing, you're not going to use it, because it's not really a good rune word outside of that function. Oh yeah, 8 Maul the Helm would be absolutely great. My brother said he looks boring. Hey. Can we say Kane? Oh. So what do you guys think the next rune word is going to be? Like, it's really interesting to consider this now that we know the direction that they're going. Remember, I told you guys that there was going to be a specific direction, right? That there was going to be a specific thing that they were going to be going for. And so we already know now. So now we know that the Druid was one direction they were going, right? So they went with the Druid, a focus on the Druid. This is the focus on the Assassin, right? So we got a focus on an Assassin, a focus on a Druid, and then we got some mid-range rune words, right? So the next one could be a focus on another specific class. So what class do you think could be that focus? You know what? Let's do a poll. I feel like that's a good thing to do. I'm going to end this poll that's currently up, and we're going to do another poll. I can't. Werewolf won with 61%. Okay, so what class do you think the next rune word will focus on? Question. All right. So I'm gonna add all the options in here. I can only do 4, of course, but we're gonna do barbarian. It's not Druid or Assassin, because those have already been chosen. Amazon, Sorceress, and, of course, the Necromancer. Am I missing anything? The Paladin? I don't got enough room for the Paladin. Let's, because I don't think it's the Amazon. I have a feeling it's not the Amazon. Let's take out the Amazon and let's throw in the Paladin. And let's just have a little bit of fun with it. You guys tell me what you think on the next one's going to be focused on. Because I have a feeling the next one's going to be a focus too, right? my gut feeling, deep within my soul, my gut is telling me it's barbarian. That's what my gut's telling me. I think the next one's going to be a barbarian weapon, or it could be more generically a melee weapon, like just a melee weapon in general. Like it could be kind of like a generic melee weapon. But I think barbarian is probably what it's going to be focused on. Yeah, Amazon has Infinity, which is absolutely ridiculous. If you've never used Infinity on an Amazon, it's absolutely insane. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can do a redirect on this thing. Let me do this redirect before it finishes. There's an option for me to do a redirect to a Dojankarankaries right there. It might be too late for me to do the redirect. I'll just have to manually put the link in. Runeword colonoscopy. My bet is it's going to be something that allows melee characters to have an AoE effect. Maybe like a corpse explosion rune word or something. Like, I feel like corpse explosion is the one way that you can add an AoE effect to a melee character. And having the right level. So it's important to talk about this from this point of view. It's got to be the right level, okay? It can't be an extremely high level of corpse explosion, because then it's just going to be broken, overpowered to the point of insanity. All right, it's got to be something in between. It's got to be an in-betweener kind of a dojank. Right, so if we go take a look at the Necromancer, let me pull up a Necromancer here real quick so we can play around with this, and I'll kind of show you what I mean, because on the Necromancer, when you level up Corpse Explosion, you'll be able to see how clearly of difference it is with from a low level Corpse Explosion to a high level Corpse Explosion, and you can very finely tune exactly how big you need it to be, right? So they could play around with it for a couple weeks, and they could, or even months, and they could try and figure out exactly what the right radius is to add to the item. Let me pull up a Necro here. I know I got a Necro somewhere around here. What the hell's going on here? Oh, did I? All right, there we go. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Bartos. If you guys haven't subscribed already, Subscribe. Come on now. What's keeping you from subscribing? What is keeping? Do you need to see a nipple or something? Is that what we need? Because I mean, if that's what I gotta do to get a subscription out of you, I mean, just send me a DM. I'll shoot you a pic or something. You guys are like, really? Get a nipple pic out of this? All right. So let me get this there. Take my shoulders off. All right. So I'm going to show you kind of like the craziness that goes on with this ability. Why do I still have +4 skills even though all of my items are redded out? What the hell's going on? Where are these 3 skills coming from? Everything is red. Literally everything is red, yet somehow I still have +3 skills. Oh, the set bonus is still being the set bonus was still working despite the fact that every piece of equipment that I had on was red. That is crazy. I didn't know that was a thing. Learning new things about this game every single day. Please, not the crack of the heavens. All right, so at level 1, it's only 2.6 yards. 2.6 yards is nothing. Like, 2.6 yards is like a 2-range melee weapon. Like, it's not going to hit anything unless it's in the immediate vicinity of the monster that dies. So, like, 2.6 yards is already, like, kind of too small. And then at level 2, we're talking about 3 yards, which is only a little tiny bump. Level 3 is 3.3 yards, and then level 4 is 3.6 yards. Level 5 is probably the sweet point at 4 yards, or we could even say maybe level 6 at 4.3 yards. I feel like that's big enough, right? Like 4.3 yards is not bad, and to give you an idea of the yardage, I actually do have an image which I used a little while back specifically to give you guys an idea of radius. Do I still have that image? It's been a long time. I don't even know if I still have it. It's a great image, though, if I can find it, and it perfectly shows the distance. Because if we're talking about distance and we're talking about trying to clear or figure out exactly how far an ability should go, like this is what we need. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Ah, there it is. All right, this is it. Let's go ahead and transform fit to screen. Bam, there we go. All right, then we're going to filters, edit filters, plus filter, color correction, add opacity. We're going to bring it down to a 50% opacity so that you can see it overlaid directly over the character. That's what we're looking for. And then zoom out. There we go. So this is the actual range of abilities. If you guys have never actually seen this before, this is like how abilities work within the game. So at 2 yards, you can see it barely goes outside of melee distance. Okay? At 4 yards, you're talking about the size of a Decrepify curse. So if we were to use Decrepify, that would be the distance. So fine-tuning the distance that Corpse Explosion goes, if they do end up going with like a Corpse Explosion proc, is kind of like really important. And that's where things get spicy, right? Because if you don't fine-tune it enough, if it's too big, it's going to be overpowered. If it's too small, like if it's only a 2.3 yard radius, it's not going to hit hardly anything, and it's not really going to do very much damage. Like, it needs to be enough, but not too much. And I mean, as you can clearly see by the yardage on this screen, like even just 12 yards would literally hit everything on the screen just about. 23 yards would hit actually everything on the screen, because that's like to the edges of like both corners. So it's going to be pretty massive. And I think I did a range video a while back, and I used this to show off the range, and it pretty accurately displays how far away things are. Like for instance, 13 yards. So if you look between 12 and 14, which is obviously 13 yards, that is the range of Conviction Aura. So like if you're running an Infinity Merc, that's how far your Infinity Merc's aura goes, is 13 yards. And you know, even just 13 yards is a pretty large distance within the game. So even the Death Sentry has a distance, and I don't think the Death Sentry would work. And here's the reason. So when you're a melee fighter, if you're in there in the thick of it and you're fighting a large group of monsters, there's every possibility that you will be, you know, in there, like with all the monsters when they die. So like let's go to the Druid that we were building earlier with the Metamorphosis helmet, and let's go to Eldritch, for instance. So if you're in here and you're having fun, doing your thing, whatever it is that you're doing, and your corpse explosions are going off, they're going to be going off where you are. So that monster that I just killed is going to explode, and it's going to hit all the other monsters around, right? But if you have the death sentries going off, they're going to fire lightning, and they're not actually going to explode corpses unless there's a corpse. And let's say you're moving around a lot, it could potentially explode this corpse over here and not the corpse next to the monsters as you're fighting. I feel like the one proccing directly from the weapon, like on the target that you just killed, is going to be more potent than something that might not potentially like hit the monster that, you know, the actual corpse that you need it to hit. Because if it's hitting that actual corpse, the one that you just dropped on the ground, it's going to potentially hit everything around it, whereas the Death Sentry might not be as effective. It could hit a corpse over there, it could hit a corpse over here, you know, it could fire a bunch of lightning bolts and not, you know, do any corpse explosions. And then also the radius comes into effect with the Death Sentry too. So the Death Sentry has a radius that goes up and down with its level, just like Corpse Explosion does. And it's not as effective either. So it's important to note that the Death Sentry is less effective, less damage than Corpse Explosion is. For instance, it's only 40 to 80% instead of 70 to 120. So it's far less damage per Corpse Explosion with Death Sentry than it is with Corpse Explosion. And then also, as you can see, with just 1 point, it's 3.3 yard radius. So it would also have to be a specific level to actually get the full damage output. And every time it shoots, it's going to shoot either lightning or a corpse explosion. So if there's no dead body, it's just going to shoot lightning 5 times and it's going to do nothing. Yeah, but we're not going to be able to do that. Like, we're not going to be able to, if you're talking about an item that's going to proc Death Sentries, you're not going to be able to choose when the Death Sentry comes out. So sometimes it might come out and there's no corpses and it's just going to get wasted. And other times it might come out at the end after you killed everything and it starts corpse exploding, but again, all wasted. Like, for it to be effective, it would have to actually come out at the exact time that you need it. And I'm not really sure if that's going to work out for a chance to cast ability. And we don't know what % chance this is going to be. It could be a 50% chance, or it could be a 10% chance, or it could be a 5% chance for all we know. Sorry, my Premiere is still going. I'm trying to reply to people on there as well. Starting to get the halo. It's around that time of the day. I've got the halo. All right, so the Mosaic video is finished. What if it's a barbarian specific thing, right? So what if it's barbarian specific? Barbarian seems to be the popular choice, right? Since we've already had Druid and Assassin. Let's take a look at the barbarian and let's see what potentially they could do now that we know kind of what's going on with their thought process, which is let's focus a rune word specifically on a class, right? So with the Druid, they focused on the shapeshifting. Good lord, the frickin' sunlight is just beaming in. Hold on, let me adjust my exposure real quick so that I'm not so bright and shiny. Like I'm still bright and shiny, but whatever. So with the Druid, they focused on the shapeshifting. With the Assassin, they focused on the Phoenix Strike, the charges, right? So what's special about the Barbarian? I don't really know. The weapon masteries is the first thing that comes to my mind, is that, like, the weapon masteries are just crazy. Maybe they would come up with some way to, like, improve the weapon masteries a crazy amount. Just, like, I don't really know specifically what you could do to the weapon masteries, but, like, what if they came out with something that, like, just added extra effects to the weapon masteries, but, like, had a different effect for each mastery? So hear me out here. So, like, let's say the blades added, like, I don't know, like an extra 10% crit chance or something for using this item, and then maybe, like, the axe mastery added, like, I don't know, just, like, something specific. Maybe like an extra damage bonus for mace mastery, or maybe, like, I'm not really quite sure exactly, like, because I got to form this in my head. It's all just an idea at this point. But it could potentially be a rune word that specifically gives you a bonus depending on what weapon you're wielding, right? So each weapon would have its own specific bonus, and then it would make you choose between different weapons. So, like, maybe something like the spear would have a chance to pierce through and hit the target behind it. Maybe the polearm would have, like, extra range added to it no matter what, like an extra, like, range modifier. Or maybe the mace, since it's a crushing blow weapon, you know, maybe it has, like, an additional crushing blow added to it if you're using a mace class weapon. Maybe, like, the axe just has, like, a flat damage bonus added to it, since axes tend to be very damaging weapons in general because they're just, you know, high threat items. You know, if somebody comes swinging at you with a big battle axe, is going to do a lot of damage, right? Daggers could be crit. Swords could be crit, maybe extra, like a huge amount of extra crit added on for that particular weapon. And it just kind of, like, really pops out at me as an interesting idea, because the masteries are really kind of like one of the things about the barbarian that makes the most sense. And having an item that gives you specific bonuses depending on which mastery you're using sounds very interesting to me. And I also kind of like, this was something that kind of just like popped into my head. And I don't know if you guys follow this train of thought, but you know in Diablo 4, I don't know if you guys have been following the news on Diablo 4, but one of the things that they want you to do with the Druid in Diablo 4 is to switch back and forth between the bear and the werewolf forms. There's actually a whole build. I recently went over the skill tree, and there's like a whole build that revolves around switching back and forth between the bear and the werewolf form, right? And then they add a rune word in Diablo 2, which essentially is encouraging you to switch back and forth between the bear and the werewolf forms, right? So it kind of like follows the logic, right? So what are they doing in Diablo 4 for the barbarian? They have the arsenal system. So the arsenal system is this system that revolves around swapping weapons, like between different weapon types. Like you might have like a two like one-handed swords, and then you might have like a big axe, and then you'd have like a two-handed mace, and you have like all of them equipped at the same time, and then you go back and forth between using these weapons at will. So you have like an arsenal, you know, your whole arsenal is just on your back, and you can pull out any weapon at any given time. What if the rune word for the barbarian, and this is just a, you know, the spitballing off the top of my head, what if it gives you access to maxed out masteries of every type so that you can switch back and forth between any weapon that you want? I mean, if you think about it, it's not as big of an advantage as you would imagine, because if you have access to all the masteries, you don't get any more bonus than you normally would, because, like, for instance, if you have blade mastery maxed out, it only works for blades. And if you switch to the axe, it only works for axes. So you don't necessarily get like a huge bonus for having all the masteries, but it does literally allow you to use multiple weapons. So it would be like an interesting way that you could have a character that could use multiple weapons at the same time. Like maybe you've got, you know, like griefs on one set, and then maybe you've got like another whole different kind of like setup on the other one for like two different like barbarian builds. I mean, it could be a whirlwind item. I think whirlwind is also one of the very special things about barbarian. It's definitely a unique ability. Maybe it's a rune word that very specifically affects whirlwind. I'm not exactly sure what it would do. Maybe it allows whirlwind to finally proc chance to cast effects. Maybe it's just a very finely crafted rune word for whirlwind. I'm going to look up Kano real quick, and I'm going to see if he's got anything posted. Give me just a minute. So I'm going to check all of his doojanks here. So Kano has posted nothing on Twitter. Let's check Kano's Twitch page. Kano has not been live recently. He was live 2 days ago, so he hasn't really been live recently at all. Let's check his YouTube channel. And he has some speedrun videos on his YouTube channel, but nothing too amazing there. So we're still waiting on the final rune word or rune words. And this may not be all of them, by the way, because I pointed this out last time. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but last time they hid a rune word from us. So even though potentially we have only one rune word coming, there is also the possibility that they've hidden one from us. When the patch notes were finally released, there was a rune word that was hidden in the notes that they had never announced, and it was Obsession. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was a big surprise to everybody because nobody knew about the rune word. they had released all these rune words. You know, they had released Plague, they had released, you know, the Unbending Will, they released all these cool rune words. But then finally, like, you know, at the end, we're like going through the patch notes, and I get to the rune words, and I'm like, oh yeah, we already know about all these. We already know about all these rune words. Nothing new there. And then, like, I'm like, wait a minute. I was like, what's this one? That's new. I'm like, huh. Obsession. Trying to see if I can... I got, like, this little thing to try and help block out the sun. It doesn't always work, but... yeah, that didn't help at all. God damn, back up like this. Hey, that actually works. Let me push my chair back a little bit. Fade off into the shadows. I mean, Obsession is a kind of a fun rune word. I definitely see the focus that they're going for with these rune words. They're specifically focused, or hyper-focused on classes. I do think that's a little unfortunate, though, for the rest of the characters in the game. Because, you know, if you're a sorceress, you didn't get anything out of the Druid helmet. You're not going to get anything out of that Assassin claw. You're not going to get much of anything out of the helmets, except for the Bulwark, which would be decent for a mercenary early on. But, like, for the Sorceress right now, Sorceress has got next to nothing. But, I mean, if you really think about it, the Sorceress was the one that benefited the most from the Sunder Charms. So, at the same time, the Sorceress is definitely the class that kind of, like, doesn't need the buffs. It's not the visual thing I'm worried about. I'm a ginger, and the sun is melting me. I am fair skinned, and the sun is literally burning a hole in my soul, the soul that I don't have. I might spontaneously combust. It's a possibility. What else could they possibly be doing? I mean, it could be something with the war cries. Like, what if they added a % chance? This is just hear me out here. What if they added a % chance that war cry would proc every time you hit a target? So, think about a build that would revolve around building the synergies for Warcry. Alright, so what you would do is you would potentially build, say, Concentrate or Berserk or something like that, or maybe even Frenzy or Double Swing, whatever it is that you're building. It would be one of the melee skills, probably not Whirlwind, because Whirlwind doesn't proc effects. And then what you would do is you would stack the synergies for Warcry. So, like, I don't know, like, you'd have to put 20 points into Howl, 20 points into Taunt, and 20 points into Battle Cry. So that would be a 60-point investment for a maximum level Warcry. And then, as you're attacking, you would have a % chance to proc this Warcry, like, as you're hitting, right? So it would be an AoE damage effect around you that would constantly pulse. And in a way, it would be a form of splash damage. Like, we're talking about splash damage. You know, what is the radius of Warcry? It's 4.6 yards. So it's exactly like what we're talking about with Corpse Explosion. So if you were out there and you were fighting, you know, in melee range of monsters, you would have the Warcry constantly coming out of you like this as you're attacking. And I could see that being something that barbarians would want to use. They would probably build a character around it. Now, it would take a pretty heavy investment to get the best out of it. Like, let's say they did like a level 20 Warcry. All right, so let's actually play around with this, and let's pretend they did a level 20 Warcry. So at level 20 synergized, we got to go 20 synergized. So let's go ahead and grab it, bring it to level 20 with plus the skills. So that's level 20. And then let's throw in our synergies. So we got to pull in 20, 20, 20 to get our synergies. We're looking at about 1,000 damage per pulse. if they gave us a level 20 Warcry on a, like a 25% proc, and if you built a speed build, 25% could go off pretty often, and it has a stun length of 4.8 seconds. So, I mean, you could potentially get some pretty good use out of something like that. I mean, it would go off often enough that the damage would probably be pretty significant for AoE purposes. And the stun length would be pretty powerful. In fact, you might have to scale it back a little bit, because although the damage isn't quite good enough, the stun length is pretty sick. And having like an AoE stun that goes off around you in a circle would be really powerful. I mean, even if it was just a lower level version, like, let me just see. So even with like level 5, it's still a 1.8 second stun. 2 second, 2.2, 2.4, 2.6. I mean, it goes up pretty fast in terms of its stun length, and at level 24, you're looking at 5.6 second stun length duration. I mean, everything around you at that point would be stunned constantly. I'm not sure if they would allow that specifically because of the stun. Windows, tape them to the windows. It's a skylight. I've told you guys this before. This room is absolutely crazy. The studio that I'm renting, it has 1 window, 2 windows, 3 windows, 4 windows, 5 windows, a double French door windows, which is, as far as I'm concerned, 6, 7, and 2, not 1, but 2 skylights, which is 8, 9. There are literally 9 different points of entry for the sun, and there's no way for me to control it. At this particular point, it's coming through a skylight, and I can't do anything about it. I put Cody in between the skylight. Uh-oh, I said his name. I've woken the beast from slumber. The beast. Kuba's the beast. He said, I'm not beast, I'm dog. I'm dog. I'm trying to think if there's anything else really that you could get out of this that would really make a barbarian into something special, but I'm having trouble like finding anything. I mean, leap attack, I don't really think they could do anything special with leap attack, because it's obviously you have to leap through the air for it to happen. There's no way that you could do like procs on leap attack or anything like that. There, now I'm no longer burning. I've got my Ginger Gaming Mentor hat on. Oh god, my eyes have to adjust. The sun was melting my face. What's the second class on the list? You guys also chose Necromancer. Let's go take a look at the Necromancer and let's see if there's anything special that they could do with the Necromancer along the same lines. I feel like they're kind of focusing on the melee characters, though. Like, that's the kind of the feeling that I'm getting, is that the melee characters are getting all the attention. But let's look at the Necromancer from the same lens, and let's see if there is potentially something that that they could do. First off, like right off the top of my head, I think of Poison Dagger. So like they could potentially release a rune word specifically for Poison Dagger that might have the ability to apply, say, something else in the same process. Like, imagine if they made a rune word for Poison Dagger that also used Poison Explosion every single time something died or something. So, like, it would just constantly spam Poison Explosions every time something falls down. Could be interesting. Or maybe something that increases the radius of Poison Explosion. Or maybe, like, just as a thought in my head, maybe, like, every time you kill something with Poison Dagger, Poison Nova comes out. Or, like, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting little combination there, but maybe, like, a crazy rune word that allows you to have all the golems at once. Like, you could literally have, like, the clay golem, the blood golem, the iron golem, and the fire golem all at the same time. Like, just have, like, an army of golems. Maybe, like, a specific rune word that could potentially beef up the fire golem and make him into, like, an actual force to be reckoned with. Perhaps something that increases the duration of revives would be really powerful. Like, honestly, the 180 seconds on the revives is not long enough. The monsters die too quickly and they end up being useless. And obviously it's a lot harder to like build revives than it is to like buff yourself. Like 180 seconds for Holy Shield is not bad at all, considering you can just recast it whenever you want to. But it's not like you can recast your revive. Once your revive dies, you know, that's it. You've got to go find another body and revive it. And you might not even necessarily like be able to get what you're looking for. Maybe a really cool rune word that could beef up teeth. I don't know. So something specific they could do to teeth to make it like way better. Teeth has always been like kind of like a lackluster one. If we follow the same logic though, the same logical thread, and we say that, so they're focusing on the melee characters, right? So they made a Druid melee rune word specifically for the melee characters. They made an Assassin melee rune word, right? Specifically for the melee assassin. There's only two other characters besides the Barbarian that have any kind of melee attacks, and that is the Amazon and the Paladin. Right? So, not 100% sure what they could do like with the Paladin and the Amazon as far as melee is concerned. I mean, a couple things that come to mind are stuff like playing around with Vengeance. So, hear me out. This is just a kind of a weird one, just coming off the top of my head here. But what if they gave Zeal the effect of Vengeance? So, like, let's say, you know, you've got your Vengeance all beefed up and you're dishing out, like, decent damage. Or you could even reverse that and you say give Vengeance the ability of Zeal so it hits multiple times. Like, could you imagine if Vengeance could hit multiple times like Zeal could? Just having the ability to bonk things multiple times with Vengeance would increase its potential output like dramatically. Yeah, Veal, that's right, Veal. I mean, they could release a rune word that allows the Paladin to use two auras at the same time. I mean, that's like a crazy one right off the top of my head, but what if like what if they add like a helmet or something and the helmet just allows the Paladin to use two auras? Like whatever two auras you want, but you can use them together as long as you have the helmet on. Or maybe the helmet's terrible too and it has like negative stats. Like the helmet of constricting auras or something, and it's got like negative 100 all stats, but allows you to use two auras. Yeah, I know. I feel like the Paladin is already a very meta character in general, so like I have a feeling that Paladin's not going to be it. If anything, I feel like the Barbarian is by far one of the most inferior classes. If you guys haven't seen my my video, I did recently do a video where I re-ranked all the classes. So I had recently ranked every class in Diablo. And the Barbarian ranked pretty high on that list, but when I re-ranked them for specifically for the Sunder Charms, because when the Sunder Charms came out, they kind of like changed the rankings. And I re-ranked how I kind of like looked at all the classes. And honestly, the Barbarian was probably the one class that got the least out of the Sunder Charms and ended up dropping in rankings just simply because there was just nothing that the Sunder Charms really did for them. Especially since barbarians love to use Berserk. So, like, I feel like the barbarian is probably the focus of whatever this next rune word is. I feel like it's got to be the barbarian. And I could be wrong, but the barbarian has definitely seen the least love in the past couple patches, and could use a little bit of love, a little bit of love, a little bit of love. Let's look at the Amazon real quick, though, and let's see what potentially they could do for the Amazon, just out of curiosity. Where is my... There she is. Electron. I did a Theorycraft a little while ago on GGM Electron, and the goal of the Theorycraft was just to have, like, to see, like, how powerful she could be as a self-wielding Infinity character. And she's like freaking Bork ridiculous broken. Infinity is absolutely insane on the Amazon. If you build an Infinity wielding Amazon, like the damage output that you can do is just bonkers. It's just freaking bonkers. I'm trying to see if anything comes to mind right off the top of my head, but I just can't, like, think of anything. Maybe something that, like, beefs up the Valkyrie in a certain way that makes her more powerful. I don't know. Maybe I just can't really see what they do to the Valkyrie. Let you summon 2 Valkyries at the same time? Man, I just don't... The only thing that comes to my mind, which would be really cool, but I don't know if they could pull it off without it being broken, is multi-shot having the ability of, like, exploding arrow or freezing arrow. Like, if you could, like, somehow imbue multi-shot with exploding arrow or freezing arrow, that could make for a very interesting rune word, and a very powerful rune word at that. Like, you'd be looking at a whole new build, a whole new, like, way to make a character, and people would freaking love it. Even if it wasn't potentially the most powerful thing in the world, like, it wouldn't even have to be a potentially very high level of exploding arrow or freezing arrow, but just, like, the ability to sometimes shoot a multi-shot that could put out something other than just a plain physical damage attack could be rather interesting. Especially freezing arrow, because it would allow you to use it as a crowd control effect. You know, like, say there was like a 10% chance or something that freezing arrow would come out instead of a regular physical attack. Or exploding arrow, or I don't really know. I mean, multi-shot is a terrible proccing ability. It doesn't work very well because only the center 2 arrows actually can proc anything at all. And part of the issue with that is just that, like, you wouldn't really see the effect as often as you would think. But I mean, just the general idea of the arrows turning into something other than the regular arrows would be kind of cool. There's a next hit delay on multi-shot too, so you wouldn't have a monster get hit by multiple arrows, but it would be kind of interesting from the standpoint of watching, you know, multi-shot shoot out more than just physical damage effects. Like, what if multi-shot shot magic arrows instead of regular arrows? Like a multi-shot magic arrow or something. Just like a rune word that allows you to change the way that multi-shot or strafe fires its abilities. It could be an interesting rune word for the Amazon. I feel like, and it would bring a lot more attention to the boson, which I feel like is definitely on the lesser side of the meta and the way things work, just in general. Isn't this the territory of PD2? I mean, I don't know. I'm just focusing on what they're trying to do. That's all. So when we look at the way that they're trying to achieve things and how they're focusing on a specific class and the kind of things that they're doing with those specific classes, all we're really doing is just going, okay, well, this is what they're doing. Let's see potentially if we apply that same logic to another character, what do we end up with? I mean, I don't know if necessarily it would end up being broken because the magic arrow is a conversion of your physical damage, and then multi-shot also applies a weapon penalty to your physical damage. So it wouldn't be as much damage as you would think. And we don't know what level the conversion would be happening at, so it might only be like 20% magic damage or like 10% magic damage. It's perfectly customizable to the point where it wouldn't be broken overpowered. It just depends on how they balance it. One thing I would like to see return is the infinite pierce on guided arrow. I really liked the infinite pierce on guided arrow back in the day. I thought it was cool. I liked it. And it was not really broken overpowered. It was good for killing bosses, and honestly, that was about it. It was good for killing bosses, and it was decent in PvP, but, like, it didn't really have, like, the kill potential that a lot of these other abilities have, like Freezing Arrow and Exploding Arrow outperformed it by miles because of the explosion effects and the chain reaction that could happen. Lightning Fury outperformed it by miles. Charge Strike outperformed it in single target damage by miles. And it was so fun to watch the guided arrow constantly go back and forth and hit the same target like 4 or 5 or 6 times. I mean, I really enjoyed that. And if they brought that back in the form of a rune word, like allowing guided arrow to pierce, I would totally be for that, because that was one of the more fun things about guided arrow back in the day, was its ability to pierce through targets. But that was back in 1.09. I mean, I don't know if that's ever going to be a thing again. I'm not sure what else there is to go over here. I'm tired of melting in the sunlight, I'll tell you that much. I mean, I really seriously doubt it's a sorceress rune word. Like super seriously doubt it's a sorceress rune word. But what if it was a sorceress rune word? What would it be? I mean, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head that kind of fits the same mold that they've established for the Druid and the Assassin. And I don't really think the Sorceress needs the help right now. She's probably one of the most broken characters in the game at the moment. But I don't know. It's got me curious. It's got me very curious. Very curious indeed. Because I don't know. I really don't. I don't know what they got coming. I feel like this one's going to be a little bit of a mystery when it pops up. We're going to be like, huh? The hell this be? What the hell, biscuit? Warmth now affects health instead of mana. Well, I mean, the Druid is definitely a class that needed some help in the melee department. The Assassin definitely needed help as far as the martial arts skills went, right? So we currently have 2 classes got rune words that were at the bottom of the rung, right? And that's why I think the Barbarian is the one that's coming next, because the Barbarian is also kind of at the bottom of the rung right now. The Paladin and the Sorceress are still top dogs. I think the Sorceress has surpassed the Paladin recently. Honestly, that Cold Sorceress is kind of hard to beat. All you need is a Cold Sunder and literally halfway decent equipment, and you could just annihilate everything. Necromancer and the Amazon really haven't dropped at all. Like, I feel like they're still pretty powerful. Although I do feel like the Necromancer probably got the least help from the Sunder Charms out of all the classes besides Barbarian. So it could potentially be the Necromancer. But then when you think about the fact that the melee rune word, or the rune word for the Assassin is melee, and the Druid rune word is also melee, that it potentially has to be a melee character that they're probably going to be making this next rune word for. So that's why I keep coming back to the Barbarian, like that this new rune word is probably for the Barbarian. What if they threw us all for a loop and made a PvP rune word? There's like, this rune word for PvP. Bad manners, bad manners. How dare you? What if they added a rune word for the Necromancer that changed the skeleton mages into skeleton archers? Skeleton mages into skeleton archers. Who doesn't like skeleton archers now? Skeleton archers could be fun. I feel like converting the mages into physical damage would have a pretty solid effect on their usefulness. That way you could focus damage types, you know? Build an army of archers. They're in Diablo 3. There's a ring that you can get. I can't remember what it's called. It's a legendary ring or something. I think it was a ring anyway. And you put it on and it turns your skeletons into archers. I remember that. I actually really liked that one legendary ring in Diablo 3. You think a sorceress orb? So let's say they do a sorceress orb. What do you think's on it? I mean, that slot has heavy competition. I mean, you've got Hodo, you've got Deaths, I mean, Ashudas, you've got your, I can't remember all the names off the top of my head. You've got your Ashuda's Temper and your Death's Fathom. I mean, there's some pretty hefty competition for that slot, especially if you consider Spirit as well. Like, just in general, like, you've got a lot of different rune words and a lot of different, like, you know, unique items that are consuming that slot. And if you make a rune word in a orb, which I'm not saying is, you know, impossible, maybe they do a rune word in an orb. Maybe they do. It's got to be really good. Like, it's going to have to be really good to compete with those other options. You know, like, I mean, Hodo is already freaking ridiculous with +3 skills, faster cast, and all res. Ashuda's is already, I mean, Death's Fathom is already the best in slot for a cold sorceress. Ashuda's is actually not very good, believe it or not. It's actually worse than a lot of other options. It has very little increase. There's actually a little known bug with the way that Ashuda's functions that a lot of people are unaware of. And when they think about Ashuda's, they're thinking about that bonus damage, and they think that bonus damage does a lot. But Ashuda's actually does a lot less bonus damage than you think. Because of the way that Ashuda's actually interacts with Fire Mastery and Lightning Mastery, you actually get a lot less damage than what's stated. It actually ends up being like a tiny percentage by comparison. Like 20% ends up being like 2.5% or something. Like it's terrible. And it has to do with the fact that it's not actually giving you bonus damage. It's actually giving you Fire Mastery or Lightning Mastery. And so it ends up being a bad conversion rate because it's modifying the original. Oh, is the sun finally gone? It's modifying the original base number, not the number that's being modified by the mastery, which is a lot lower than you think. Whereas the Death's Fathom is a lot better because Death's Fathom is doing Cold Mastery, and Cold Mastery doesn't enhance damage, so it's actually enhancing the damage properly. That's why Death's Fathom is so much better than Ashuda's. What the hell is wrong with my camera? I swear I'm going to deactivate it. You're getting deactivated. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you're weird. You're really weird today. Just look weird. Turn you back on. Now don't be weird. Sometimes I gotta like adjust the white balance down and up and like play around with it and then like hit the auto balance so it actually balances it right. Why do I look so washed out like I'm freaking... I don't even understand what's going on with the camera today. I don't normally look this way on camera. Like it's terrible. It's terrible looking. I don't understand what's going on with the white balance. It just looks awful. Okay, well that's a little bit better. Doesn't look as terrible now. Got a little bit of color in my face. And the sun's gone. I can take off my hat. Well, the sun's mostly gone. I mean, it's still there a little bit, but whatever. Don't make fun of my extra super paleness. You guys are extra super pale. How about that? You would like more viable mid-game body armors to transition to after stealth and are comparable / competitive to smoke. There's a couple interesting rune words that are actually pretty nice. One that is comparable and is actually halfway decent is Gloom. Gloom actually has an interesting effect on it that allows you to blind anything that's nearby when you get hit. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but in practice, when you're actually using it, it's actually pretty cool. It's not like super expensive, but it's a little expensive. With an a foul, and a pull, it's like, it's full of mid runes. Yeah, gingers don't tan, we just get more freckles. We don't tan, we just get more freckles. Let's go play around with this assassin a little bit more. Now that we have knowledge of the Mosaic Rune Word. The Rune Word of the Mosaics. I got all these buffs that I gotta do before I leave town. Man, I really can't imagine, like, I can't imagine it. Like, I need to see it. Like, the idea that I can spam that multiple times is kind of insane. Like, I mean, when you watch it happen, you don't even really process what's going on. So, like, if I build all of my charges, like, I go ahead and I hop out of here and I build everything that I've got, right? I go ahead and I grab all of my little charges, and then I pick a monster and I kick him. Like, the light show that happens during that time period is insane. That monster is obliterated with the force of literally 1, 2, 3, 4 skills and 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12 charges of abilities, like within like the span of the blink of an eye. Literally 12 charges just like annihilating a monster into oblivion. And to give you an idea, let me see if I can. I'm gonna build some charges here real quick. Hold on. All right, we've got our charges mostly built. Let me get a couple more. All right, let's go up here to Shank. Like, you see how quickly I killed a very large group of monsters with one kick spree? Now imagine that multiple times. Imagine I can spam that effect multiple times within that time period, to the point where literally I've got like 6 or 7 of those explosions going off before I run out. Nothing would survive. You would fire off that many explosions and everything within radius would be dead. It would even be so silly because honestly, it would be overkill by miles. Like, nothing within that radius would survive. And so, like, there would be a certain point where you would probably just, like, kick once and then move to the next target and then kick once and then move to the next target and then kick once, because everything within that radius would just be completely and utterly destroyed. Joseph Victor. Which Merc gear is the best for a Summoner Necro? Insight or Obedience or Infinity, Duress, Treachery, or Fortitude? I mean, best is subjective. It depends on what you're doing. Infinity is supposedly the best option, even though it's super expensive. And with Infinity, you usually want to go with something like Treachery for speed, so you can hit those maximum breakpoints. You could also do Fortitude, but to kill Declone. Declone is kind of hard when it comes to mercs, because all bosses do 4 times damage versus mercenaries. The best way to kill Declone is to get yourself Urdars. Urdars have Crushing Blow. For a Summon Necromancers, you just get like a whole bunch of Urdars. You can usually get them from River of Flame. Summon yourself a full army of Urdars and then just teleport right on top of them. Kind of makes me want to build a Phoenix Strike Assassin for ladder. Like that Rune Word could potentially make for an extremely fun build. I mean, you're talking about a Kixin that, number one, can teleport around because she has Dragonflight. You could build High Crushing Blow, so you wouldn't have much of a problem at all with, you know, dealing with bosses. So, like, Diablo, Bale, you know, Ubers. You could just walk right through the Ubers. You could build it one of a couple ways. I mean, you could do, like, full Tiger Strike charges, which also could be extremely powerful. I mean, can you imagine if you could apply 1,300 damage to every single kick of Tiger Strike? In fact, I know Tiger Strike, I mean, kick of Dragon Talon. Like, you could build that even higher. I know for a fact Tiger Strike goes a lot higher than 1,300 damage per, or an enhancement. Like, I don't know what the exact highest number is. We could take a look on Amazon Basin real quick. I mean, assuming we had plus to skill equipment and everything else, like what's our top end on Tiger Strike? I think that has got to be wrong. And let's take level 40. So it says 880% at level 40 per charge. So we're talking about 880 times 3 charges, so 2,640%. So you potentially would have 2,640% Tiger Strike on every single kick of Dragon Talon. I mean, the amount of damage output that you could potentially do with that is kind of insane too. It's all physical damage, of course, so, you know, it's not going to help you out very much versus those elemental damage or physical immunes or highly physical resistant monsters, but 2,640 is a lot of extra damage. Especially if you can get that on every hit of the kick. Every hit of the kick is a whole different thing than just simply like 3 hits. And as it is right now, the way that Tiger Strike interacts with Dragon Talon is that it only applies that 1320 to the first kick, and then the 880 to the second kick, and then the 440 to the third kick, and then you get anything after. So if you can hit 8 times per kick spree, you're never going to get a full volley. So you're only going to get your first couple kicks are going to be high damage. But if you could potentially get the full damage effect for the entire 8 kicks, I mean, that's some pretty crazy damage bonuses for like just the physical aspect of the Dragon Talon. Like if you wanted to do like a physical build. The rest of these I feel like don't really have like a huge, this whole charge thing, the Mosaic doesn't really have like a huge effect on the rest of these. Like it's really focused on the Dragon Talon, in my opinion. Like, if you're going to use the Mosaic, you're going to use Dragon Talon. And you're going to focus on trying to get those charges not to be burned up. And that's really the most important thing. Because the less time that you spend using these abilities, the better. And the more time you spend using this, the better. And having 50% chance not to burn up charges means you're going to be using these very little. You're just going to build the charges with them, and then you're going to spam this until you run out. And then you're going to build the charges with this, and then spam this until you run out. Whereas, as it is right now, you can build like a full deck of these, and one use of this ability is going to immediately wipe out all the charges. Whereas, with the Mosaics, you can literally build these, and you might potentially be able to use Dragon Talon 4, maybe 5 times before all the charges are gone. Which is going to be a huge difference in the damage output. And it's going to completely change the way you function. Like, you're not going to be spamming the charge up skills all the time. You're going to be spamming this ability all the time instead. What's the new rune word? I think I still have it up on the image list. I do not. Hold on. I gotta take the filter off of it. I was playing around with some stuff earlier. That is okay. Well, I mean, that's a good picture of me, though. That was not the picture that I intended. There it is. And Dariel's Visage, F, or G face. It really depends on what you're trying to build. If you're trying to build a boss killer, Joseph Victor, if you're trying to build a boss killer merc, then Crushing Blow and Open Wounds are imperative. You also want speed, so making the Infinity in a man catcher is the best choice. On top of that, you know, your mercenary has to be able to survive Uber Diablo as well, so you need lifesteal. Andariel's Visage is a good choice for that because it has lifesteal on it and increased attack speed. A lot of people will cancel out the negative fire resistance from Andy's with a Ral rune or a really nice jewel that has IAS and fire resistance on it. In general, your goal is just to make a mercenary that won't die to the boss, if that's what you're going for. And you're probably going to be better off with something that's going to protect him as opposed to something that's going to increase his damage output. In general, mercs do not do well against bosses, and it's really just because mercenaries have a huge damage penalty versus bosses. You will be very hard pressed to gear out a merc to the point where he can tank something like Uber Diablo, because Uber Diablo gains a 4 times damage bonus against him, and also the mercenary has a damage debuff versus that boss as well. They did this deliberately because they didn't want the mercenaries soloing bosses. I mean, granted, you can still help him and try and keep him up and survive. Maybe throw Life Tap up to help him out. Life Tap is really what's going to help keep your merc alive more than anything, especially if you're a necromancer. Just cast Life Tap on Uber Diablo, and that will literally help your mercenary survive more than anything. Attack rating versus bosses is terrible. Yes, it was stated that the 25% chance does indeed stack. So... And to be honest with you, Declone is not particularly difficult to beat anyway. Like, if you have a well-geared character, Declone is a relatively chump change. I mean, do I have any, like, Sojas just sitting around? I can show you guys exactly what I mean. I have my... Who's got Sojas? I think my offline character's Tranquil set has a bunch of Sojas laying around. And I kind of show you what I mean. I have a character set up called the North Star Smiter, which is literally just like... not even using Grief, he's using Astrion's Iron Ward and a bunch of other random gear that that makes his build successful. And he can absolutely demolish Uber Diablo. Where is my North Star Smiter? There he is. Where's this Soj at? Oh, he's missing a ring. Why are you missing a ring? Where's your ring, sir? What the? I probably used it to kill Uber Diablo last time I was here. Because I'm pretty sure he was using a Soj. Hold on, let me go grab him another Soj. Let me put his G face on too. Yes, open wounds is required to kill Uber Diablo because if you don't have open wounds, he will regenerate. Open wounds is the mechanic by which you force Uber Diablo to not regenerate. He regenerates so fast that if you don't use open wounds on him, he can regenerate all his HP in a matter of seconds. Alright. So let's make sure this is on P8 so you guys can see like the true potential of a character deliberately built for killing Uber Diablo. This is what you call a pure smiter. Pure smiters generally have absolutely no issue whatsoever in dealing with bosses. They're not weak little flimsy things like the kind of characters that that are like one-point smites. One-point smiters can kill Uber Diablo, but nowhere near as fast as a character like this. And hello, Larzik. Do I have it on P8? Let me make sure before I continue. In P1, he can kill Uber Diablo in about, I think it was 16 seconds. I think I timed it at 16 seconds. I never timed it for P8 though. Let's play around with P8 and let's see how fast it takes him. My merc wasn't even over here. He's just doing whatever he wants to do. Something's wrong with my setup here. I'm pretty sure that I'm not hitting the max breakpoint because that seems slow. I'm like 99% sure that wasn't hitting the max breakpoint. I might have to run that again because it's not. I must be a little shy on IAS. That's probably why I was wearing the other helmet. Let me double check this because the other helmet has 30% as opposed to the 15. Let's ID my my Annie too, just for lulz. Annie, what's my Annie? Oh, yes. A 10? Holy crap, I got an anti-perfect. I can't believe I actually got an anti-perfect. So the worst possible roll that you can get for an Annie is a 10-10-5, and I can't believe I actually got a 10-10-5. Literally the lowest Annie possible in the game. It's terrible. It's so terrible. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's awful. It's shy away from the horribleness that is the anti-perfect Annie. Oh, that's absolutely god-awful. Uber Diablo only spawns when you sell Sojas to the vendor. It doesn't spawn at 1,000 kills, no. You have to sell Sojas to the vendor to get Uber Diablo to spawn, and you have to sell a certain number to get him to spawn in online. So in offline, you can just sell one. In online, it's 75 to 125 Sojas sold to the vendor to get the Uber Diablo to spawn. Let's try that again with the IAS, because I'm pretty sure that I wasn't hitting the max breakpoint on my IAS, which is unfortunate. I think, wasn't I using like Nosferatu's coil or something, so I didn't have to worry about that? This is the offline character, so I can't remember. No, offline items cannot be used online. Time to do another one. Yay! Let's just throw something stupid in the ring slot. Add some stupid rings. I got like nothing on this character, do I? It's terrible rings. They're all terrible. Like, oh, here, have an angelic halo. There you go.
Afternoon.
All right, let's try this again with the other helmet, because I'm pretty sure that that breakpoint that I was missing definitely did not help. See if we can keep our Merc alive this time, too. How come it keeps spawning online? Because people keep selling Sojas, that's why. I forgot to grab my Merc. Get out my face. Yeah. I definitely wasn't hitting the breakpoint before. So that P8 Uber Diablo kill that I just did wasn't even accurate. Let's do it now with the fully accurate. Yeah. Hit the fully accurate. Yeah. Gonna kill him with the big old bear. I'm trying not to let Wahid die before I have a chance to actually fight Uber Diablo. Alright. At 1325. Ultra instincted in. P8 Diablo definitely is a chunkier boy than P1 Uber Diablo. P1 Uber Diablo would have been dead in 16 seconds. So 1 minute. Took me about 1 minute. It was about like 63 seconds for P8 For P8 Uber Diablo, about 63 seconds. That's actually not bad at all. Yeah, let's see what I get this time. How does anyone get a hold of 75 Sojas? It's usually donations from the community. People usually gather them up. And it's not just 75 Sojas, it's 75 to 125 Sojas. Somewhere in that range. Can I explain where people are getting all the Sojas from? They're cheated. Like, they're 100% cheated. In some way, shape, or form. Either duped or botted. They're hardly ever legitimate. Terrible. I'm keeping the anti-perfect one, though. Man, wearing headsets all the time definitely makes your ears hurt. Let's go play around on my double sting barbarian. The stingiest of barbs. If any of you guys want to come join me, I'm going to be online in ladder. You guys can come hang out with me. I don't care. It's GGM1 and the password is 16. I got the double sting burden. I got the burden of sting. I got the B bar burden. I got the burden of sting. Burden of stinging, a stinging burr. I got the burr stings. He stings the best, 'cause he's a burr. And why don't I have Frigid Highlands Waypoint? What the hell? Why don't I have it? I guess I'm running. I'm gonna hoof it. Bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. 58 mana. Dang, alright. It's really high. 17 mana, the highest on a small charm? What was that? 38 for 2. 48. 49, 50, 51, 52, 54, 54. 55 for 3. Wow, that's like literally 3 17 mana small charms. Come here, catapult. This guy actually kills Uber Diablo pretty fast, too. I've played around with it a couple times. Even back when he was like level 71, had Uber Diablo spawn on me while I was doing something and freaking wrecked him. I was excited because he was totally not ready. Like I not what I would deem ready to fight Uber Diablo, and he still wrecked him. You can reroll any charm that comes from a 96 terror zone, Joseph. It used to be that you would only reroll the charms that came from Diablo, Neolithak, or Bale, but you don't have to. You don't have to be that limited now. If you're in a level 96 terror zone and a grand charm drops, that's high enough. Any grand charm that drops from level 96 plus terror zones monsters. So like even like the level 99, you know, like boss champions that are inside those level 96 terror zones. If you're in like a lower level terror zone, the bosses will have a higher level than the zone itself. So if it drops from a boss, you can use those too. They're all high enough that you can use any of those charms. Look at that. I got the waypoint, boys. Let's go do some chaos. I want to do some chaos. No, it's not happened yet. We're still they're still in the like PTR test phase and whatnot, Visible Darkness. So you still have some time. They said the ladder reset is going to happen mid-February, so you still have some time to get things sorted. Why are Annies so cheap and plentiful if people have to sell so many rings? Because of the sheer number that you can get from the same number of rings. Even if, for instance, an Annie was worth a pretty decent amount, if everybody that's online at that particular time when they're sold gets an Annie, it's far more than the number of rings sold. Even if it potentially requires 125 Sojas, which is the maximum number of rings that is required for that sale. If there are currently 100,000 people online, you have now gotten 100,000 Annies for 125 Sojas. So you can see where the conversion rate between the two doesn't quite add up the way that it should, and you end up with way more Annies than you do Sojas. No, overburdened, the burden of the over. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wow. That's a good one. Wow, that's a really nice find. +1 poison and bone with 6 strength. That is a very nice doojank there. That is a high quality doojank. That's a perfect high quality doojank at that. +6 strength is 6 more that you could spend into vitality. Any poison and bone necromancers online that would like that? I'd give it away to you for free right now. I'm not stingy. It's all yours. If you got a poison and bone necromancer, come in here and grab it. GGM1 password 16. Oh, we're not paying attention. Stop cursing me. This is why I'll always just like frickin' go to the back of a group and kill the mages. I don't even bother anymore. Like I'll just walk right through the group, go straight to the back, and I'll just start smacking the mages in the back of the head. Because like half the time it's the mages that get you killed. They curse you with amp, they curse you with decrepify. So like just going to the back and just taking care of them is honestly like the best thing you can do when it comes to this kind of stuff. That way you don't have to worry about getting like freaking mega curses on you the entire time while you're trying to fight. Am I playing on Americas? I should be on Americas, yes. I didn't check my launcher before I came in. Yes, I am on Americas. Mr. Knock Knock. Yeah, but Sojas were only a currency because they were duped. They weren't a currency because they were currency. They were currency because they were duped and they were plentiful. As soon as they fixed most of the duping, they couldn't be currency anymore because there wasn't enough of them to go around. And runes ended up replacing them because runes actually were plentiful enough to be currency. Also, I don't know if you remember, back then when Sojas were currency, they were difficult currency because there was only one bill. Imagine if you only had one form of currency. Like in the United States, you know, we've got pennies, we've got nickels, we've got dimes, we've got quarters, we've got half dollars, we've got dollars, we've got $5 bills, $10 bills, you know, $20 bills, $50 bills, $100 bills. You know, like there are a myriad of ways that you can pay for an object. But with Sojas, like, there was no intermediary currency. You had Soj, and that was it. There wasn't such a thing as a half a Soj or a quarter of a Soj or, you know, like 10 Soj item. So, like, if you had an item that was potentially worth like 100 Sojas, you know, like, oh well, you can't fit 100 Sojas in the trade window, so... Or can you? 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10... No, it's like, what, 40? 40 is the maximum for the trade window, right? So the maximum that you could fit in the trade window is 40. So if you had something that was worth more than 40, then good luck. And if you had something that was worth less than a Soj or a fraction of a Soj, then again, good luck. I'm gonna hop into voice chat in case any of you guys want to talk, but it doesn't look like there's anybody online right now. I mean, I don't often trade maximum value items. Or to put it another way, I don't often trade an entire window of items with somebody. So, like, that's never been something that I've done. Maybe sometimes if I trade for like 40 P gems, which should have come to mind. 40 P gems is probably the number of, you know, that's the reason why people trade for 40 P gems, because it fills up the entire screen. But I don't even do that very often either, so. But the thing is with runes, and why runes work so much better than Sojas, is because you did have half currencies. You know, like a Sur rune is a half a burr. And, like, so if you wanted to trade for somebody for an item that wasn't quite worth a burr rune, but maybe was worth half a burr rune, you could do a Sur rune, and Sur rune made a much better option. And so it just honestly, the runes made a lot better sense as currency than the Sojas did. So he said dupe Sojas that may or may not poof. So a lot of people don't know this, but back in the day when they originally started duping Sojas, there was no way for the system to tell the difference between a dupe Soj and a real Soj. So there was no unique identifiers. So all of the duped Sojas that were before they added the unique identifiers, even though they were still technically duped, they were in the eyes of the game, they were legitimate. And what this meant is that there was a huge number of duped Sojas that were floating around that would not go poof, and then there were new duped Sojas that had been duped after the item modifiers came in, and those could go poof because they were duped after the item modifiers were added. So anything that was duped before the item modifiers were added was okay, despite the fact that it was still a duped item. And anything added afterward was not. I don't have any magic find on this character, Joseph. But a general gauge for a good amount of magic find is about 200%. 200% is the usual goal that you want to shoot for. 200% is more than enough, and is where the diminishing returns start to heavily affect the output. I would always shoot for around 200% if you're going to do magic finding.
I usually go like 250 to 300.
I mean, whatever is the easiest without crippling your kill speed. And what's up, Nico?
Not much.
So how do you like the new rune words?
Oh. I'm Broken Gimp on YouTube, so yeah. You know I'm loving them.
I mean, I think that
Druid and Sin needed some love, and
I like all of them. Like, ow, ow, ow. I like I like all of them, to be honest. The only ones that I think are really bad are
here.
The Cure one definitely needs some love, and the Cold one I think definitely needs some love. And it's really just due to the fact that there's not a lot of monsters in the game that deal cold damage, and and the poison I don't think is good enough on its own. I really think that they should add 5% maximum, at the very least, 5% maximum resistance to each one of the elemental ones. Like, they're going with a theme. It's a thematic theme. You know, like, hey, this is cold, this is fire, this is ice. Why not also add for the fire, add 5% maximum fire resistance. For the cold, add 5% maximum cold resistance. I feel like if they're going down that route anyway, it just makes sense. Because they're trying to give you an item that's going to protect you against that element, but just giving you 60% resistance and some absorption isn't enough. A little bit of max goes a long way with that kind of stuff, because it cuts off another 5%. If you can hit the number. And that's the cool thing about max, is I don't think max is ridiculously broken, because if you can't hit that number, it does nothing. So like if your character's suffering on resistances and you can't hit the 75% cap, then the 5% max is going to do you no good anyway. Bulwark is really cool. I like Bulwark.
Yeah, Bulwark is nice.
I think a lot of people are going to be running Bulwark.
That's going to be great for like when you can't find a V-Gaze or anything.
I think in some ways it's better than Vamp Gaze.
Yeah, if you can find the right helm for it.
Well, like specifically,
An F307.
it has faster hit recovery on it, and Vamp Gaze doesn't.
Yeah.
And faster hit recovery is really important to help keep your mercs alive. You can, of course, add faster recovery to Vamp Gaze, but that's going to require that you actually get a socket in it, which means you're going to have to burn a socket quest. Which most people are not going to want to do. And good number 2. I just feel like, in general, Vamp Gaze, especially an F Vamp Gaze, which I feel like is going to be a lot harder to come by than like an F Bulwark.
Yeah.
F Vamp Gaze with a socket in it is a pretty heavy investment and something that's rare and hard to obtain. Whereas getting an F Bulwark is going to be super easy. Like you first
it could always
decent,
be like a low roll on the defense too.
Yeah, well, first decent ethereal helmet that you find, you can just roll it for sockets, and if it gets 3 sockets, bam, you've got yourself a Bulwark. Or just, look for an F3 socket. But, like, F3 socket helmets are not that hard to come by. Yeah, just running double sting for EXP right now, so we can chat about something while we play.
Oh, I haven't even gotten a good amulet on this character yet. Or rings.
Any more rune words? Yeah, we've got, they announced the Barbarian, sorry, not the Barbarian, the Druid helmet, Metamorphosis, and they also announced the Assassin Claw Mosaic. I've got videos up on both of those, Smoke and Jay Franklin. We're waiting on Kano. Kano has another rune word that apparently needs to be released. No clue really what Kano's is going to be. We were talking about that earlier, that it probably is thematically going to follow, you know, the same kind of thing. So it's going to focus on a specific class. And I think the running theory is that it's going to be the Barbarian, because we've already got the Druid and the Assassin. And the other class I think that really needs a little bit of help in terms of like a cool item to put on is the Barbarian. I think the Barbarian really needs something. I'm not really sure what slot it would take. They seem to be very focused on helmets. But it's kind of hard to beat Ariat's Face. Ariat's Face is a very powerful helmet. A lot of barbarians end up using Ariat's Face on their characters, or they end up using IK Helmet for the Magic Find. Like, it's a very powerful helmet. So if they did come up with a Barbarian helmet, it would have to be equally as powerful, if not better, and have some sort of focus. So one more to go, possibly two. So I pointed this out last time. They kept one hidden last time, and they didn't have anybody reveal it, and it wasn't revealed until patch day, and that was Obsession. So we have...
And they might do that with the Barb Rune Word this time.
We have one coming that we know for certain. So Kano has one rune word that has yet to be released. But there could potentially also be a hidden one that they hold in reserve, just like they did with Obsession last time. So one, possibly two more to come. One guaranteed, two possible. Got a peasant crown?
Yep.
Don't need it. That's for the peasants.
Has Shaco.
Oh my god, I was doing the video for the new helmet rune words, the level 35 ones. And like this one guy kept posting on every single video, not as good as a Shaco, not as good as a Shaco, not as good as a Shaco. I'm like, they're level 35 rune words. I'm like, it is as good.
Level 62.
I'm like, it is as good as a Shaco because you can't even wear the Shaco at level 35. Which means that literally a cracked helmet is better than the Shaco at level 35. Did you notice that they were using IO runes in like everything? I think they realized, or they probably heard me during one of my live streams. I like to say this because it always seems to happen coincidentally after I like bash something, and I think I remember I was talking really badly about the IO rune and how I always had way too many, and how like no matter what, like it was just like I was swimming in IO runes, and notice they put IO runes in like everything, like
yep.
They're like, here,
IO.
yeah, they're like, here, have IO runes and everything. Well, not only that, but it's also in the Druid helmet. So it's in the Druid helmet. It's in the it's in all of the new helmets. It's also in the I mean, Bulwark in general, like that one is going to burn up a whole bunch of IOs, I bet.
Yep.
I honestly think that in general we are going to see so many bulwarks made. So many bulwarks made by by everybody on frickin' season 3. Like that's going to be like one of the most popular rune words, like bar none. Because number one, it's a cheap, easy to make lifesteal helmet. Number two, it has relatively no cost. And number three, it's pretty much like a much easier to obtain vamp gaze. And that's just for mercs. Like I think it'll also be made for melee and range characters as well. So like if you're playing a barbarian, a paladin, a druid,
Frostwind sword.
Frostwind. The essence of destruction. I mean, there's a bunch of different characters that can get good use out of Bulwark. A little bit lesser. The temper. I think the temper will probably get made
Nope,
to
it's up.
help for trav runs.
I need to get my Tome of Identify out of my stash. There we go.
One thing is for certain, like 100% for certain, people are going to be hunting down some damn helmets.
Oh yeah.
Between the Druid Metamorphosis and the 5 helmets that they added, like if you're trying to make a specific helmet for a Druid or a barbarian or your barbarian mercenary, like you're gonna be hunting down some dang white bases. There's gonna be a whole lot of white base hunting going on in the future. People are gonna be checking every Druid helmet that ever falls on the ground, hoping for that +3, +3, +3.
It's like, oh, you want a loot filter? No, we'll make you look at everything.
Every Druid helmet is gonna get picked up. Every single one. Every Assassin claw is going to get picked up. Every single one.
22 life, 34 mana.
They're going to be looking for those +3 Phoenix Strike, +3 Claws of Thunder, +3 Claws of Ice.
The thing that excited me the most about the 5 new helms that are so-so is they solve all the problems that I have when I'm doing like a playthrough in Nightmare and my Merc keeps dying in different places. Their different helmets will keep him from dying in each one of those places.
I was talking about that.
It's really appealing.
It's like a Swiss Army knife of helmets. Like at any time you end up in a specific zone where your mercenary just like can't hang with like that particular element, you just put them on them. Like you could even have like 2 or 3 helmets like with you at any given time and just swap them as needed. And the Bulwark is a good cow helmet. So like the Bulwark is good when you're running cows. The obviously the lightning one is good for when you're running through Worldstone and you don't want them dying to the gloams. The temper is good for when you're farming trav. The cure one could potentially be useful if you're farming Andy. I did find it to be mildly useful on Andy.
The first one I realized how badly I need it is the poison res for the Merc doing Andy, because that is always a problem. And like I looked, I saw that, oh, they have one for each element. I guess they'll have a poison one. That'll be completely useless. Wait a second, it's gonna be great. So I'm really excited to use that
Andy
for
and
my
Lilith.
MFing my first character on the new ladder, because I'm gonna need something like that badly. It would be really nice if they added Leech to them. It would be really good.
I mean, I hate to be greedy because they're trying to give us all these various options, and making them all extremely similar would be a little strange. But yes,
Give us more mana leech.
But if all of them had life leech on them, it would make them far more useful for the mercenary. I was talking about this during the video. Is that the most common, obviously, rune word used for mercenaries around that level is Insight. So Insight doesn't have life leech on it, and you need life leech. So if they
I don't use rock stock.
So if they really want those rune words to be utilized on mercenaries, and they totally would, adding the 4 to 6% life leech on every helmet would go a long way to convincing people to making them and utilizing them on their mercenaries. Like, I'd be more than happy to throw that cure one on my merc if I'm farming Andy, like if it had lifesteal. But I'm less likely to do it if I don't have an alternative lifesteal, item for my mercenary. And at that point, you're limited to the armor. So, like, the armor now has to be your lifesteal.
The lightning one will be a lot of fun to have too. I'll find that one really useful with where I play.
Yep,
One
budget
will
Ubers.
I mean, man, Act 2 in Hell is a great place to get experience when I'm grinding, and those beetles just destroy the merc.
Oh yeah, the beetles and gloams, the lightning one is going to be decent against beetles and gloams. I'm sorry, I'm turning you guys up a little bit because you're quiet. That's the cool thing about them is that it's just like a Swiss Army knife kind of a situation. Once you hit Act 2, you throw the lightning one on him, you know, like maybe when you're in Act 4, you throw the fire one on him because there's a lot of fire damage in Act 4. Especially from Diablo. Diablo has a ton of fire damage as well. Troll belt. Poopy troll
Is
belt.
that the Dark Adherent
Yes.
Dust Shroud?
Yes, it is. I actually didn't rank Shaco very high on the list when it came to unique items. It's mainly due to the fact that Shaco is just a replaceable item.
AFK.
I more often find that with the Shaco, you end up using something else. So, like, if you're a cold sorceress, your best in slot isn't the Shaco, it's Nightwing's Veil. If you're a lightning sorceress, your best in slot is not the Shaco. It ends up being Griffin's Diadem. If you're a, you know, like, and the list goes on forever, honestly, because like you end up not using that particular item because something else is your best in slot. And although the Shaco is pretty decent as a magic find piece of equipment, like I often find that it's just never the best in slot piece for a character. It's good, but it's just never the best in slot. I mean, 9 times out of 10 there is. Like, there are some very rare situations where Shaco can be the best in slot for your character, but 9 times out of 10 there is a better option. Shaco is really just the magic find option. It's like the good enough, I want magic find on my character option. Boom, ba boom, ba boom. Pain. Pain. I think the claw was a really good choice. I really think that they're using their brain meats. That claw really shows that they're paying attention to the way that the characters work and they're trying to figure things out. Even if it ends up being a flop, even if it ends up not doing as well as they claim, or something goes wrong and they end up not being able to make it work right, like I think at the end of the day it shows us that they actually know what they're doing and they're actually paying attention to the way the characters work and trying to come up with legitimate ideas to focus on creating interesting builds within those characters. Jimmy Jam. Yeah, that claw rune word is going to be insane to find a good base for. Like, what you're going to be looking for is, like, +3 Phoenix Strike, like, and then whichever specific claw that you focus on, like, maybe you're focusing on the, maybe you're focusing on the lightning claw or the ice claw or the fire claw, whichever one it happens to be. Like, you're gonna want to focus on a specific claw. And so you're looking for, like, a 3/3. Maybe a 3/3/3 if you can find it, which is going to be rare as all get out. But definitely something that is going to be one of those like crazy ones that it takes you a really long time to find. And then when you do, you make your rune word in it and like frickin' demolish everything. I mean, between the +2 that's on it already, you're talking about 5, so it's going to be +5 to the respective ability. Yeah, thank you for the subscription, Dingo, and Vomac, and Korut, and Cudslice, and Bartaz. Kubus a Boobus.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome to the jungle. We got lots of lames. Everyone broke their ankle swimming in the Thames. Hey, I leveled up. Look at me.
I'm like halfway there. Standing in the hydras because I don't care.
Burning off your eyebrows and all of your hair. Then the Mr. Clean song starts. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Let the hunt for perfect claw rune words commence.
Perfect claws, perfect pelts.
Honestly, that's the kind of stuff that keeps people coming back, like looking for them perfect
Some ethereal
claws
barb
and-
helms for the A5 Merc.
Also, you know, it's a good like economy thing too, because like you don't have to only be the one looking. You know, other people can look too, and if they happen to find the perfect base, you know, they'd be like, you know, you could slip me a couple burr runes, and this one can be yours.
Somebody's looking for this one. Somebody's
Gut
looking for that
siphon.
one.
I mean, honestly, +3 shockwave helmets will be worth a pretty good amount.
Oh yeah.
81.
I'm thinking like
new-
Armageddon Wolf.
So what do we know about 2.6 other than new rune words? We don't.
It's melee.
We don't know anything more about 2.6 other than there's new rune words. They
It's
haven't
the
given us.
season of melee.
They haven't given us anything yet. Now we do know that we'll be getting patch notes next week because they said PTR is going to start next week. So we will be getting PTR. Well, not next week because technically it's already almost next week, but basically probably like Tuesday. That's what I would gather is that we'll get some information on Tuesday about the what the changes are for PTR. Oh wow, that's nice. That is very nice. Check out that small chamois.
Small giant. Nice.
15 life, 10 poison res. 5 off the life and 1 off the poison. Definitely
Not
a
perfect,
keeper.
but tasty.
Definitely a keeper. Yeah, don't be overburdened. Trying to check the cryptic sword. Honestly, the kickstand got the biggest buff from this patch, Visible Darkness.
Oh yeah.
Like that freaking martial arts rune word for the kicksin is like insane. And it only works really for the kicksin. I mean, yeah, you could use it on a non-kicksin, but what's the point of that? Because you're not going to be able to get the maximum effect from it for like just a regular MA sin. Like you got to use Dragon Talon to get the most out of that new rune word.
I smell something burning. Oh, it's me.
The MA rune word, yes, this one that was just added. There you go. I keep forgetting that people are only just joining, and they're like, what are we talking about?
Tacos. We're talking about tacos.
It's like the guy who walked into the conference room like after everybody found out that the 2 towers fell, and he's all joking and laughing, and he's like, what are we all so sad about, guys? We should smile. And they're like, they just bombed the Twin Towers. Everybody's dead.
Oh look, a druid pelt.
And he's like, oh dang, oh man, crap. Maybe I shouldn't have been joking. Like, okay, this is awkward. I'm gonna go jump off a building now. Check my channel, Matthew. I've got videos up on all the new rune words. There's a new Druid rune word. There's a bunch of new helmets, and then there's also the MA martial arts assassin. So there's a bunch of new stuff floating around. I've done full coverages of everything, and we've been talking about it for a long time. If you want to go back on the live stream, or you can just hang out with us and chillax. Yes, they have specifically stated that wearing 2 of them will bring up the chance to 50%. That they will, in fact, stack. %.
Throw 2 more arms, wield 4 of them at the same time.
Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, you guys went the other way. I'm like, where'd everybody go?
What they did is they've turned the kicksin into a, like, I don't even know what to call it. A burst damage bomber. Like, it's literally like a freaking, like, bomber. Like, she literally can just go up to targets and just bomb them into oblivion. I'm a little worried about people's computers with that kicks in, though, because she's going to be firing off so many charges at once that it's just going to look like a blinding
She's going to crash
flash.
games.
Yeah, it's going to crash. It's
Seriously.
going to crash games. Like, the number of attacks that she's going to be able to unleash at one particular time. It's going to look very similar to my proc Amazon, the one I do for fireworks.
Now you can use the assassin for your fireworks.
Yep. Who's blowing up my corpses? It's rude. Oh, I'm rude. I haven't even been using my shouts this entire time. I could have been like beefing you guys up. I'm the rude one. Have never, like, I totally have them and just haven't been
That's
using
okay. The
them.
other sorceress has been using their CTA.
Sounds like excuses.
since we couldn't rely on anyone else for them. Ha 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 ha.
I don't know. I mean, I don't normally play barbarians, so you gotta remind me. Be like, come on, BO, what's wrong with you?
Why are they running all over the place?
Because I have the Grim Ward. The grimmest of wards.
I thought it was also supposed to slow them.
It is.
Oh yeah, they go really fast, I forgot.
I don't have it. I think they were extra fast, yeah. I think they were extra fast in Shannon. Because they get slowed by 53%.
Yeah, plus the pit lords are generally fast to begin with.
Yeah. Let me go. I can't go over. What the? Stupid. You can't leave. Die, Bale. Touch every bird. Instill fear.
Salutations.
+3 tornado.
Beetles and souls again.
Spike Thorn Barrier is okay if it has like really good physical DR, Dark Hado, but the unfortunate thing is that it doesn't beat Storm Shield because Storm Shield has even more physical damage reduction, and beats it in resistances as well. So like when you compare Spike Thorn Barrier to Storm Shield, you realize that Storm Shield is just like far superior in just about every way. Spike Thorn Barrier has some other like uses, like in the attacker takes damage of category and stuff like that, but it's not really a very popular build. You can utilize it for physical damage reduction though, because it does roll up to, I think it's like 15 or 20% physical damage reduction, so it's not like terrible in terms of its DR. Definitely a usable shield, like if you're going for the physical damage reduction category. Like maybe you're farming cows or something like that and you'd like to not die to the cows. Unfortunately though, due to its lack of resistances, it tends to be more of a specific use shield as opposed to a general use shield. Whereas Storm Shield, you can literally just like put it on and then forget that it's even there. Because it's good in like almost every situation. Because it's got resistances and physical DR on it. And block chance and like... It's disgusting how good Storm Shield is.
Oh, wow. It's like a mass of souls there.
They come say hello.
Like, hello, we want to kill you. It's like, please don't.
I always like to call it the because it's like you say hello to them and it's like a big giant pack and they always fire at you like simultaneously for that first shot. It's like the entire pack and everything and all existence, and it's just like fucking Ghostbusters cross the stream moment.
That's why I never tried doing a sorceress on hardcore. It's like, nope. I'm afraid of souls in softcore. I'm not doing a sorceress in hardcore.
Small charm.
Yep, we got some converted.
A lot. Warfork. That is actually like a halfway decent weapon on its level. I remember when I did the unique item video for that, I was actually kind of surprised at how like decent it is. It's just like, it doesn't have anything special going on for it. Like, it's not like amazing. But for the level that you get it at, it's probably like the best, most well-balanced spear. Like, pretty much bar none. It's got dual leech, it's got really nice damage output. It's pretty fast. And, the thing is, like, you never find the damn thing. It's rare as all get out. Like, by the time you find it, you end up way past it. Like right now, we're in hell difficulty, so it's useless in hell difficulty. It's called the Soul Feast Tine. %36% magic find is fine. Dark Hood up. The only way that is technically too much magic find is if you're having trouble killing stuff. All you want to make sure of is that you're not crippling your kill speed for the extra magic find. As long as you're still killing relatively quickly and you don't feel like you're slowing down too much, then you're fine. Whatever percentage you can get to and still maintain your relative kill speed, you're fine.
Like, I'm at 315 on this character.
As I was talking about earlier, 200% is what you should shoot for, but as high as you can get without crippling your speed is like generally what the number is that you end up settling on. But honestly, once you have around 200%, that's enough. Anything past that is getting into like really silly levels where you just kind of like you give up so much for so little. Oh, is that a diadem? Ooh. Ethereal diadem. Okay. And it's actually halfway decent too. +2 Amazon, 8% mana leech. All resistance is 18 with 8 life. But it's F. Unfortunate. You could re-roll it. I don't know if anybody wants to re-roll that with P-Skulls. It actually takes the ethereal modifier away when you re-roll it. I've tested it a couple times.
Interesting.
I guess it would be pretty broken. Oh, yeah. It'd be pretty broken if you could re-roll an item that's ethereal and it keeps its ethereal status. Because then you could just keep re-rolling it until you got like a repairs durability mod, right?
Yeah, that is a good point.
Find yourself like a ethereal dimensional blade. And then just keep re-rolling it until it's ethereal and repairs durability. Or the perfect mods that you want and ethereal, and then upgrade it to a phase blade. Yep. Matthew literally just said the same thing I said in chat. He's like, I thought you could upgrade it to a phase blade. Where the hell is the way across? Freaking hacks teleporting over there. Turd. Double sting, brr. Well, I'm almost level 90. Oh god, dolls everywhere. There's so many dolls. Like whirlwinding through them. I'm just like, let's just die. Oh god, there's a whole freaking pack of Haradrim over here resurrecting the dolls.
Yep.
And they're amp damaging me. Beautiful. Exactly what you want with your dolls, amp damage. Oh god, mighted dolls. Go away! Why are there so many dolls? And there's more Haradrim. Die, Haradrim. We don't love you.
Yep.
I'm over here killing
I expected
Haradrim.
somebody was going to die.
Somebody can play with the dolls. I'm gonna do this over here. Try not to die. Probably still gonna die, but I'm trying not to. Okay, might is down.
Holy crap. An army of succubi.
Yes.
All for me.
Yes.
Shout, shout, let it all out.
Oh, okay, sorry. My bad.
Thank you. I'll turn. Sudden MF small charm.
Oh no, I messed up my thumbnail. Jag nabbit, I messed up the thumbnail. I gotta redo the thumbnail. Poopies!
Printers.
Boom, 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 boom. Gotta remake the stupid rune word and poopity poopities. They fixed it.
Volt's getting a shocking experience.
I literally have a video that I think I came out with like 2 years ago, and somebody was like, "That helped," and I'm like, "What helped?" It's like this video is so old. I guess YouTube is recommending my old content. That's always cute. Like, this video was before Diablo 2 Resurrected. That's how old it is. So many comments.
It's hilarious with my Aki throwing me around everywhere.
Dude, that thing will too. Like, there'll be occasions where you just like your fate is not even in your own hands. Like, it's hilarious. Like, you're just bouncing
Another
around.
demon crossbow.
You're just bouncing around all over the place. I'll throw a portal up. I wasn't paying attention.
Boom. Sure.
Yeah, I remembered. Look, see? I remembered.
Thank you.
I remembered something. I do remember sometimes. Okay.
Ghosty ghosts. Ghosty ghosts. Come on, high roots.
What's up, Maggie Laggy? How's it going, man? I got the key. I've always had this. It's like in every single stream I ever do. I'm always wearing it. Well, actually, you know what? I can't say every single one, because I think there probably was a time a long time ago before I got it. Eons and eons ago, long before our forefathers.
It dropped a really high rune. It dropped a Tal.
Wonder if they're gonna just let the Sunder Charms drop in non-ladder, seeing as how they're about to get flooded. Like, all the ladder characters, that roll over are literally going to flood the ever-loving crap out of non-ladder.
Yep.
Like, there's just going to be Sunders coming out of everybody's ears. I have half of mine just to, like, spend a couple days collecting Sunders, and it doesn't really take that long to get a huge number. I just, like, fill up all my stashes and then just, like, drop them when the ladder resets. And the poor people who never got the memo that they don't drop in non-ladder. The poor, poor people. Like, there have literally been people that, like, just do not understand that they can't drop in non-ladder, or the distinction between ladder and non-ladder, or whatever's going on, but there's a disconnect between the fact that they can't get the item and they're in the wrong place. And they've literally been trying to farm Sunders on non-ladder for, like, the entirety of ladder as they scream into the monitor that they're not dropping. And then they literally see someone talk about how easy they are to get, right? Because we all talk about it all the time. We're like, oh man, they're so easy to get. Like, I've had to, like, leave them on the ground because they're so common. And they're literally, like, screaming at the monitor, they're not common! I've been farming them for months and not a single one has dropped in 6 months! And like literally like these people have never learned that they don't drop in non-ladder and have still to this day been trying to get them to drop. And I try to tell them that they don't drop in non-ladder and they still just can't quite like wrap their brain around it. They're like, but I've been farming.
It's a ladder only item at the moment.
I've been putting in the work. They should have dropped by. You said they're common. I farmed. It's like, but are you on ladder or non-ladder? And they keep saying the stupidest stuff, and it really bugs me and it irks my soul when people say things like, I play online single player, so that should work, right? Because you said that single player drops. You know, you can get Sunder Charms in single player. I was like, no, there's no such thing as online single player. That's not a thing. Like, if you're online, you're online. If you're offline, you're offline. There's no such thing as online single player. That's not a category. There's 3 categories, okay? Online, offline, and ladder. And ladder is also online, but it's a distinct category of online. There's no such thing as online single player. There's no such thing as offline ladder. Like, you guys be coming up with some crazy stuff.
Offline ladder.
I'm playing offline ladder. Like, no, it's not. That's not how it works.
Must be nice running your own server.
Are the terror zones available in offline ladder? Are they available in online single player? And then what really gets me is I'll explain to them. I'll take the time, you know, and I'll explain, and I'll be like, look, there's only 3 game modes: online ladder, and offline. Those are the only 3 game modes, okay? And I'll explain it to them. I'll spell it out, you know, dramatically or however you want to call it. Like, I'll literally explain out the whole thing, and then they literally will respond with, "But I'm playing online single player," or "I'm playing," you know, and I'm like, and I'll ask them a simple question. I'm like, are you playing ladder, or are you playing non-ladder, or are you playing offline? It can only be one of these 3 options, right? I'm literally like, just choose one of these 3 options and tell me which one you're doing. And they'll respond with online single player, and I'm like pulling my hair out. I'm like, I can't answer your question if you can't answer mine.
Me and my amazing +1 all skill army. And my 10% faster run walk boots. Ah, the damage to my soul!
Off. You know what offline ladder is? It's like the by mail Netflix where they send you the DVDs by mail. That's what it is. Offline ladder is where they send you the ladder list by mail, and you find out whether you placed in the ladder, you know, after you know, like 10 to 12 months. You get like a little chart, and if you placed in the ladder, they give you a little like a little paper certificate to put on the wall.
Yeah, it's next level. Let's take it to the next level.
I fight with people on a regular basis over terminology. It's always bugged me. Like there's some things that I can't stand, and I don't understand why people call things a certain way or use particular words. Maybe it's like the ADHD person in me. I hear that I remember reading somewhere one time that apparently like ADHD people are more specific in their terminology. Like when a word means something, like it has to mean that something and nothing else.
Yeah, I have ADOS, which is very similar.
But
Attention deficit, ooh shiny.
but basically so charging cords versus charging bricks. Like if somebody asks me for a charger, I hand them the brick. I don't hand them the cord. The cord is just a wire that connects the brick to the phone. So like if you ask me for a charger, I'm gonna hand you the brick. And like 9 times out of 10, that's not what people mean because they're incorrectly using the word to mean the cord, which is really strange because the cord doesn't do anything by itself. And it's also why people end up with really slow chargers, because they think that the cord is the thing responsible for charging the phone. The brick is the thing that's responsible for charging the phone, and the brick, if it's a bad brick, or if you plug it into something stupid like a computer, it will charge your phone really, really slowly. In fact, some of them are so bad that they won't even charge your phone. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but if the voltage that's being supplied by the charger is too low, it won't even charge your phone at all. It'll actually actively drain your phone. It might prevent it from draining as quickly, but it'll still drain. Your average computer, by the way, like a PC, if you plug in a charging cord to a PC, it's usually not enough to actually charge the phone. Especially the newer model phones, because the newer model phones literally have absolutely terrible charging requirements.
This is the only character on ladder that I have built.
Which one? Your sorceress?
Yeah. Because I was playing around with the Elite Barbarian, but I didn't exactly like how it was playing out. And then I thought about switching to, like, a Sword and Shield build with using Concentrate, but then I just started playing around in Hardcore instead.
So in other words, like many other ADHD people, you picked up something and saw something shiny. Like, ooh, piece of candy, ooh, piece of candy.
Yep. It's actually pretty cool. I got a Paladin at level 70 something. And all I've done is like solo.
I mean, the Paladin's a really sturdy character with 75% block chance, a decent shield, holy shield. I mean, like in general, like you really have to kind of try to die on the Paladin. There are occasionally like some really nasty monsters that'll rip you to shreds, but like for the most part, when it comes to the Paladin, it's hard to die on him, like if you're doing things correctly. Now, if you don't do things correctly, then things can get nasty, but I always wonder, like every now and then somebody will come to me and they'll tell me that they're dying on their Hammerdin. Like their Hammerdin dies too easily, and I'm like, how? What did you do wrong? I'm like, the freaking Paladin is such a ridiculously tanky character. Like, it's so easy to make a Paladin tanky. Like, a little bit of Holy Shield here, a little bit of Dex there. Before you know it, you've got 75% block chance, and you're just, like, rolling through content. Pokey just donated $5. Thank you, Pokey. Love your content. Never really got a chance to check you live before. Keep up the good work. Thanks for what you do. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the donation, sir. Because I like money in the bank. I got a little bit of money goes in the tank. And then the girlfriend doesn't get so mad at me because I be making lots of money and that's just free. This is a harder month too. January tends to be a harder month to make revenue. It's really because
Everyone's tapped out after Christmas and New Year's.
all the companies are tapped out after Christmas. They spend all their ad revenue advertising before Christmas. And so when January comes around, none of the companies are willing to spend any money on ads, and that's where most of my revenue comes from is ads. So like you make a lot less money on ads during like January, February. It ramps back up toward toward the end of the year, like as toward we get to closer we get to June, things start to ramp back up, and then eventually everybody's got money again to spend for Christmas ads and things like that. So, Halloween starts and whatnot, and you start getting a lot more ad revenue then. It's actually so bad in January that a lot of creators will actually just take January off. Like they basically have kind of like admitted that it's just not worth making videos during January because it's like the ad revenue is so bad that they might as well just make the content and save it for later and release it during a month where the ad revenue is actually decent. Why you clicking on me, sucker? Clicking on me. I see y'all clicking on me.
2 bars away from 90.
Oh, Stancil 32 with a $10 donation. Thank you very much. Your content helped me. Hope this helps you. It definitely does. I appreciate it a lot. You'd be surprised at how small of a donation actually is really awesome. I tell people all the time, and I'll keep on saying it, like, the amount of revenue that I make off of you with ads isn't really that much. Like, it's not. Like, even just like a $5 donation is probably more ad revenue than I'll make off of one person for like 1,000 views.
I love it when the cat jumps right in front of your screen.
They do it on purpose, though. They're
You're
like
supposed to be paying attention to me.
Pay attention to me.
Oh yeah, I can really see how that slow worked on the ghosts. That's nice.
Oh yeah, and it makes them a hell of a lot more killable with physical damage too. Just in general, like whenever I'm fighting the ghosts, I'll just pop a body real quick with a Grim Totem, and then I get just like ridiculous easy kills on them.
Nice.
Okay, VP Cookie. I mean, I've always wanted to scream that out too, but I feel like
finger mages and ghosts.
But I feel like
so
if I scream that out on stream, I'll probably get
potential is
demonetized.
nice on this floor.
So. Oh, it's funny because that you mentioned that, Patrick, because I've actually researched it, and believe it or not, according to what everyone says, despite the fact that January is the lowest in ad revenue, it also is apparently the highest in viewership, because everybody is, after Christmas, everybody's like at home, like they're doing specific things, that are, more home related, like they have gifts or things that they need to build or whatever. Like there's tons of stuff going on behind the scenes, and so more people end up being at home during January, and then more people end up watching YouTube, so the viewership actually goes up quite a bit. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why I didn't really take the advice of like taking January off, because I saw it as an opportunity, to build subscribers, to make new connections with people. I feel like that's better than the revenue anyway. So I'm using January as a time to kind of build up viewership. Plus, you know, we've got ladder coming soon, so there's really no way I could not make videos.
Yeah. Are you gonna do your shouts this time?
What kind of shouts? No, I'm not allowed to do those. See, I told you had to remind me. I'm not used to this barbarian logic. Yet.
Hey, at least it's not somebody like going boat, boat, boat in chat like 50 million times. I've seen people do that with no barbs in the group.
We had a running count of how many times Wolfie asked for those. And then he would try and sneak ask for them. And I'd be like, that still counts, Wolfie. And he'd be like, damn it. I never really cared all that much. Like, even if I'm on a character that could potentially use a bow, like, I never really cared. Never was that guy. I've had some people, though, get, like, upset if you won't combo them.
Well, the first time I made a Whirlwind Barbarian, I maxed shout and battle orders, and just the fact that, like, I could solo run through hell made it like, okay, yeah, these are definitely good skills.
VV Cookie, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. Can you rephrase it? Like, it's a little confusing the way that you worded it. Just going to Australia? Tell her to watch out for all the evil things that kill you down there.
Yep, lots of evil things that can kill you.
There's one in particular down in Australia that, like, I don't like at all. Makes you not want to go do gardening. Apparently there's this little tiny spider that likes to hide in holes. And you know how most garden implements usually have a hole with like a strap on it or something so you can hang it up? Apparently this particular spider loves to hide in the hole in like spades and garden implements. So you go grab your spade or whatever, and you know, to do your gardening, and there's a little tiny spider hiding inside of the little hole, and you don't really think much of it. Well, apparently they have poison that's strong enough to murder you very quickly. And it's just like the perfect combination of nope. Like, literally, there's this tool that you want to use to go do a job, and the spider literally likes to hide in the hole, and it's exactly where you put your hand, so you grab the tool, and the spider comes out and bites your hand.
Whole lot of nope.
Gotta, like, pre-clear all your tools before they use them. Like, pick them up and, like, jam a stick in the hole and wiggle it around.
Douse
Will
them
the
in
new
caustic
rune words be
acid.
an offline ladder? The new rune words should be an offline ladder, yes. Yes, they're going to be an offline ladder, yes. I'm just gonna roll with it. The new rune words will be an offline, yes. The last time when they released the new rune words, they were an offline. So all of the new rune words, like the plague and all the other cool things, were definitely in offline. They're not going to be in online non-ladder. Online non-ladder will not get them. However, according to Pez Radar, online non-ladder will be getting the old 2.4 rune words. That was a post by Pez Radar a while back. I'm start confusing myself. That's what's going to happen. You guys are going to just hear some really weird things coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, let's do it. Chaos Monkey Strix.
Offline, non-ladder, ladder. Online. Single player. Elite mode. It's like, wait, what? Hardcore.
Hardcore only rune words.
I mean, it's not a bad idea actually.
No,
That would
it's
actually
not.
that would actually get people to play hardcore. I feel like.
Oh yeah.
Like if you made hardcore only rune words and they were really cool, people would probably hop onto hardcore if you did that. That's actually a really good idea if you're listening, Blizzard. I don't know if you're listening or not, but yeah. Hardcore only rune words sounds like a pretty solid idea to me.
Yeah.
Like it'd be like really crazy stuff like some ridiculously good rune word but also has like a ridiculously bad negative. Something like absolutely godlike that you would like really want to use and play around with. Of course, I would make mock versions of them for everybody to play with offline, but I'd be like, you know, those hardcore rune words? Got it right here. Open the jacket.
Ooh, epic drops. We're getting F.
What if they made a rune word that had a what do we call it? Let's call it the Phoenix, right? So the Phoenix, well, we already have a Phoenix rune word, don't we? Dang it. The Lazarus. We'll call it the Lazarus rune word. Come back from the dead. So like if you die, like you come back from the dead one time and then it deletes the rune word from your inventory.
Oh, that actually is pretty bad.
But it like would cost like really it's a really expensive rune word. Like it's like 6 sockets. It's got like a Zod and a jaw and a burr in it. And you're really sad if you lose it. You know, kind of similar to isn't there like a little doll or something in Minecraft that you can like have in your hands, and if you die it just takes the doll instead of you?
I know there's a game with a mechanic like that.
You res right in the middle of the monster pack and die right again anyway. It's terrible. It's terrible.
We are awful people. 20 life large charm. Haha.
No, if that was a rune word and it was that expensive, it would just retreat you back to town. And then you could just save and exit and get your body. Let's just hope you don't have loot corpse on though and your friend is nearby because he'll steal all your loot. Be like, oh, you died. You don't need this Shaco no more. Oh god, dolls. And I'm amped. Ah, there's so many dolls. I forgot what.
All souls and moon wards all in the same. Oh.
What the hell Merc am I running? He's not
God,
even, he
that's so
hasn't been
creepy.
alive for a long time. He must have been dead.
Yes.
Vikayats? What's up, Vikayats? Oh, he's got a Reaper's Soul, a Treachery, a Crown of Thieves. Wonder why is he dead? Probably I died. That's usually what happens.
Or maybe some dolls and souls.
Well, I used to laugh because some people get really upset that their Merc died all the time, but I'm like, your Merc didn't die once. It's like, you're the one that died. Every time you die, he dies with you. Like, he doesn't have a choice.
Yep.
Stop dying.
Oh, runic talents. You gotta take a look at them.
Oh no, I'm getting a bit of a... Checking on Kano again. I don't know if he's going to be posting his today. I feel like when they said weekend, that they were going to be like doing it over, you know, the course of a couple days.
What I think is really sad is that the Assassin's claw weapons generally have more durability than anything else.
I think it's because they're all so fast, right? Like even the slow
Yeah,
claw
but you
weapons
have,
are really
like,
fast.
The Berserker Axe, which is like the best one-handed axe in the game, and its durability is 26. And you look at an Assassin Claw and it averages anywhere between like 40 plus.
I know there's some items in the game that have really good durabilities, and they obviously put a little bit of thought into them. Like Baronera Star has really good durability.
Yeah.
And there's a couple items like that they actually put the thought into it, and they were like, hey, you know, we're building this for a specific character. It would probably be a good idea if that specific character had some durability to use. And meanwhile, there's the Berserker's Axe with 24 durability,
Yeah.
which literally isn't even enough to last like 5 minutes.
Not even enough to last like 3 minutes.
Fushina. It's F. It's not F.
Was that the Kelpie Snare or something?
Yeah, if it's F, that's actually a really sweet weapon.
Are we on 12 or 13?
I'm not sure. 12.
Okay.
Alright. So still no information on Kano. I mean, he doesn't have any posts. He's not streaming on Twitch. Nothing on Twitter. He's got nothing on YouTube. He does have a Discord. Hmm. I have a feeling his is going to come out at a really weird time. Because he's in Australia.
Eh.
And I don't know when that's going to be. Like, what time is it over there in Australia?
I don't know, isn't it like Sunday in Australia?
I don't know.
Boosties.
The Druid's really gotten a lot of love, hasn't he?
Yep.
You know, like if we really think about it, like in terms of like items and changes and everything, like the Druid really has gotten a lot more changes and stuff than just about any other class. I mean, the summoning tree got fixed almost completely. I mean, granted, it's still not like the best build in the world, but it's a functional build now that it was almost completely unfunctional before. The fire side of the elemental tree got worked on and got a lot of buffs. The even Hurricane got the ability to be casted while in shapeshifted form, which was a really big boon, and Cyclone armor. And then the shapeshifted form got a really nice buff as well. Although they still have to work out the bugs on the bear sorceresses and the wolf barbs. But like the werewolf and the bear himself have seen some incredibly and good buffs. And then also the shockwave thing that's going on, which we still don't know whether it's a bug or what, because they haven't really said anything.
What is it that's going on with the shockwave?
It seems to have a huge damage buff that doesn't display. Like it's not anywhere. It doesn't show up on the skill. It doesn't show up on the character panel. You don't actually see it, but apparently it has a huge damage buff that's like hidden, and it ends up doing like way more damage than what it's supposed to. Like on the character panel, it'll say it does like 1,500 damage, and in reality, it's doing like 7,300. All right, well, here's what we're going to do, guys. I've been going for 7 hours so far, and I'm not sure when Kano is going to, release his rune word, but I will definitely be paying attention, obviously. And I'm going to go get myself something to eat, maybe take a little nap, and then I'm going to come back, and we're going to do another stream. Probably to whatever this new rune word is. I just haven't eaten or done anything since this morning, so except for like the chips that I shoved into my face while I was live streaming. It's like just shoving things straight into my gob. Alright, guys and gals, I will see you later today, one way or another. If the rune word doesn't get released or whatever, we might just, I don't know, play a horror game or something. We'll see. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.
You have a good one.